want to cry in front of my parents. They would never trust Kellen if I didn't trust him. As Anna sputtered that none of this was Dad's business, Dad pointed the last of his bacon at Kellen. Don't you think it would be better for Kiera, then, if you paused the relationship while you were away, so she doesn't get hurt by your admirers? Kellen shook his head. I don't. He closed his eyes, taking a moment to collect himself. Just as I felt my eyes starting to pool over, Kellen opened his and looked over at me. I love your daughter, and I'd never do anything to hurt her. My mother stood up then, collecting Dad's plate. Of course you wouldn't, dear. Martin's just being an ass. Dad frowned at Mom, and I blinked, staring up at her. Mom never swore, not even the mild ones. When Dad looked about to object, Mom gave him a glance. The glance. It was a pointed look that said so much. It was a full-on sentence in just a second of connection. She might as well have screamed, "You have said enough, and if you open your mouth again, there will be hell to pay in this house for the next 6 months. It is Christmas morning, and I will not let you make my baby girl cry while she is visiting us, for quite possibly the only time until next winter, by making her doubt the man that she is clearly head over heels in love with." Dad wisely said nothing. When a strained quiet fell over the table, Mom looked around. Should we open presents then? Kellen slapped on a smooth smile as he stood up. Sounds wonderful, Mrs. Allen. Mom smiled at him, her hands full of plates. Caroline, dear. Kellen nodded at her. Caroline, thank you for breakfast. It was incredible. He motioned around the house with his hand. Is there a bathroom? Oh, sure. Mom motioned upstairs with her one free pinky. Kellen smiled and looked around the room as he excused himself. He seemed happy and unperturbed, but I saw his fingers go to the bridge of his nose as he turned the corner to head upstairs. I knew enough about him to know that the conversation had bothered him. He was taking a minute. My eyes snapped back to Dad when Kellen was out of earshot. Dad, what was that all about? Anna crossed her arms over her chest and glared at him. He looked between the two of us. For once, his face was almost sheepish. I'm sorry if I stepped over the line there, Kiera. He leaned forward and pointed his finger to where I could hear water running upstairs. But these are questions you need to ask yourself if you're going to be in a serious relationship with him. Is he on the same page? Does he really love you? Can he turn down woman after woman? If you take the relationship to the next level, will he soil your marriage bed? I flushed and looked down, too flustered to say anything. Anna spoke up in my silence. He's a good guy, Dad. You don't even know him. Her hands free now, Mom came up to rest her palms on my shoulders. That could have been handled more privately, Martin. Dad glanced up at her. I'm just looking out for our daughter. I peeked up at him then. I can look out for myself, Dad. Glancing over my shoulder really fast, I leaned in and whispered, I've had all of the doubts that you have, okay? I think about it. I worry about it. I shook my head. But I love him. Shouldn't I give him the chance to fail before I condemn him? Dad's eyes widened as he sat back in his chair. A hand rubbed over his jaw as he softly smiled at me. Fatherly pride stretching over his face, he shook his head. You always were too smart for your own good. I relaxed back into Mom, who was behind me, and shook my head. Not really, but I'm trying to be smarter. I bit my lip, not wanting to let too much truth about my vast failings slip out. My parents still didn't know the real reason Denny and I had broken up. They assumed he left the country for a job, and I was content to let them think that. I'm in love with him, Dad. Pausing isn't an option for me. I heard a sniff from the doorway and looked back to see Kellen standing there. head down as he listened. He looked up and met my eye, a genuine, peaceful smile on his face. Dad sighed, maybe finally seeing that he really had lost his little girl. I stood up and walked over to Kellen. Cupping his cheeks that were slightly moist, like he splashed water on them, I searched his unique eyes. "Not being yours isn't an option anymore," I whispered. He nodded and leaned down to kiss me. I let him. Dad be damned. 20 minutes later, you wouldn't even know the conversation had happened. Kellen let it slide off him, and Dad looked a little chagrined that he had brought it up. He even stopped giving Kellen sullen, disapproving looks. He wasn't suddenly warm toward him or anything, but he did stop being the brutish, overprotective father. Anna forgot about the incident the minute we stepped near the tree. Eating breakfast first was the most difficult part about Christmas for her. We'd only started doing that in the last couple of years, when the presents part of the holidays started taking a back seat to the family part of the holidays. But she was still a giddy little girl when it came time to rip open stuff. Kellen sat beside me on the couch as she started distributing gifts. She handed everybody a similarly wrapped flat square and made us all open them together. Kellen laughed as he looked around at all of us opening Anna's gift. I laughed when I saw what it was. We were all now proud owners of next year's Hooters calendar. I blinked as I stared at the 3 orange and white clad vixens on the cover. Dropping my jaw, I looked up at her. "You got the cover?" Anna clapped and giggled, stomping her feet in her excitement. "Yes! I was hoping you didn't see one in the stores. I wanted to surprise you." I stood up and gave her a hug, Mom and Dad and Kellen following suit. I knew she'd made the calendar for April, but the cover was a huge deal. Sitting back down, I flipped to her page. God, she was pretty. I immediately closed it. Kellen set his aside and grabbed my hand, leaning into me. Smiling over the fact that he didn't peek at her picture, I kissed his cheek. The standard gifts went around the room. Clothes, books, music, movies, and games. The merriment in the air was palpable as we all laughed and enjoyed each other's company. Kellen silently watched the whole affair, his eyes soft and speculative. When it got near the end of the pile under the tree, Anna handed him a present from my parents. He blinked at the gift, surprised, like he hadn't been expecting to receive anything from them. Honestly, I was pretty surprised too. My dad was wrapped up in playing with a new techie gadget, but Mom watched Kellen as he turned the present over and over. I elbowed him gently. "Open it." He looked up at me, then at my mom. "You didn't have to." He shrugged, and Mom smiled. "I know." Swallowing, Kellen unwrapped the present. Inside a simple white box was a small scrapbook. Kellen smiled as he started to flip through the pages. I blinked as I looked over his shoulder. It was a book about the two of us, about our life together. There were pictures of just me, some taken when I was pretty young. There were pictures of Seattle, his house, the bar, the Space Needle, and then there were pictures of the two of us. Most of those pictures were candid photographs taken without our knowledge. There was one of him staring at me at work. I had my back to him, helping a customer, and the look on his face was nearly reverent as he secretly watched me. There were others where we were smiling at each other, laughing at some private moment. A few were of us softly kissing each other. And the very last photo was a close-up of the two of us cuddling together, sleeping on my ugly orange sofa. Even in his sleep, Kellen had a soft smile on his face. Anna giggled, and I glanced up at her and Mom. As Kellen shook his head in disbelief, Mom quietly said, "Anna helped me put that together for you, Kellen, so you could take a piece of home with you on the road." Kellen looked up at her, his eyes a little glossy. "Thank you. So much." Mom nodded at him. Sniffing a little, he brightened and reached over the back of the couch to dig through his bag. I have presents, too. I smiled and tilted my head at him. Grinning, he dispersed gifts to Anna, a joint one for my mom and dad, and one for me. Grinning myself, I pointed to where I'd hidden one for him at the back of the Christmas tree. Don't forget yours. He smirked at me, grabbed it, then sat beside me again. As my family opened his presents, laughter and gratitude echoing around the room, Kellen and I stared at each other. Together? He whispered, lifting my gift in his hands. I nodded and we started tearing into each other's gifts at the same time. I watched him more than I opened mine, then laughed when I saw that he was doing the same. Shaking my head, I stopped and pointed at the gift he was half-heartedly opening. You first. He frowned, then laughed. A few minutes later, he was holding what I'd purchased for him. Kellen was hard to shop for. He didn't really need or want anything, but there were a few things he cared about, and I played on those when I started looking around for presents. First, he liked to write. He was constantly scribbling lyrics into spiral notebooks that he shoved into his dresser drawers, so I bought him some elegant journals, maybe for the lyrics that were keepers. He was also trying to be more involved with writing the music, so one of the journals was music sheets. Second, Kellen liked the classics. Being stuck on a bus with noisy guys, I thought he might enjoy a reprieve, so I found an outstanding deal on a Discman and burned all his favorite classic rock songs on CDs. The technology was outdated, with digital downloads being all the rage now, but considering Kellen still had a tape player in his car, I figured it was about as far as I could push him in that area. Third, Kellen liked sex. Not wanting to give him something that would embarrass me in front of my family, I had taken a picture of the moderately sexy outfit that was awaiting him when he came home. I'd picked it up right before heading out here, after he jokingly mentioned buying me something. For some reason, I'd known our style levels would be completely different, and if I was going to wear something like that, I wanted to pick it out. Finding the picture tucked in one of the journals, he glanced at me with a raised eyebrow. When I pointed to the cuffs in the very top corner of the picture, his grin turned heated. I flushed, knowing I would have to be very, very drunk to ever use them, but the look on his face was worth it. The last thing I'd tucked into the box I had picked up on a whim. It was a Hot Wheels car. And not just any Hot Wheels car, but a classic muscle car. I wasn't sure if it was a Chevelle, but it was close, and it was shiny black. Kellen's car was the last thing that Kellen really cared about, and I bought the toy as a way to let him know that I was taking care of his baby. When Kellen spotted it, he picked it up and stared at me. His mouth dropped open and he looked completely thrown. I creased my brows as I watched his eyes start to tear up again. He shook his head and muttered something that I swear was, "How did you know?" I opened my mouth to ask him what he said, but he grabbed me, hugging me tight. "Thank you, Kiera. You don't know how much I love this. All of this." He pulled back to gaze at me, his heart in his eyes. "How much I love you." I swallowed and nodded. Palming his toy, he pointed to the box in my hands. "Your turn." Exhaling in a rush, I concentrated on the box in my fingertips. Biting my lip, I wondered what he could have gotten for me as I finished unwrapping the partly opened gift. Once I saw the shape of the box, my heart started thudding. It was a ring box. I paused, unsure if I should open this. Was he proposing? What would I say if he was? Honestly, a part of me thrilled over the idea of being his wife, but my dad had a good point. Kellen and I still had issues to work through before we could even think about heading down that path. I mean, we hadn't even gotten to the point where we could live together again. This step seemed too big. Knowing he was watching me intently and not wanting him to think I was doubting him in any way, I popped the box out and opened the lid. Inside were 2 silver bands. One clearly a man's, one a woman's. The woman's was elegantly lined with small diamonds. Confused, I scrunched my brows and looked up at him. He smiled, peering down at me. Reaching down, he grabbed the man's ring. "They're promise rings," he whispered. Picking up the woman's, he lifted my right hand. Sliding it on my finger, he softly said, "You wear one." He slipped the man's on the ring finger of his right hand. "And I wear one." Smiling contently, he shook his head. "And we promise that no one comes between us, that we belong to each other, and only each other." As I stared at him, amazed and warmed, a tear rolled down my cheek. "I love it," I whispered, leaning over to kiss him. We tenderly kissed on that couch for a long moment. We probably would have kissed longer, but a wadded-up piece of gift paper smacked me in the face. Frowning, I turned to glare at my sister. She grinned, giggling as she lifted a box of very expensive perfume, her favorite kind. "Thanks, Kellen. I love it." He nodded at her, laughing lightly as he snuggled into my side. From the other couch, my dad cleared his throat and pointed at what Kellen had gotten for them. "Yes, thank you, Kellen." Mom grinned as she hugged what looked like plane tickets in her hand. As I scrunched my face, trying to figure out where they were going, Kellen leaned down to my ear. "I got them tickets to Seattle, so they could see you graduate in June." My mouth dropped open as I looked back at him. He grinned and laughed at the look on my face. "Kellen, you didn't have to." He shrugged. "I know, but your parents should see all of your hard work pay off, and tickets are expensive, so..." He shrugged again. As the relaxed ambiance of a successful Christmas morning flowed throughout the room, I leaned into Kellen's body. Lacing our hands together, I watched where the rings lined up and smiled. Sighing at the physical representation of our commitment to each other, I noticed that Kellen was still fingering the toy car in his other hand. Pulling back, I looked up at him. "When I gave you that toy, you said something. What was it?" Kellen looked down at our hands, smiling to himself. Shaking his head, he murmured, "It's nothing." I kissed his jaw. "Tell me anyway." He looked over at me, and then at the room full of the family that I loved. Anna was snuggling with Mom, thanking her for a cashmere set that probably cost my parents a small fortune. Dad was flipping through Anna's calendar, telling her that she looked very pretty. Absorbing the feeling in the room, Kellen shook his head. "This is so nice. So peaceful, kind of idyllic." His voice low, almost inaudible, he whispered, "I keep waiting for the yelling to start." He glanced over at me and then looked down at our hands again. "It means so much to me that you let me be a part of this." He looked back up at me, his face content. "I think this is my new favorite Christmas morning." I smiled, jabbing him in the ribs. "Even though you had to climb down a trellis?" I whispered, careful to not let Dad hear me. "Even being interrogated?" I said more seriously. He smiled down on me and nodded. "Yep, still the best." Knowing that he probably hadn't had too many bright spots in his childhood, I speculated at what memory had been his favorite up until this point. When I asked him, he turned his head, his eyes getting a faraway look as he remembered. "I was 5. It was Christmas Eve. My dad was angry at something. I don't remember what, and he tossed me into a wall, broke my arm." My eyes widened as Kellen's contented smile grew. This was a good memory? Not reacting to my face, he glanced at his arm slung around me and ran our entwined fingers over a bone under his shirt. It broke here. In my horror, I realized it was the exact same spot Denny had broken his arm. Kellen shrugged, his face still serene. They took me to the emergency room, my mom complaining the entire time that they would be late for a party. I don't know why I remember her saying that. Looking over to the Christmas tree, Kellen shook his head. Anyway, they checked me in, then left. I didn't see them again until Christmas night. Leaning back on the couch, Kellen smiled wider as his story grew more and more awful. There was this nurse there, and I guess she felt sorry for me or something because I was all alone on Christmas morning. He looked over at the toy car in his hand, lifting it up to examine it closer. She gave me a set of 3 Hot Wheels, a fire truck, a police car, and a muscle car. He grinned as he met my eye, just like this one. Shaking his head, he laughed a little. I played with those cars all day. Running the toy down my arm, he murmured, but this one was my favorite. It was the only thing I wish I'd remembered to take to LA when I left home. But I forgot, and my parents tossed it. He met eyes with me again. That Christmas was the best one I'd ever had because I wasn't at home. That toy was the best gift I'd ever received. Even better than my guitar, I think, because the guitar was mainly a ploy from my parents to keep me out of their hair. He lifted the car again. This was pure. He swallowed, searching my eyes. I thought I'd never see anything like that car again. How did you know to get me this? I shook my head, tears stinging the edges of my eyes. It just seemed like you. Kellen frowned as he watched my eyes water and fill. Hey, I didn't tell you that to make you feel sorry for me. He cupped my cheek. I'm okay, Kiera. I nodded under his fingertips, but a tear escaped me anyway. Brushing it aside with his thumb, he smiled at me. I just wanted to let you know what it meant to me. To thank you for letting me have this experience with you and your family. It means more than you'll ever really understand. I shook my head. No, I think I get it. I kissed him lightly, but my lip was trembling. Knowing I was going to start sobbing for him if I didn't change my thoughts, I shook my head and inhaled deep. I could use some eggnog. You? Kellen smiled peacefully and shook his head. No, I don't need anything. I nodded, kissed his head, and hurried out of there. He didn't need or want my pity. He had dealt with his past a long time ago. Brushing my fingers under my eyes, I ran into my mom in the kitchen. She smiled as she made another pot of coffee. Kellen seems to be enjoying himself. Yes, more than she'd ever realize. I shook my head, forcing on the effortless smile that Kellen always wore. Yeah, thank you so much for getting Dad to let him come. I know it was you, and I'm really... I swallowed, his emotional story still with me. I'm really grateful. Mom frowned, then came over to give me a hug. Hey, it's all right. No need to get all blubbery. I sighed at myself, hugging her back. I know. Releasing her, I rested my head on her shoulder. She patted my arm, then glanced down at the ring on my finger. She frowned for a moment and then looked back into the living room at Kellen. Looking back with her, I could see that Anna had joined him on the couch and was flipping through her calendar with him. They were peering at something intently, Kellen laughing a bit and shaking his head. Watching the naturally beautiful pair, I sighed. Then I rubbed my ring with my thumb and smiled. He'd chosen me. Is that from Kellen? My mom asked quietly. I looked back at her and nodded. Yeah, he got us both promise rings. Sweet, huh? She hesitated before responding. Honey, I may disagree with how your father broached the subject, but I don't entirely disagree with him about Kellen. She shook her head, watching Kellen and Anna get into a playful wrapping paper fight. He's so attractive, Kiera, even more so in person than in his pictures. Looking back at me, she frowned. That sort of thing gets noticed by women, and attractive men aren't always good with one relationship. And even if he doesn't stray, it takes a special person to be able to handle all of the attention he'll receive. Are you sure you're that woman? Are you sure you want to date him? She looked back at Kellen and my sister, and I suddenly felt like what she was really saying was that Anna, my beautiful, provocative, spontaneous, easygoing sister, was a better match for him. Frowning, I crossed my arms over my chest. Yes, I'm sure. I know what you guys think of me, but Kellen sees more. He loves me. Mom took a step back and narrowed her eyes at me. What are you talking about, Kiera? I stiffened, not really wanting to talk about the constant references that I'd heard, not wanting to talk about the major differences between Anna and me, differences that had been pointed out to me my entire childhood. Mom squeezed my shoulder when I didn't answer her. When she repeated her question, I sighed and muttered, You know, that Anna's the beautiful one and I'm the smart one. Mom sighed and squeezed me tight. Oh, Kiera, honey, I hope we never made you feel that way. It was never our intention. Pulling back, she looked me in the eye. That's not what we think. We're always telling people about both of our beautiful daughters, and they always agree with us. You're every bit as attractive as your sister, Kiera. I think you're the only one that doesn't see it. Looking back into the living room, Mom shook her head. But Anna relies on her looks. It's become how she defines herself. Sometimes I worry that her looks are all she'll have, and when those eventually fade... Smiling, she looked over at me and smoothed back my hair. But you are beautiful and smart, and you'll do well with whatever life hands you. She leaned in to place a kiss on my forehead. Your father and I are both very proud of the woman you're becoming. Sighing, she shook her head. You're our baby. We don't want to see you hurt is all. I smiled, looking back at Kellen. Anna was admiring his ring. He smiled at her and then looked up at me. Noticing me watching, he nodded a little, like he was telling me that everything would be okay. As Mom kissed my head and walked back into the living room, I heard Kellen's jacket ringing. Thinking maybe it was the guys wishing us a Merry Christmas, I walked over and plucked it out of his pocket. It was a text from a number I didn't recognize. The name just said private. I was about to hit the read button when the phone was yanked from my hands. Surprised, I looked over at Kellen standing beside me. Smiling, he glanced at the screen, hit a button, then tucked his phone in his pocket. Ice washed through me. He didn't even look at the message, like he was going to do it when he was alone. A downside to giving him a cell phone struck me as my curiosity piqued. Ignoring the look on my face, he pointed over to Anna. Want to play a game? Anna thinks she can beat me at Monopoly. He laughed a little and shook his head. I frowned. No, I didn't want to play a game. I wanted to know who had just texted him. Sure, I muttered. As he started leading me away, I started to wonder if maybe my parents were wiser than I wanted to believe. Before I could stop myself, I asked, Who was that text from? Kellen effortlessly smiled back at me and shook his head. It was just from Griffin. He leaned in and laughed. Trust me, with the stuff he's been sending me lately, you don't want to see it. I frowned but nodded. It was a completely plausible story, and he had just given us promise rings. He wouldn't do that if he wasn't living up to his end of the promise. Right? Chapter 15. Unexpected. Kellen spent 5 more days with me. It felt like 5 months with how much time we spent together. I showed him everything my hometown had to offer while he was here. My old school, the street all the kids in the neighborhood used to play on, the cafe I frequented every day for lunch my senior year of high school. Kellen acted like I was showing him around Disneyland, genuinely interested in seeing where I grew up. For some reason, though, I shied away from all of the places that Denny and I had been together, places that were important to our relationship. The restaurant where we'd had our first date, this one particular espresso stand that we hit nearly every morning before classes, the bookstore that we used to go to on lazy Sunday mornings. Even though I avoided pointing it out to Kellen, there was so much of Denny in this city that it was nearly overwhelming at times. We had entered adulthood together here. In a way, we'd sort of grown up together here. Walking around the reminders brought Denny to the forefront of my mind, but I pushed him back. I could speak with my longtime friend later. My boyfriend, the man who'd recently given me his heart in a band of silver, was my primary focus, especially since I wasn't sure when I'd get to see him again once his 5 days were up. And once those 5 days were up, the time didn't feel like 5 months anymore. It suddenly felt more like 5 seconds. Walking him as far as I could through the airport, I felt the heaviness of our separation in my heart. My mom was right about our relationship in one respect. It was hard. His leaving, going out on the road to places unknown with people unknown, was taxing. It took a special person to be able to wear the weight of that strain. I wanted to be that person. I desperately wanted it. But I'd always liked consistency, and Kellen's life was no longer predictable. He was fluid now, carving a path that was as ever-changing as the weather. It knotted my stomach. Bag slung over his shoulder, Kellen twisted to face me when it was time to part. Heart in his eyes, he rested his forehead against mine. "No goodbyes," he whispered. I nodded, biting my lip as my eyes stubbornly stung. "I'll miss you." He nodded against me, sighing softly. "I'll miss you more." I grinned a little, shaking my head. No, it doesn't work that way. It's always harder on the person being left than the person leaving. That's just a fact. Pulling back, he cupped my cheek. "I'm not leaving you. I'll never leave you." I swallowed, placing my hand over his. "I know," I whispered, hoping that what he'd just said was a fact. He searched my eyes for long seconds, then he leaned in to kiss me. It was the softest, sweetest, most tender physical act we'd ever shared. I never wanted it to stop. I suddenly wished we were contestants in one of those kissing contests right then, the kind where the couple who was locked together the longest won some outrageous prize, just so the moment would have to continue for days. But that wasn't what was happening, and eventually the moment did end. He pulled away, slowly, reluctantly. Biting his lip, he sighed and brushed the tears from my cheeks. I only then realized I was crying. Engulfing me in a warm hug, he whispered in my ear, "I love you. Just you. I promise." I smiled as we pulled apart, reaching up to feel his face under my fingertips. "I promise too," I whispered back. He gave me a breathtaking smile, then stepped back. Grabbing my hand, he kissed the back of it. Then he had to go, and I had to let him. I felt my heart squeeze as I watched his figure retreat. But then my eyes drifted down his body, and the words from Matt's neighbor drifted through my head. I smiled and shook my head. That spunky old lady was right. He did have a nice butt. Anna and I spent New Year's Eve in Ohio. She went out with a group of her old friends while I stayed home with my parents. I played a board game with them while I thought about Kellen singing his heart out on a stage somewhere. It had been forever since I'd heard him sing. I missed it. New Year's Day saw Anna and I back on a plane, going home. Mom and Dad saw us both off at the gate. Mom sobbing while she hugged her girls. Dad telling us that we were welcome to come back any time we wanted for however long we wanted. He even told me that Kellen could visit again sometime too, since he was a decent man and had obeyed the house rules. I didn't tell Dad that Kellen and I had broken his rules on that very first night. I also didn't mention that every night after that, I'd snuck downstairs to cuddle with Kellen on the plastic-coated couch. But technically that hadn't been breaking the rules, since Dad's only stipulation was that Kellen couldn't come up to my room. He never said anything about me going down to him. I also didn't mention that fact to Mom, since Kellen and I had caved once or twice on that couch, and she had specifically asked for that not to happen in her house. I couldn't help it, though. Sometimes my common sense flew right out the window when Kellen touched me. Okay, most of the time it did. When our plane touched down on the West Coast, my heart dropped a little. At least back in Ohio, I was geographically closer to where Kellen was as he continued his tour by the East Coast. Now that I was back at home, the country seemed so large. I cursed the vastness of it all. Stepping into Pete's that night, since the work-free part of my winter vacation was over with, a cute, spirited blonde threw her arms around me and assaulted me with her embraces. "Kiera, you're back!" Pulling back, Jenny beamed up at me. "We missed you so much." I laughed as I hugged her, warmed by her welcome. "I missed you guys too." As we separated, a flash of sparkle around her neck caught my eye. Fingering the pendant against her skin, a gold heart with a diamond floating in the center of it, I smiled. "This is really pretty. Is it from Evan?" Jenny picked it up and giggled. "Yeah." She pointed to the silver guitar I always wore tucked under my clothes. "Now we kind of match, right?" I smiled and nodded, lightly tracing the shape of the guitar under my shirt. Jenny flicked a finger at the ring I was unconsciously showing her. A knowing smile on her face, she asked, "That from Kellen?" She clearly already knew it was, so I looked down at it and nodded. She pulled my hand over to examine it. Shaking her head, she told me, "Yeah, Evan told me about these. He was there when Kellen picked them out." She peeked up at me, her blue eyes bright. "Kellen wears one too, right?" I nodded again, fingering the elegant band around my finger. "Yeah, his is plain silver. It's simple. It suits him. It's really nice." My voice turned dreamy, and Jenny smiled, dropping my hand. "That boy never ceases to surprise me," she murmured. "I honestly didn't think he had it in him to be so committed to one person." She shrugged, hugging me again. "Well, I'm glad it's you that he loves." Starting to walk away, she shook her head with relief. "If I had to constantly hang around some of the girls he's been with, I think I'd shoot myself." She smirked, then seemed to realize what she'd just said and stopped walking. "Oh, I didn't mean to bring up... You know, he's just... There were some that..." She sighed and shrugged, looking really embarrassed. I forced myself to laugh and shrug my shoulders. I know what he was. It's okay, Jenny. Don't worry about it." She relaxed a little, tossing out an apology before scampering off to work. I inhaled a deep breath and let the comment go. Kellen's past flings were no great secret. It almost seemed like there was a group of them that held weekly meetings to compare notes. "Oh, he did that with you too? How amazing for the both of us." I smirked at myself, imagining Rita as the president of the club, Candy as the vice president, and Rain as the treasurer. Mechanic girl could be secretary. Rolling my eyes, I headed to the back room to start getting ready for work. Filling up that imaginary club's imaginary positions had been way too easy. Before I knew it, I was back into my old routine. The school quarter started and I signed up for all new classes. As I was still going for my Bachelor of Art with a major in English, my classes were heavy on literature and homework. I enrolled in a class that would certainly prove as challenging as my critical practices course, Studies in Expository Writing. Under my guidance counselor's advice, I also signed up for a course called Theory and Practice of Teaching Writing. Her philosophy was that teaching others was, in itself, a great learning tool. I agreed with the concept, but the thought of standing in front of an audience presenting lectures made me want to pee my pants. I could do it if I had to, though. If Kellen had survived the challenges in his life, I could surely get through my far more trivial woes. On the bright side, I now had Friday afternoons off. True, I'd mainly be studying, but a bright side was still a bright side. On top of that, my ethics class was over, and no more ethics meant no more candy. Since her academic focus was not English, we no longer shared the same classes. Cheyenne did, though. The outgoing woman slung her arm around me when she showed up in my poetry class. She briefly queried about my rock star boyfriend and then proceeded to chat profusely about her winter break. I listened eagerly, thankful that I had a life and connections outside of Kellen. That, for once, focusing on him wasn't all I had. Like Mom feared with Anna, I didn't want to rely on one thing for my happiness. That wasn't to say that Kellen didn't bring me the greatest joy. He did. But there were other pockets of contentment that I drew strength from, too. This new school quarter might actually be the best one I'd had here, and possibly the most challenging. One frigid February afternoon after poetry class, Cheyenne and I decided to rest our brains by ducking out for some much-needed coffee. The professor was explaining how different interpretations could completely alter the meaning of a poem. I had a difficult time wrapping my head around the flowery, poetic language, but Cheyenne was actually quite intuitive on the subject. As we walked, I listened to her explanation of our latest assignment, enraptured. I finally felt like I understood the piece. Completely engrossed, I walked right into another person. I'd never actually collision-coursed into someone before, and my face turned about 5 shades of red. While Cheyenne giggled at my clumsiness, I quickly apologized to the stranger I had nearly steamrolled over. He took a step back, steadying himself, and we both locked eyes on each other at the same time, each stammering apologies. "I'm sorry." I couldn't finish my sentence as I stared into a warm set of deep brown eyes. Brown eyes that I was certain I'd never stare into again. Feeling all the blood drain from my face, I whispered, "Denny?" He inhaled a deep breath, holding it for a second before releasing it in a rush. With a soft smile, he quietly said, "Hi, Kiera." Hearing his accent curl around my name in person gave me an ache in my stomach. I stared at him, shocked into momentary silence. Denny Harris. He looked the same as he had the last time I'd seen him more than a year ago. The same, yet different, too. His dark hair was a bit longer than before, styled back away from his face in a way that made him seem older. The scruff along his jaw was thicker, too. Nowhere near a beard, but heavier than he used to keep it. It aged him. In fact, everything about him seemed older, from the clearly more expensive clothes he wore to the way he held himself with a little bit more confidence. It was almost like he'd left Seattle a boy and returned a man. "You look good," I finally whispered, my throat feeling painfully dry. He smiled uncertainly, his eyes drifting over my body for a second. "So do you." A tension built up as we stared at each other. It must have made Cheyenne uncomfortable. I know it was making me feel that way. I had just never expected to literally run into my ex on the street. Placing her hand on my shoulder, she murmured, "I should go. I'll see you later, Kiera. I nodded at her, never once taking my eyes from Denny. People hustled around us on the chilly sidewalk, but I ignored them. Denny couldn't really be standing before me, could he? After another long moment, when he started looking around like he didn't know what to say, I sputtered, "You're back? In Seattle?" He looked at me and smiled, and I felt stupidity flow right through me. Of course he was back. I was staring right at him. Bewildered, I added, why are you back? Closing my eyes, knowing I was sounding rude and flustered, I took a deep breath before I spoke again. Reopening them, I calmly told him, it's good to see you. He ran a hand through his hair, contemplating before answering, "It's good to see you too." Shaking my head at the impossibility of him being here, only one thought kept crashing around my head. Well, a second thought, really, right behind the first one that I'd already rudely asked him. Thinking this one wasn't quite so rude, I allowed myself to ask it. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" 16-hour flights weren't exactly spur-of-the-moment things, after all, and Denny and I did talk on occasion, although not since Kellen had left back in November. Denny looked around the street, then over to the coffee shop Cheyenne and I had been heading toward. He motioned to it with his hand. "Do you want to go inside? Talk somewhere warm?" He shivered, and I smiled. He was acclimated to warmer weather now, especially this time of year. After I nodded in agreement, we silently turned toward the shop. Walking beside him, a small part of me wanted to reach out and hold his hand. It was odd to feel that way after so much time apart, but it was still in me, somewhere. I didn't, though. I'd made a promise to be true to Kellen, a promise encircled around my finger. I wasn't about to break it. Denny paused at the door, holding it open for me like the gentleman he was. I smiled and thanked him, and he looked away, a flush lightly coloring his tanned face. It seemed I wasn't the only one holding on to a lingering attraction. But I knew Denny wouldn't do anything about it either. He was loyal to the person he was with, and he was with Abby now. As we moved to order our drinks, I idly wondered if she was in Seattle with him. I ordered a latte. Denny ordered tea. I smiled at how familiar everything felt. Sitting at a quiet booth, we both sipped our steaming cups in silence. I was the one that broke it first. "So, do you need your car back?" I cringed, feeling bad for asking him that right out of the gate, and for the fact that Anna had so girlified his vehicle that he probably wouldn't want it back. Denny smiled and shook his head. "No, the company got me a rental. You can keep it." He tilted his head and smiled warmly before returning to his mug. I cleared my throat, tucking some hair behind my ears. "The company? So you're here for work?" Denny nodded, not looking up at me. "Yeah, they're expanding, opening branches in the U.S., in Seattle." He shrugged. "Since I know the area and have a lot of contacts here, they gave me the assignment." He looked back up at me. "I'll be running the office here." A ghost of a smile formed on his lips as my mouth fell open. He was so young, still a few years from 30, and he was in charge? I always knew he was brilliant, but... wow. "Oh my God, Denny, that's incredible. Congratulations." His smile widened. "Thank you." Shaking my head, still amazed, I murmured, "Abby must be so proud of you. Is she here?" I looked around like she was suddenly going to appear beside one of the tables. Denny sighed softly, and I looked back at him. Sadly peering into his cup, he shook his head. "No, she's still in Australia." Recognizing the loss in his face, I put a hand on his arm. Even though I didn't want to feel it, there was something between us in that brief connection. Something warm and familiar, something that reminded me of being held, being comforted, being loved. I dropped my fingers when he snapped his eyes up to mine. His eyes reflected the same remembrance that I was feeling. In a whisper, I told him, "I'm sorry the two of you didn't work out." He furrowed his brows and shook his head. "No, we're still together. She couldn't make it up yet." He frowned and looked back at the doors. We work for the same company, and they wouldn't let her out of her current assignment. She has to finish up with the client before she can fly out here. It's a long job. It may be months before she can make it. He looked back at me. "Why would you assume we broke up?" I froze, not exactly sure how to answer that. I just assumed that he was forced to choose between a girl and his dream job. I assumed that he, once again, chose the job over the girl. As he studied my face, his mouth dropped a little. "Because I took the Tucson job, right?" I shrugged, still not wanting to say it. He sighed and reached across the table to grab my hand. "You know I'm sorry for that, Kiera. I think that's really the only thing I regret with you." I looked up from our joined skin to lock eyes with him. He smiled a little. "Well, that and..." He nodded at my head, and I cringed, not wanting to remember that either. Remorseful, he shook his head. "But Tucson, I should have called you. I should have talked to you first, before I just took it." I bit my lip, not wanting to start crying. I'd cried enough over Denny and me. His thumb idly stroked mine as he searched my face, his deep eyes looking soulfully apologetic. Knowing that I had way more to apologize for than he did, I smiled reassuringly. "Everything is okay now, Denny. You don't need to feel bad about that anymore." He nodded, but didn't seem any less regretful. Searching his eyes, I again marveled at how odd it was to see him here, in my city, practically on my doorstep. Shaking my head, I asked again, "Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Denny looked away, not answering. Seeing his jaw tighten under the thicker hairline, I surmised what he didn't want to say. "You were hoping you wouldn't see me. You were hoping the city would be large enough that we'd never cross paths." He looked back to me, his expression weary. I shook my head. "I'm right, aren't I?" Shrugging, he looked down at our hands. Somewhere in my questions, I had laced them together, and we were now holding each other across the table. I didn't pull away. He didn't either. Instead, he shook his head and whispered, "Talking with you on the phone is one thing, but I didn't know if I could handle seeing you." He looked up at me, his eyes glossy. "You're so..." His eyes drifted over my face, and he didn't finish his thought. Swallowing, he looked back at our hands. "I was just hoping that I could come back secretly, and then we'd still have the long-distance friendship thing. I wanted to avoid this confusion." He sighed, and I finally released his hand. Patting the top of it, I pushed it back toward him. "There isn't any confusion, Denny." He looked up at me, and I smiled at him. "You're with Abby, and you're happy with her, right?" Smiling softly, Denny nodded. I nodded too, ignoring the ever-so-slight pang I felt. "And I'm happy with Kellen." His face flinched just fractionally, so swiftly that I would have missed it if I hadn't been looking for it. Not allowing myself to dwell on the guilt building, I smiled and shook my head. "So if we're both happy, then there's no reason to fear a face-to-face friendship." My eyes stinging, I brokenly told him, "And I've missed that friendship so much." His eyes even glossier, he returned his hand to mine. "I have too, Kiera." Pulling back his hand, he laughed a little and ran it through his hair. I laughed a little as well, the emotion releasing from me. We'd been friends for far too long to let this awkwardness permanently alter our relationship. If he was going to be here for a while, we'd find a way to move past it. Smiling, I picked up my coffee and took a long sip. He did as well, his eyes flashing to the ring on my finger. He didn't react to seeing it, so I wasn't sure if he understood what it meant. People wore rings on their right hands, and it wasn't necessarily symbolic. I didn't intend to tell him what it meant either. He'd probably find it morbidly funny that Kellen had given us a physical reminder to be faithful to one another. Looking at the gift through Denny's eyes, the tender exchange between us seemed a little sad. A thought struck me that made me frown. There was no way I could tell Kellen that Denny was in Seattle, not while Kellen was thousands of miles away. He'd flip out. He'd drop everything and come home. He was friends with Denny, considered him a brother, but there was way too much uncertainty between us. Our rings were proof of that. And Denny was the one person on this earth that I had cheated on Kellen with. That wasn't really what had happened. Technically, I was being unfaithful to Denny, not Kellen. But I'd made love to Kellen, told him that I was his, then slept with Denny one last time. Kellen knew about it. It ate at him. Denny was the one person Kellen would never trust me with. I just couldn't risk him throwing away his dream on an unfounded fear. I'd never hurt him like that again. Never. Not even if Kellen cheated on me and I hated him. I'd end it with him before I ever touched another man. I would not be a whore again. I just couldn't live with the consequences. Besides, that wasn't going to happen. Denny and I were no longer in love with each other, so Kellen had nothing to worry about. But I'd never be able to convince him. He'd possessively watch over me like an animal marking its territory, warding off other males. Kellen didn't share. He'd already told me that much. Perhaps noticing my expression, Denny quietly asked, "Everything okay?" I straightened my face. Yeah, just thinking. I bit my lip, wondering if I should confess my fears to Denny or not. Again, he'd probably find it morbidly funny. Deciding to put it a different way, I shrugged and asked, "Is Abby okay with you being here? With me?" Denny immediately shook his head, lowering his mug from his mouth. "I'm not here with you." I flushed and looked down. I hadn't expected words that harshly true to leave his mouth. I was used to flowers and poetry. I was used to sappy comments about me being his heart. He sighed. "That came out wrong. I just mean, I came here for the job." I looked back up at him and he shrugged. "Abby knows what went down with you and me. She knows that I would never go back to you, Kiera." He held my eye, not backing down from his coldly honest statement. I felt my lip quaver as so many emotions flooded me that I couldn't sort through them all. It was no great shock. He was bluntly saying exactly what I'd been thinking, but still, hearing it put so plainly. Yeah, it stung. Frowning, he shook his head. "I'm sorry if that sounds cold." He finally looked away from me, down to the cup cooling in his hands. "Sometimes the truth is cold." He peered up at me, and when he spoke again, his accent was thicker with emotion. "I still want your friendship, though. You're still important to me." I nodded, swiping a stubborn tear away from my eye. "It's okay. You can be honest with me, Denny." I sighed, laughing a little. I was sitting here, sort of thinking the same thing anyway. His dark brows creased, and I laughed again. Just that Kellen has nothing to worry about because you and I would never go down that path again. Denny laughed. Raising his mug, he extended it to me. To never sleeping together again? He teased, a sparkle in his eye. Seeing my favorite goofy grin returning, I smiled and clinked his mug with mine. To never having sex again. He raised an eyebrow at me, and I quickly added, with each other, I mean. Laughing heartily, he sipped his tea as I downed my coffee. God, I was an idiot. Still chuckling, he relaxed back in his seat again. I smiled that the residual tension was finally melting away. I didn't think I could ever just be friends with Kellen again. Hell, we couldn't manage to just be friends when we were friends. But Denny, the comfort there made it easy to slip into that role with each other. As Denny smirked to himself, I worried my lip, thinking of Kellen again. Setting down my drink, I cleared my throat. Denny looked up at me. This is going to sound weird, but if you happen to talk to Kellen anytime soon, can you not tell him that you're here? Denny sighed, his shoulders slumping. Kiera. I hastily interrupted his protest. Please? Just fail to mention it? Sighing, Denny leaned over the table. Kiera, I don't want to tell you how to handle your relationship with him, but you'll never last if you start lying to him. I shook my head, leaning over as well. And I won't lie, I just don't want to tell him right now. Denny gave me a dry look, like he didn't see the difference in my statement. Honestly, I knew I was stretching the truth line, but Kellen would not react well to Denny being so close to me while he was gone. It was too similar to how we'd first gotten together. Placing my hand over Denny's, I shook my head again. I know this is big, and I will tell him. I pleaded. I just need to figure out how to tell him without scaring him. Denny stared at me a moment, then his face softened in compassion. All right, I won't tell him, but I won't lie either. If he asks me, I'll tell him. I started nodding immediately, and Denny raised his eyebrows. I'll tell him everything, Kiera, even this conversation. I swallowed, then nodded. That's fine. It won't come to that. I'll tell him first. Resigned, he gazed out the window. You better. I don't need him venting his frustrations on me. He bit his lip as his voice trailed off. I flinched. That was exactly what Denny had done to Kellen the night he'd beaten him to a bloody pulp. Holding his hand in both of mine, I whispered, Thank you, Denny. He nodded, looking back to me. Changing the subject, I shifted to his new job. He brightened instantly, and then it was just like it was years ago when he was telling me about something he was really excited about. He'd been in town for about a month, since the first part of the year, living out of a 4-star hotel until he found a place to rent. Why don't you stay at Kellen's? I asked, before thinking it through. He looked at me oddly, then shook his head. No, I don't think that would be a good idea. I cringed, nodding. No, probably not. The ghosts were there for me. For Denny, who without warning had had a heartbreaking situation explode in his face, those ghosts would be even harder to handle. I wouldn't blame him if he never wanted to set foot in Kellen's house again. It was kind of dumb for me to even ask. I was just trying to be practical, like Denny often was, and Kellen's place was completely empty right now, vacant, patiently waiting for its owner's return, just like me. After describing some of the campaigns he'd been involved with, including a feminine hygiene product that he could barely talk about with a straight face, I finally noticed the time on a clock behind him. Oh, crap, I'm going to be late. Denny glanced at the clock I was looking at and scrunched his face. It was a cute expression, and I laughed before I remembered why I really needed to go. Standing up, I collected my jacket and book bag. We've been talking for longer than I realized. I'm going to be late for work. Denny nodded, standing and gathering his coat as well. Pausing as I slipped mine on, I tilted my head at the door. Do you want to come with me? Shrugging, I added, I could get you some dinner, just like old times. He looked down, smiling softly. Just like old times. When he looked back up, he shrugged, his goofy grin returning. Sure, why not? Denny followed me to Pete's in his sleek, black, expensive-looking company car. It made me smile that he was doing so well. I'd always known that Denny would succeed in anything he tried. That was something I never worried about. And being in charge at his age, it would seem he was already going places. Pulling into Kellen's unofficially reserved parking spot, I watched Denny pull up beside me. He was frowning as he stared at the Chevelle, maybe wondering where his Honda was. I'd probably have to mention at some point that Anna had nearly confiscated the vehicle from me. Hopefully he wasn't too bothered by the news. But he didn't mention anything as he stood by his sporty car, waiting for me. It was so weird to see him here, like I'd fallen through a wormhole and been pulled back in time. Things were different, but they were also the same. As I stepped up to his side, we started walking to the doors. I felt a split second of loss that he didn't hold his hand out for me. It wasn't that I wanted him to, or needed him to. More like I'd expected him to. When you've been with someone for so long, you learn to anticipate their behavior, and in the past, Denny would have always smiled and extended a hand to me if we were walking together. It was a little jarring that he didn't, and I instantly stopped feeling like I was reliving the past. The flaw with my impromptu plan became clear when we walked through the doors together. Everyone's jaw dropped as they all stared at us. Rita, Kate, all the regulars. Even Jenny looked taken aback. Not many of them knew about the Denny-Kellen triangle, but they knew that Denny was my ex and Kellen was my current. The fact that Denny was conveniently back in town while Kellen was on tour was enough to cause a swirl of gossip in and of itself. By their expressions, the fact that Denny and I were suddenly hanging out at the bar together was even more scandalous. I'd probably have to have the "Don't Tell Kellen" speech with a few of my friends, too. Just for now. I needed some time first, a plan to keep Kellen from overreacting. Leaning over a little as he stood beside me, Denny murmured, "Is it just me, or is everyone staring at us?" I sighed and rolled my eyes, looking up at him. "It's not just you. I guess it's been a slow week for news." I laughed. "We're now the hottest story in town." He smirked at me. "Oh, good, and I was worried that this would be awkward." I laughed a little more and motioned for him to take a seat anywhere he wanted. Surprisingly, or maybe it was just an unconscious habit since he usually sat there, he chose the band's table. I watched him for a moment before heading to the back to deposit my belongings, and in the process I almost had my second collision of the day when Jenny stepped in front of me. Sidestepping just in time, I felt my heart skip a beat. I really hated running into people. Jenny frowned as she glanced at Denny. She leaned into me. Speaking quietly, like she was afraid Denny could hear our conversation all the way across the room, she whispered, "What are you doing, Kiera?" I looked over her face, a flame of irritation starting to flicker in me. Did everyone think I was incapable of just being friends with a guy? Well, I thought I'd start my shift since I'm a few minutes late. I tried to continue to the back, but Jenny grabbed my arm. "No, with him. What are you doing with him?" I looked over at Denny. Leaning his elbows over the table, he was looking around the bar, absorbing his surroundings. Maybe he'd missed the place. Seeing his friend back in the city, Sam started heading Denny's way. I heard his booming greeting as I twisted back to Jenny. "I ran into an old friend who is back in town. I invited him here to buy him dinner because I've missed seeing him." Carefully unfurling her fingers from my arm, I added, "Why is that a problem?" I knew why, and so did Jenny. Shaking her head, she murmured, "He's not just a friend, Kiera. He's your ex. The ex you and Kellen..." She exhaled and I bit my lip to hold back my comment. Yes, I knew exactly what Kellen and I had done to him. I didn't need it spelled out. Glancing at my promise ring, she changed what she was about to say. "Does Kellen know he's here? Are you going to see him while Kellen's away?" I tilted my head, wondering if she'd really just asked if I was going to start carrying on with two men again. Shaking my head a little more harshly than was necessary, I snapped, "No." She flinched a little at my reaction, and exhaling, I made myself relax. I looped my arm around hers and started walking us to the back. She relaxed against me as we walked, and in a more controlled voice I told her, "Yes, I'm probably going to hang out with him a few times while he's back in town." She raised her eyebrows at me, and I quickly added, "No, I'm not seeing him." I glanced down at the ring snug around my finger and smiled. "I'm Kellen's, and that's not going to change. But Denny is a friend, and I'm not just going to ignore that he's here." We stepped into the hallway and Jenny nodded, looking contemplative. Shaking my head, I added, "I'm not going back down a road that ended as badly as it did." I dropped my head. "I've learned my lesson, Jenny. I'm not that person anymore." She patted my back as we stopped in front of the back room. "I know, Kiera. I guess I just didn't want to see you mess up a good thing." She ducked down to meet my eye. "And you and Kellen are a good thing." I smiled and nodded. As she gave me a swift hug and prepared to leave, I grabbed her elbow. When you talk to Evan, can you not mention that Denny's here?" Her shoulders slumping, she gave me the exact same look Denny had earlier. "Kiera, Kellen won't understand. He won't believe that nothing is going on. He will drop the tour and come home. He'll stay by my side until I'm done with school or Denny leaves, whichever comes first." I slowly shook my head. "He'll throw everything away, Jenny. His dreams and Evan's." Jenny sighed, holding my gaze. "You're going to tell him?" I nodded. "Yes, as soon as I figure out how." Closing her eyes, she shook her head. Opening them, she seemed resigned and irritated. "I hate lying, Kiera, especially to Evan." Releasing her elbow, I looked down. I hated lying too, but sometimes you had to fudge a little bit to protect people. As Denny said, sometimes the truth was cold. Why inflict pain if you didn't have to? "I know, Jenny." I peeked back up at her. "Just don't mention it if you can help it." She pursed her lips, then nodded. Shaking her head a little, she walked away. I called out a thanks, but she didn't look back at me. I sighed, hating this small deception already. It was necessary, though, for the time being. Chapter 16. Doubt. When I returned to the bar, Denny was still chatting with Sam, only now Kate and a few regulars were with him. They were all laughing as they sat around talking, and I took a moment to just smile and absorb the fact that he was back. Watching his goofy grin and hearing him laugh brought back all of the good feelings from when we were together. It made me realize how much I'd missed him this past year. It would be hard on me when he left again, and it was pretty hard the first time. As Kate squeezed his shoulders and gave him a hug, he looked over to where I was still standing, watching him. His goofy grin changed into a warm smile, and he nodded a little at me. Face flushing 1,000,000 degrees, I stopped reminiscing and headed toward the bar to get him a drink. Rita eyed me speculatively as she poured a beer for him. In a voice loud enough for me to hear, she murmured, "When the cat's away." I grit my teeth. Snapping at Rita wouldn't do any good. She tended to think everyone was hooking up with everyone. She saw sordid behavior in just about anything. She'd even told me once that The Little Mermaid was darn near pornographic. I still had no idea why. Pretending that I hadn't heard her, and that I couldn't clearly see the top of her bra under her deeply cut V-neck, I grabbed Denny's drink and headed to the band's table. Well, what used to be the band's table. The front door squeaked open as I passed by, and I half-heartedly glanced over. Seeing someone who usually didn't come into the bar, I stopped. Rachel locked eyes with me immediately. Her tanned skin seemed to glow, and her almond eyes sparkled. Lifting a laptop tucked under her arm, her long sheet of dark hair almost obscuring it, her wide smile widened. "Oh, hey, Kiera. I'm glad you're here tonight. I wanted to show you and Jenny something." Seeing her roommate enter, Jenny walked over to us, curious. "Did you get it up and running?" she asked, pointing her finger to the machine Rachel was disentangling from her hair. Nodding, she started walking back to Denny's table. Natural, I supposed, since her boyfriend generally sat in the same seat that Denny was now plopped in. Wondering what they were talking about, I watched with furrowed brows as Rachel set up the laptop across from Denny. As Sam and the regulars left Denny and returned to their own evenings, Denny tilted his head at the newcomer at his table. "Hello," he said politely, not knowing who Rachel was. She nervously tucked her hair behind her ears. Barely making eye contact with him, she turned on the computer. "Hi," she squeaked out. "Hope you don't mind if I borrow your table for a second." Denny laughed at her shyness, glancing up at me with a small, knowing smile, like Rachel reminded him of me. Not at all. Lowering my eyes, I flicked my hand between Rachel and Denny. Denny, Rachel. Rachel, Denny. They both made brief contact, and Rachel nodded her head a little at him. Wanting to laugh that Denny had a point, I added, "Rachel is Jenny's roommate, and Matt's girlfriend." Looking back at Denny, I creased my brows. "Denny's... my ex." I shrugged. Rachel's eyes flew up to Denny's. "You're the ex? The ex?" She immediately flushed and looked down at her computer. Denny flushed as well, looking away. I bit my lip. I guess either Matt or Jenny had filled Rachel in on all the drama that was Kellen and I having an affair behind Denny's back. Great. I guessed I'd have to have the "don't tell Matt so he doesn't tell Kellen" speech with her, too. More because I needed something to do with my hands than anything else, I handed Denny his beer. He immediately took a sip. Because I felt bad, I also gave him an apple-flavored lollipop. He twisted his lips and shook his head, laughing as he took it. I wondered why until I realized what I'd given him. A sucker. And just when he was probably feeling like a giant sucker. Sighing a little, I considered asking him what he wanted to eat, but Rachel spoke again before I could. Logging onto the internet, she typed in a phrase. "Matt asked me to set this up, so I thought I'd do it while the boys were gone." She shook her head, her smile returning. "We just went live an hour ago, and people have already sent me stuff to post." As the page she typed in loaded, my jaw dropped open. It was a D-bag website. I shook my head as she scrolled through some of the different pages. Everything was on there. Photos of the guys, a playlist of all of their songs, their tour schedule, a short biography of the band members, and feedback from the fans. I frowned when she clicked over Kellen's bio. At the bottom of his description was a photo of him on stage. Shirtless. It was an older photo. I couldn't see any trace of his tattoo. Just lean, toned, etched muscle. It was an incredibly hot shot. Whoever took it caught him running a hand back through his hair as he twisted toward the camera. His head was down, but his eyes were up, looking right at the photographer. With eyes that promised satisfaction, a soft, seductive smile played across his lips. I was fairly certain that the person who'd captured this moment probably got a very private performance later. Wondering if these were Rachel's personal pictures, I crossed my arms over my chest. Why is Kellen the only one half naked? Glancing over the photos of the other boys, all of them dressed normally, I frowned a little deeper. Rachel looked back at me, her cheeks flushing. Matt gave me these pictures. He's been collecting them from fans over the years. She pointed at Kellen's body, then clicked back to the homepage, where I finally noticed that his mostly bare image had also been seamlessly blended into a good chunk of the wallpaper. Shaking her head as she shifted her gaze from the screen back to me, she quietly said, "Matt told me to work with what they've got, to play up their best features." Shrinking away from my gaze, she muttered, "Kellen's body is one of their best features. Even I'll admit that." Sighing, I shook my head and rolled my eyes. Denny stood up and walked over to look at the screen. Chuckling a little, he nodded, "She has a point." Glancing over at me, he raised an eyebrow. "Marketing-wise, it's a solid strategy. Sex sells." Hating that the sex being sold revolved around my boyfriend, and sort of hating that my ex was the one defending it, I blurted to Rachel, "You said people were sending you stuff. What stuff?" Rachel sat up straight and clapped her hands. "Oh, I'm so excited to show you this part." Giggling, maybe glad that I wasn't going to go off on her or anything, she moved the cursor to a section titled Videos. I was confused. The band doesn't have any videos, at least none that I'd ever seen. Scrolling past a few, she settled on a thumbnail of the boys on stage. As she started playing the video, I laughed a little. It definitely wasn't a professionally edited video. It was an amateurish clip, something created by a fan on their cell phone. The picture was shaky and almost overpowered by the sound of nearby shrieking. It looked like it had been taken at a recent show, and Rachel confirmed that the footage was dated a couple of weeks ago. Jenny giggled and leaned in, her eyes focused on her man banging away on his drums. Rachel smiled happily as she watched Matt strumming his guitar so fast you could barely register his finger movements. My eyes stayed glued on Kellen. It seemed like a lifetime ago that I had watched him perform on stage. It had only been 3 months, halfway through our allotted separation, but it felt much, much longer. Leaning back on a hip, I sighed again, but in contentment this time. Just as he did when he was playing here at Pete's, Kellen commanded the stage with his presence. He seemed completely comfortable, perfectly at home. It was still miraculous to me. Unconsciously, I leaned into Denny's side. He straightened and took a half step away from me. I muttered an apology, but Denny wasn't looking at me. His eyes remained glued on Kellen, too. I had no idea how he felt, watching the man he'd lost me to thriving in his chosen profession. Pushing the thought from my head, I returned my focus to Kellen strutting across the stage, belting out lyrics and interacting with the crowd. He reached out for them, playfully held a hand to his ear, and gave them flirty smiles. I swear he even winked at a couple of people. I tried to ignore the twinge in my stomach. When the song ended, I wanted to applaud with the crowd. They'd all done such a great job. Not that I was concerned that they wouldn't. The guys always did great. But it was nice to see the constant traveling and the tiring, transient lifestyle hadn't hampered their talent at all. Just as I was about to ask Rachel how many videos there were and if I could borrow her computer over my dinner break, the cell camera focused in on Kellen. I stopped mid-sentence to stare at his image. So close, yet so far away. Smiling to the crowd, he thanked them all, bowed, and then blew out a kiss. He twisted to head off the stage. The person recording the footage followed his progress. Apparently, the fan found Kellen the most appealing one to watch. Just as Kellen started to round a corner that led to a behind-the-scenes area, a woman darted out from around the corner first. She startled me, showing up on the screen like that, but Kellen didn't react to her appearance at all, like he knew she'd be there. He only gave her a breathtaking grin. I felt all of the blood draining from my body as I watched Kellen playfully grab both of her elbows. Shaking his head, his face still showing nothing but joy, he animatedly said something to her. The statuesque woman returned his smile and nodded, her face equally delighted. She wasn't what I had expected a band-following groupie to look like. She seemed high class, poised and elegant, with dark ebony hair in a loosely held-back bun and designer clothes that screamed money. She had creamy mocha skin with perfect bone structure beneath it, and lips that were undeniably full and soft. She was gorgeous. Model gorgeous. Celebrity gorgeous. Halle Berry gorgeous. Scrutinizing, I considered for a second if it really was Halle Berry. Wouldn't that just be my luck, if he'd hooked up with an A-list actress already? Just as she twisted her face and I saw enough of it to know that it wasn't the actress, Kellen leaned into her ear. I had no idea if he was telling her something or if he was nibbling on it, and there was nothing more to see since the video abruptly ended. I blinked as the screen returned to the tiny thumbnail of the band. Did I really just see what I thought I'd seen? I didn't want to believe it, but it looked suspicious. There was also that odd text over Christmas that he wouldn't allow me to read. He said it was from Griffin. Was it? Anger boiling in my stomach, I pointed to the computer. Could you play that last part again, please? I asked, my voice short and tight. Rachel tucked her hair behind her ears repeatedly. Kiera, I'm sorry. That one just came in. I was so excited to show you guys. I hadn't watched it all the way through yet. Glaring at her, even though I didn't mean to, I snapped, Play it again, Rachel. Calming myself, since I really didn't know what I was seeing, I added, Please. I felt Denny's hand on my shoulder, but I couldn't look at him. I was sure he wouldn't gloat, but I was also sure he wouldn't be that surprised either. Maybe I'd been dreaming about having a monogamous relationship with Kellen. Maybe that just wasn't possible. Squeezing my eyes shut, I shook my head. No, I couldn't leap to conclusions without talking to him. I couldn't condemn him without letting him fail first. Isn't that what I convinced my dad? Feeling another hand touch me, I opened my eyes at Jenny. Biting her lip, she shook her head. I'm sure there's a perfectly logical explanation, Kiera. I'm sure that was nothing. Really. I felt my eyes sting as I nodded at her. Sure, it might be nothing. We really didn't know. But it was enough of something for each one of them to wonder about, and that made my stomach start to churn. Jenny went back to work, excitedly telling Kate all about Evan's performance, while I watched the clip again. Denny stayed by my side, not saying anything, but not making any move to walk away. I shook my head as I watched Kellen lean into the beauty again. Seeing it was riling up my stomach. I really should stop myself. I really shouldn't watch. But I felt frozen in place, staring at the screen over Rachel's shoulder. After playing the clip again, Rachel attempted to navigate us to a different section of the website, possibly to distract me, but I was too deep in my jealous fit to just let it slide. My patience was wearing thin, and although I'd matured over the year, I still had a lot of room for growth. I grabbed the mouse from her and clicked the video again. Sighing, she stood up and inched her way between Denny and me. I'll just give you a moment, she murmured, walking away from the table. Biting my nails, I watched the clip again and again, obsessively considering what it all meant. He seemed very comfortable with a person who I didn't know, a person I'd certainly never heard him mention in all of his phone conversations. Just as I was replaying the moment where Kellen leaned into her for about the 20th time, the laptop was snapped shut in my face. Blinking, I looked up at Denny. Still standing behind me, he crossed his arms over his chest. You're going to give yourself an ulcer worrying about something that you have no proof to support. He raised his eyebrows. Trust me, I know. I flushed and averted my eyes, but Denny quickly added, and besides, you promised me dinner and I'm starving. Peeking up at him, I managed to smile a little. Seeing my mood lift, he shook his head. Do you think you could get me one of those world-famous burgers that you guys have? Biting my lip, I glanced at the closed laptop. I wanted to watch it again, but Denny was right. I had no proof that Kellen was doing anything wrong. I couldn't do anything but make myself angry as I watched a brief moment that I was probably taking out of context. Hopefully. I'd have to wait and ask Kellen later, and I'd have to ask him in an indirect way that didn't sound like I was accusing him of sleeping with her. I'd have to bring it up subtly, and subtleness wasn't my strong point. Letting the video go for now, I stood and placed my hand on Denny's shoulder. Of course, I sighed. I'm sorry it took so long. Denny glanced down at the computer on the table. Not a problem, Kiera. I understand, he whispered. I'd like to say that I let the video go after that moment. I'd like to say it, but it wouldn't be true. I snagged the laptop from Rachel, telling her I'd give it back tomorrow. Denny shook his head at me as he ate his dinner, but the sympathetic smile he gave me told me he understood. He stood to leave, promising to call tomorrow to see how I was doing. I marveled that he was still my caretaker, despite everything, despite being physically separated from me for a year. I gave him a swift hug, a hug that stirred a swirl of whispers around the bar. I told him to tell Abby hi for me. The smile on his face was the largest I'd seen all night, and I noticed him pulling his phone out of his pocket as he headed out to the parking lot. I figured he was going to call her right then and there. After my shift, I went home and watched every clip available on the band's website. While I enjoyed seeing Kellen in action again, I also saw that woman 2 more times. From what I could make out by the background, the woman appeared in 3 different locations and in 3 different instances, like she really was following them as the band traveled from town to town. My blood boiled and sleep evaded me that night. I watched the videos over and over, cell phone in hand, on the verge of calling Kellen and demanding an answer. My sister plodded into my room near dawn, crashing into the bed with me. Like Denny, she slammed shut the laptop, letting out an annoyed grunt. I sighed, leaning back on the pillows, my hand squeezing tight around my phone. "What are you doing up?" I muttered. Removing the computer from my lap, she replaced it with her head and glared up at me. I could practically hear you fuming through the walls. What's going on? I shook my head. Nothing. It had to be nothing. He'd promised. Seeing my face, she sat up. No, it's not. What happened? She glanced over to the computer, picking it up and opening it. Something in here? She asked, her silky locks falling over her shoulder. I bit my lip and nodded, then shook my head. Just a girl that keeps popping up in some fan footage of the band. I sighed as Anna navigated to the page I'd been staring at all night. I just don't know what it means. When Anna looked up at me with furrowed brows, I sighed and showed her which video to play. She silently watched the video, then looked up at me and shook her head. I don't know, Kiera. Glancing at the cell in my hand, she shrugged. Why don't you just call and ask? A wistful sound escaped me as I stared at my phone. I wish I could, but I don't want to be that girl. Sitting up, I locked my arms around my legs. Plus, what would I say? I saw you touch a girl in a video. Care to explain? Looking down, I shook my head and remembered Denny's words. I have no proof that he's cheating. Just a short glimpse of familiarity with a girl that I don't know. That's not enough to start cornering him with questions. I peeked back up at her and smiled sadly. I don't want to be the jealous girl back home who can't handle the fame of her guy. That's how couples like us break apart. Sighing herself, she reached up to tuck some hair behind my ear. Yeah, I suppose. Brightening, her face way too attractive for the insane hour, she exclaimed, "I could ask Griffin. I'm sure he knows who that girl is." She frowned right after she said it, like if Griffin knew her, then he knew her intimately. Biting my lip, I shook my head. No, any answers need to come from Kellen. I can't be the girl who uses his friends to spy on him either. Closing my eyes, I pushed the computer away from the both of us. No, I need to let this go. I need to trust him. I opened my eyes and shrugged. That's the only way we're going to work if we start trusting each other. And it's probably nothing anyway. She nodded, agreeing with me. Yeah, I'm sure. He's way too crazy in love to do anything as stupid as cheat on you. I nodded, smiling softly. As Anna gave me a hug, a stray thought entered my brain, and I asked Anna about it on a whim. Hey, what's Griffin's cell number? She stared at me, her perfectly emerald eyes more than a little surprised that I'd want to know. Griffin and I didn't exactly talk. I generally avoided any conversation with him. I just couldn't get that weird text out of my head, not with this new information exposed to me. Kellen got this. I sighed. What's his number? She rattled it off instantly, and I closed my eyes. The number on Kellen's phone was burned into my brain, and the number Anna just gave me wasn't it. The text wasn't from Griffin. Kellen had lied. When I finally passed out from exhaustion, I had a terrible dream. I dreamed I kept running into women wearing the exact same promise ring Kellen gave me. Then I kept finding notes tucked all over his house addressed to other girls. I even dreamed that he proposed to the Halle Berry doppelganger on national TV. And Denny was there, giving me sympathetic, supportive glances as if he knew my pain, which only made me feel worse. When I started awake, I felt like I hadn't slept at all. Irritated at myself for overreacting, 1 + 1 doesn't always equal 2, I forced myself to shower and get ready for the day. I was instantly grateful that my class was in the afternoon. I'd have slept right through it if it wasn't. Leaving my hair damp and dripping, I shuffled out to the living room where I could hear Anna watching cartoons while she slurped down a bowl of cereal. Pushing all of the doubt out of my brain, I sat beside her, laying my wet head on her shoulder. She glanced over at me in between spoonfuls, then nonchalantly said, "Do you remember when I came home and you and Kellen were seriously making out on the couch?" I straightened, staring at her with wide eyes. Yeah? How could I have forgotten? I'd been mortified. The incident had occurred during our period of abstinence. We weren't having sex yet, but we were definitely pushing the envelope. He'd been shirtless, jeans unbuttoned. I had a light tank top on, but he'd scrunched it all the way up my stomach. The memory of his lips on my belly assaulted me as I rewound back to that night. His hands on my hips, pulling at the fabric of my shorts like he wanted to tear them off. My fingers tangling in his hair as I yanked his mouth back to mine. The moans I made as his lean body pressed against every square inch of me. Our breaths fast as we both considered how far to take the moment. We'd been taking it slow, together for more than 2 months, but we had still held back, wanting the moment to be perfect. And holding back with Kellen was hard. As was his body, as he rhythmically pressed his hips into mine. I remembered momentarily losing control and grabbing his hand. I just needed him to touch me again. I'd led his fingers up my thigh, wanting him to feel the swollen ache that I had for him, wanting him to know that I needed him. It was the first time he'd touched me down there since the affair. Understanding my directive, his hand had quickly darted under my clothing. When his thumb circled over my wet flesh, we both sucked in quick breaths, groaning. I can still clearly remember him dropping his head to my shoulder and huskily telling me that he missed feeling this, that he missed me. Knowing just the right amount of pressure to use, Knowing just the perfect pattern to follow, he'd had me on the brink of releasing. Wanting to please him too, I ducked my hand into his open jeans. And, of course, that had been when my sister had unexpectedly come home. It had been as close to being caught in the act as I'd ever been. It was also the last time Kellen and I ever took things that far in a public room. Blushing horribly, I averted my eyes to the TV. Anna laughed huskily, slurping another bite of sugary green circles. God, that was pretty hot. I did feel really bad for ruining your climax, though. I glared at her and she laughed again. Remember? I told you I'd duck into my room for a few minutes if you wanted to finish. As she laughed again, I blushed even more. When I'd finally noticed that she was home, I'd scrambled to get Kellen disentangled from me and get redressed. He'd chuckled, not bothered in the slightest, and had wanted to take Anna up on her outlandish offer. I made him go for a walk with me. Anything to douse the fire in my lower body. Dropping my head into my hands, I shook it. Why are you bringing that up? I glared at her again. Just to humiliate me? She smirked at my expression. No. Dropping her spoon into her bowl, she leaned back on the ugly couch where the intimate moment had happened. Do you remember what Kellen said? I creased my brows, trying to remember anything aside from the embarrassment. Seeing that I didn't, Anna smiled. He said, "Don't worry about it, Kiera. When we're old and gray, you'll look back at this moment and laugh. We'll tell our grandkids about it." And completely gross them out. I looked down, finally remembering his words. Anna grabbed my chin, making me look back at her. My eyes felt misty when I did. I brought it up to remind you that Kellen is thinking long-term with you. You're not just a girl he's seeing. You're the girl. You're it for him. I see it in his eyes when he looks at you. She sighed wistfully. He's completely, madly, deeply in love with you, and he wants a lifetime with you. So stop stressing. Relieved, I felt a weight lifting off of me. She was right. I was fearing the fear. Everything was okay. Nodding at her, I was considering calling Kellen just to tell him that I loved him when there was a knock at the front door. Anna ruffled my hair and diverted her attention back to the television while I got up to see who was there. Opening the door, I was greeted by Denny's warm smile. It surprised me almost as much as bumping into him yesterday had. It was one thing to hang out for a little while last night, but it was another for him to just drop by. I guessed he missed our friendship just as much as I did. Hey, Kiera. I was going to call, but I thought I'd stop by instead since I was in the area. You doing all right? He tilted his head as his dark eyes searched my face. Feeling better after talking to Anna, I shook my head and laughed a little. Yeah, I'm fine. I overreacted last night. I flung my hand toward the offending laptop. I was definitely returning it today. I flipped out over nothing. He nodded and smiled, and I put my hand on his arm. Thank you for being a friend. I can't think of too many guys who would have been as supportive in the situation. He looked down at my hand on his arm, then shrugged. You and I have been through a lot, Kiera, and most of it was good. His eyes flashed back up to mine. I don't want to see you in pain. I don't have a vendetta against you. In a whisper that I almost didn't hear, he added, You're my best friend still, and I'd do anything for you, Kiera. I swallowed, hating and loving the sentence he'd just said. Knowing I shouldn't, I reached up and gave him as friendly and platonic a hug as I could. He held me back, equally platonic, with a huge gap between our bodies. You're my best friend too, Denny. I know it may not seem like it sometimes, but you are. Just as I was thinking that maybe that had been our problem all along, that we were more friends than lovers, an expletive sounded from the couch. Denny and I released each other and twisted to look back at Anna. Her mouth agape, she stared at Denny in our doorway. With everything that had happened, I'd forgotten to tell her that he was back in town. She was looking at him like he just magically materialized into the room. I stood aside and motioned for him to come in while she sputtered. "Denny? What the hell? Did I wake up 3 years ago?" She looked over to the window with a view of Lake Union. "Gad, we're not back home in Ohio, are we?" Her brow bunched into a perfectly adorable pout. "Because I cannot go through living with Mom and Dad again, Kiera." Denny chuckled at her while I gave her a wry look. "No, Anna, you didn't time travel in your sleep. Denny's back in town for work." Frowning, she eyed him with suspicion and unhappiness. Denny wasn't Anna's favorite person anymore, not since he'd beaten Kellen to a pulp and rattled my melon. I didn't think she'd ever forgive him for kicking me, even if it was an accident. I was the one that had stupidly used my body as a shield, and Denny wasn't exactly in his right mind at the time either. But Anna couldn't get past the fact that he'd hurt people she cared about, even if we sort of deserved it. "Hey, Denny. Long time no see." She said it with a very slight edge, like she preferred the no-see part. Denny looked away, guilt flooding his face. He knew how Anna felt about him. She'd bluntly pulled him aside and told him, "My sister wasn't one to mince words. If she had a problem with you, you'd know it." "Hi, Anna." Uncomfortable with the building tension, I twisted to Denny. "So, shouldn't you be at work or something?" I glanced at the dress shirt and the coordinating slacks he had on. He looked like he just stepped off the pages of a GQ magazine. "I'm on a lunch break." Hands casually tucked in his pockets, he nodded his head at the door. "Care to join me?" Seeing that I had just enough time to squeeze in lunch before class, I nodded and grabbed my bag from the table. Anna scowled at me, but didn't say anything in front of Denny. I mentally reminded myself to ask her to not mention anything about this to Griffin. I wasn't sure how often they communicated, but I didn't need that particular D-bag mouthing off to Kellen about Denny. I would tell Kellen when the timing was right, and in a way that wouldn't be hurtful to him. I was sure Griffin wouldn't be so tactful. Thinking of Griffin reminded me of Kellen's odd text, a text that he'd said was from Griffin, but I suppressed the thought as Denny led me to his company car. Kellen might or might not have fibbed. Perhaps Griffin had a new number that Anna didn't know about, or maybe he was sending gross pictures from Matt's phone. That seemed plausible. Just as I was feeling better about the strange text, Denny stopped us in front of his sleek, two-door sports car. It looked like one of those cars that they always showed doing a revolution turn in the commercials, like real people drove that way. I let out a low whistle as Denny popped the passenger side open. "Now I see why you don't need your Honda back," I muttered, sliding onto the creamy leather seat. Denny softly laughed as he stepped in the driver's side. "Yeah, it's not bad." He started it, revving the engine. Giving me a crooked grin, he shrugged. "There are some perks to being in charge." I laughed at his expression as he drove us along the roller coaster steep hills, happy that he was thriving too. At least I hadn't damaged the men in my life so badly that they'd never recover from it. My bag rang as we headed out to a cafe that Denny frequented. I reached in and grabbed my phone, figuring it was probably Anna about to give me a mouthful for heading out with Denny. I stared at the screen and hesitated, just for a second. Denny eyed me curiously as I answered it. "Hello?" "Hey, gorgeous. Guess where I woke up today?" I smiled as Kellen's sultry voice met my ear. "I have no idea." And I really didn't. I'd lost track of his exact location ages ago. Kellen chuckled and I glanced over at Denny. His eyes were back on the road. It gave me a weird sort of guilt to be back in a situation that was eerily similar to last year. Different, though, since Denny and I weren't doing anything inappropriate. "Kansas. Know what's in Kansas?" I leaned back in my seat and shook my head. "No." "Nothing. he dryly said.
Miles and miles of nothing.
I laughed at his answer, and he sighed.
God, I've missed your laugh. It's just not the same over the phone, you know?
Closing my eyes, I twirled a lock of hair around my finger, imagining that it was his. I know. I've missed you too. I heard Denny shift beside me, but I kept my eyes closed, biting my lip as a little more guilt flooded me. Just as I was thinking of ways to tell Kellen that Denny was back, Kellen asked,
So what have you been up to lately?
I opened my eyes and tensed, wondering if someone had told him already. Just work and school. Did I tell you I started my new quarter last month? I have a poetry class now. I rolled my eyes, hating that I'd chosen the most trivial fact to tell him. By his reaction, though, you would have thought I'd just told him I won the lottery.
Really? I like poetry. It's a lot like lyric writing. Less cursing, though.
He chuckled again, and I relaxed. If he knew about Denny, he probably wouldn't be joking. I glanced over at Denny, who was deliberately focusing his attention on the roads. Maybe he was uncomfortable. Maybe he was just giving me privacy. I wasn't sure. As I watched him, Kellen added,
So what are you up to today?
I flushed, not wanting to lie, but not ready to tell him. Nothing, really. He sighed softly.
Well, I've just got endless driving in front of me. Please tell me your life is more interesting than that. One of us needs a good story to tell.
I smirked, knowing his life was already more interesting and exciting than the average person's, even if it did involve endless driving. Biting my lip, I studied Denny again. Well, I'm on my way to have lunch with a friend. Denny looked over at me, raising a dark eyebrow and frowning slightly. He clearly wanted me to elaborate on the details to Kellen, but I couldn't. Not yet. Not over the phone. We needed to have this conversation in person. Kellen brightly said,
Good. It's good that you're getting out, having a life.
I looked straight ahead and twisted my lips. Of course I still have a life. Do you think my world revolves around you? I was obviously teasing, but Kellen paused a moment before answering.
No, I don't think that at all.
His voice was quiet, introspective, and I again wondered if he knew something. Maybe I should just tell him over the phone anyway. You all right? I asked quietly. He inhaled a deep breath, taking a very long pause before answering.
Yeah, I'm fine.
There was so much that he wasn't saying in his voice. Even though Kellen was good at it, I knew he was lying to me. Kellen, is there something you want to tell me? My heart started pounding, the ice in my stomach so painful I nearly doubled over. That woman's face flashed in my mind, the look on his as he leaned in to whisper in her ear. The mysterious text number ran through my brain in a never-ending loop. He sniffed and took another long moment.
It's nothing, Kiera. Just the stress of the road. I'm sure you can imagine what life on a bus with Griffin is like.
He chuckled, his voice back to light and happiness, but I didn't believe a word of it. I bit my lip as I stared at Denny, now darting concerned glances in my direction. Kellen was withholding something from me, that much I could tell. I had no idea what or why, but I couldn't open up to him about Denny now. I just couldn't. Okay, well, if something was going on, you know that you could tell me, right? He sighed softly.
Yeah, I know.
His voice trailed off, then brightened.
But really, nothing is up, aside from the fact that I miss you like crazy.
A sad smile touched my lips. Yeah, me too. As we pulled into the parking area of the cafe, I sighed. Hey, I'm here at the restaurant. I need to go. I'll call you later?
Yeah, okay.
With a humorless chuckle, he added,
I'll be here on the road through nowhere, wishing Griffin didn't need to let the Hulk breathe quite so often.
I laughed, the levity easing the knot in my belly. I love you, Kellen.
I love you too, Kiera.
He said it immediately, with no hesitation or trace of deceit. If anything else, he at least honestly meant it when he said it. I hung up the phone as Denny shut off the car. Turning to me, he shook his head.
You didn't tell him I was here.
It was a statement, not a question. I sighed, fingering the contraption in my palm. Not yet. It didn't feel right. I peeked up at him. I will. Soon. I promise. He shook his head again, but didn't comment any further. Just as he cracked open his door, his cell phone rang. He glanced back at me, a small smile on his lips.
Well, aren't we popular?
I smiled at his comment and watched as he checked the screen. The small smile on his face grew about 1,000,000 times brighter. He looked up at me really quick.
It's Abby. I need to take this.
I nodded as he answered. Hey, babe. Pushing open his door, he stepped out into the parking lot. Before closing his door, I heard him say, No, you caught me heading out to lunch with Kiera. He shut the door, and I didn't hear any more than that, but I marveled that he'd openly confessed that he was with me. I guessed they didn't have the same trust issues that Kellen and I had. That's what you get when your relationship starts by betraying someone, a never-ending well of doubt. If we could do it to someone, it could be done to us. Giving Denny a private moment to catch up with his faraway girlfriend, I ran my fingers back through my mostly dry hair and stared at my phone. I wanted an explanation to magically appear on it, but it didn't. Sighing, I typed a message into it and pressed send. I watched Denny through the window while I waited for a reply. He was leaning against the hood of the car, laughing at whatever conversation he and Abby were having. He seemed genuinely happy, his eyes practically glowing as he spoke to her. I wondered if he looked like that when he'd talked to me so long ago. I wondered if he tenderly made love to Abby before he left her. I was pretty sure he did, and it was probably a lot more romantic than getting sloshed and having sex in a bathroom at a party. As I watched Denny run a hand back through his hair in a warm, familiar way, my phone buzzed in my hand. Pressing the screen, I read the message from Kellen.
I love you too, more than anything. I can't wait to see you again. Soon, hopefully.
I repeated the sentiment, then opened my door to join Denny, since his conversation looked about over. Sighing peacefully, he nodded over to the cafe doors.
Sorry about that. She was getting ready for work and I didn't want to miss her.
Looking down, he kicked at a rock as we walked along.
I make sure to call her as often as I can.
He looked up at me from the corner of his eyes, and a flash of guilt ran through me. I was the reason he kept in constant contact. My cheating spree with Kellen had started while he was away. The experience had made him all the more attentive to his current girl. I guessed something good had come out of the whole mess after all. Not commenting, I only nodded as we made our way inside. Sitting down, I tried to keep the light smile on my face. So, Abby, what's she like? He looked at me blankly before picking up a menu.
You don't really want to talk about this, do you?
Watching him absent-mindedly flip through the pages, I nodded. Yes, I do, actually. When he looked up at me, I shrugged. We're friends, remember? And that means sharing our lives. She's obviously an important part. I saw your face while you were talking to her. With a reminiscent smile on his face, he looked over my shoulder.
She's great. She's warm and sweet, loving.
He stared at the table, a small flush coloring his cheeks. I felt the same mild embarrassment, but I did my best to ignore it. We should be able to talk about the significant people in our lives. His fingers flicking over the menu pages, he exhaled softly. I was really broken when I got home. She helped me through it, made me smile again. His warm brown eyes looked up at me, and I clenched my stomach, willing my eyes not to water. I'd done that. I'd broken him. Smiling softly, he shook his head. I think I love her, Kiera. Really love her. I think she's the one, he whispered. Then my eyes did water, and I couldn't possibly stop the reaction. I nodded as I swiped my fingers under my eyes. Good. I'm glad, Denny. And I was happy, and devastatingly sad, too. It was hard watching someone you'd loved once loving someone else, and loving them more than they ever loved you. But really, that's exactly what I'd done to Denny with Kellen. Denny's hand stretched across the table to rest on my arm. I'm sorry if that hurts you. I just wanted to be honest with you. He stressed the word honest. As I considered the multitude of things that I hadn't been honest about in my life, Denny squeezed my arm and asked, What about you and Kellen? Are you guys really okay? Are you happy, Kiera? Knowing I was worrying about things with Kellen before their time, I smiled as effortlessly as I could. Yeah, I am. I nodded, remembering all of the good times Kellen and I had shared. I mean, being with him has its challenges, but we're good. I obliviously stroked the ring on my finger, and Denny's eyes locked onto it. His dark depths glossier when he met my eyes again, he smiled effortlessly too. Good. I'm glad, Kiera. I really am. Chapter 17. Boise. A month passed and nothing much changed in my life, even with Denny's return. I went to school, I went to work. I had coffee with Cheyenne while she attempted to explain poetry. It still didn't make much sense to me. I spoke to Kellen 3 or 4 times a day, more often if he was having a traveling day. Sometimes the calls were brief, sometimes they lasted for hours. Our phone calls on Valentine's Day had been especially lengthy. Denny came around to the bar for dinner most nights, and we spent the time catching up on our year apart. I also agreed to sign up for an advanced art course with Jenny and Kate on Saturday mornings, even though I was atrocious and the instructor humored me with every comment he made. I made a mental note not to repeat the 6-week course with Jenny. Her talent was just way beyond my skills. But as much as the good things stayed the same, the questionable things also remained the same. I avoided computers, too tempted to Google Kellen's name, too afraid of what I might discover. And I definitely didn't want to see any more footage of him with Hallie, too. I just couldn't handle seeing it again. Yet I never asked him about it when we talked, and I never told him about Denny's return to Seattle. My mouth locked up when I tried. Just the idea of Kellen cheating on me terrified me, so much that I didn't want to give him that same fear, especially when it wasn't warranted. Denny and I were only friends, truly, just friends. So the nagging doubts continued to linger between us, and I allowed it, not ready to confess what I knew, too scared to hear what Kellen knew. Getting home from class on a windy Thursday afternoon, I collapsed beside my sister on the sofa, grateful for a few hours of respite. I wasn't scheduled to work until tomorrow night, and I didn't have classes until Monday, so I was free to just be a couch potato. Anna sighed, irritably tapping her foot as she flicked through the television channels. I tried to ignore her restlessness. She'd been increasingly agitated since the holidays. I suspected that she was peeved that Griffin hadn't asked to see her over the holidays. It upset her more than she was willing to let on. I suspected she missed him. Since they hadn't had any romantic rendezvous, she hadn't been with him, well, since the night of the going-away party. And Anna, for some God-forsaken reason, liked being with him. Tossing the remote on the floor, she laid her head back on the orange monstrosity we were sitting on. God, I'm so freaking bored. Popping her head up, she excitedly leaned forward. Let's go to Boise. I blinked at her. What? Nodding, she leaned forward even more, her décolletage sweater showing off assets that I would never have. Let's go to Boise. The guys are playing a show there tonight, and it's the closest they're going to be to us until the end of the tour. So let's go to their concert. Playing on my sympathy, she gave me puppy dog eyes and stuck out her full bottom lip. I shook my head. Idaho? By tonight? It's almost 5 now. We don't have time to drive that far, Anna. She sat up on her knees, really excited now. So we'll hop a flight. It's probably only an hour or so by plane. Disapprovingly, I raised my eyebrow. We can't just hop on a plane to see a concert, Anna. Returning the gesture, she replied, We can do anything we want, Kiera. Come on, live a little. Sensing victory, she started pulling me up off the couch. You're too focused, too structured. You need to let loose every once in a while. Besides, don't you want to see Kellen? Biting my lip, I stifled a sigh. I did want to see him, more than anything, but there were conversations that we needed to have, conversations that I wasn't ready to have yet. I desperately missed him, though, and I hadn't found any playful notes in a while to help keep the loneliness at bay. Maybe seeing that she was starting to sell me on the idea, Anna dragged me to my room and started packing a bag for me. I cringed when she found the lacy lingerie that was part of Kellen's Christmas gift. I cringed further when she shoved it in my bag, like I'd wear that on a tour bus. Sitting on the bed while she zipped the bag closed, I murmured, I don't want him to think I'm checking up on him. She paused. Anna knew I still had questions about the video. You could finally ask him about the girl. I shook my head, and she twisted her lips, then shrugged. Well, he'll be too busy screwing your brains out to care anyway. I scoffed and threw a pillow at her, and she laughed. Then her face got serious. I want to see Griffin, Kiera. I think I miss him. She sneered as if the idea was odd to her. It was a little odd to me, too, but then again, so was their entire relationship. Caving, I exaggerated an annoyed sigh. Fine. When's the flight? Anna squealed and clapped her hands before running to her room. You won't regret this, Kiera. We're going to have the best time. Hoping she was right, I grabbed my bag. While the drive across Washington to the bottom of Idaho took around 8 hours, it turned out that a flight there was under an hour. We made an early evening plane and touched down in Boise with time to spare. I hated handing over all of my hard-earned tip money for the ticket, but when I stepped out of the airport and smelled the same air that I knew Kellen was breathing, it was worth every penny. Wanting to surprise the boys, we didn't call them on the way over. Actually, we didn't call anybody. It was the most impulsive thing I'd ever done. Well, if you didn't count having spur-of-the-moment sex in an espresso stand impulsive. I tended to think of different adjectives when I thought about that night. Rushing out to see Kellen when he didn't know I was coming was exciting, and my heart was racing when we hailed a cab. Calling Rachel to verify where the boys were playing, I instantly felt bad that we hadn't paused long enough to include Rachel and Jenny in our plans. They would have wanted to see their boyfriends, too. But really, we'd barely made the flight with just the 2 of us, considering how strict airport security was now. The interesting collection of toys that Anna packed in her carry-on didn't help either. By the time we found the place, it was just about time for the show to start. I had no idea how we were going to get in to see a sold-out show. Although I was thrilled that the tour was going well, it made everything that much harder. I'd never needed a ticket to watch Kellen play before. I was used to just walking into work and having him there, singing, just for me. Or so it seemed sometimes. Hoping we could find some scalpers, we got out of the cab at what looked like an old theater. It was massive, though, and people milled about outside, smoking or chatting on their phones. Light boxes along the entrance displayed the tour's posters with our favorite band's name the last on the list of hot groups performing tonight. On the marquee, though, the D-bags were right under the main attraction. It was as close to top billing as a small, relatively unknown band could get. Impressed by the sign, my heart swelled with pride for Kellen. He was actually doing it. He was actually becoming a rock star right before my eyes. It blew my mind. Just as I headed toward a group of meandering people, feeling like an idiot as I clutched my overnight bag, Anna grabbed my arm and jerked me toward the alley. I squeaked in surprise, then looked around the dark area she was leading us to. Not wanting to be mugged, I pulled back on her arm. Where are we going? Cocking her head at me, her hair perfectly pulled into a loose ponytail, she nodded at the alley where I was sure Jack the Ripper was hiding. The back entrance is probably down there. We're going in. I gave her a dry look. They're not just going to let us in the back, Anna. We'll have to buy tickets, just like everybody else. Rolling her eyes at me, she adjusted the ridiculously tight t-shirt she'd changed into before leaving the house. Kiera, I've never bought a concert ticket in my life, and I'm not about to start now. Smiling in that seductive way that she and Kellen had down to a science, she smirked and headed toward the alley again. Her bag, elegantly slung over her shoulder, looked more like an overlarge purse than the duffel bag that mine resembled. Hoping we survived this, I exhaled a quick breath and hurried to catch up to her. If we were going to die, I wanted us to die together. Confidently strutting down the dark street, Anna looked completely comfortable with the situation. Wishing I had her guts, I tried to at least act like I did. Like she expected, we ran into a door being blocked by what could have been Sam's long-lost brother. All muscle and rough demeanor, he narrowed his eyes at us as we approached. "Keep walking," he muttered as we got close enough to hear. Anna ran a finger along the deep V-neck of her shirt. "But we want to talk to you." He frowned at her, then at me. "I just got rid of the last batch of you. Don't you girls have anything better to do than try and screw rock stars?" I bristled at his words, both because that wasn't what we were doing, not really, and because there was a steady group of girls out there that tried to do exactly what he was saying. Sticking my chin up, I defiantly said, "We just want to see our boyfriends, and they happen to be in one of the bands. If you could let us by, we'd really appreciate it." He smirked at me. "Wow, I've never heard that one before." Rolling his eyes, he added, "When are you girls going to learn that the actual girlfriends get passes to the show? They don't come back here to see me." With a smirk, he added, "Not that the actual girlfriends are around much, if you know what I mean." He eyed my sister and me up and down, clearly undressing us, and my eyes narrowed at what he was implying. Horrors trumped girlfriends by a long shot. Trying to ignore the heat in my stomach, I shook my head. "Our boyfriends don't know we're here. It's a surprise." He smiled with one edge of his lip, his bulging biceps not moving from in front of his chest. "Yes, and when they see you out here after the show, it will certainly be a surprise." My mouth dropped open in frustration, but Anna shot me a look to keep me quiet. Sidling up to the man, she ran a finger along his arm. Licking her lip as slowly and seductively as she could, she throatily murmured, "There must be some way to get past this." She squeezed his arm, then let her hand travel down his side. "Impressive body in our way." Smirking at Anna, his eyes traveled to her chest and stayed there. She subtly straightened her shoulders, giving him the best view she could. One of his hands uncrossing, he brazenly reached out and cupped one of her breasts. I wanted to smack his smug face, but Anna held a warning finger behind her back, telling me not to. As Anna wasn't wearing a bra, the man got a nice little nipple rub. It disgusted me, but Anna only smiled at him like he was complimenting her on her hair. Smiling that she wasn't moving, he dropped his hand and motioned to her shirt. "Show me, and I'll let you in." I sputtered and mumbled a protest, but Anna only shrugged and lifted her shirt for him. When she finally lowered the fabric back down into place, I could tell the bouncer was pleased. If the dazed smile on his face wasn't a big enough clue, the bulge in his jeans was unmistakable. I twisted my lips and looked away. "Dog," I muttered. I was pretty sure Sam never would have pulled crap like that. Focusing on my sister, I watched her brush her fingers over the man's cheek. "Satisfied?" she purred, biting her lip and glancing down at the evidence of his arousal. "Definitely," he growled. "Whatever guy you land in there is one lucky bastard." Anna smiled as he moved aside from the door. Rolling my eyes, I started to follow her, but the jerk blocked my path. "Nope. Sorry, sweetheart." Leering at my chest, he shook his head. "You haven't paid the price of admission." Dropping my bag, I immediately crossed my arms over my chest, covering my already covered body. "I am not flashing you." He shrugged, unperturbed. "Then you're not getting back there." My mouth dropped open and I smacked him across the chest. He narrowed his eyes at me and I stopped instantly, remembering that this was not a bouncer at Pete's that I was messing with. Lifting my chin, I spat out, "You're a pig." Smirking, he winked at me. "Yeah, and you're still not getting back there unless I see some tatas." An exasperated noise fell out of my mouth as I looked up at Anna, waiting with one palm on the door. She shrugged and made a stripping motion with her hand. I cringed, not wanting to do this, but wanting to see Kellen. My cheeks flaming so hot they hurt, I shook my head indignantly. "Go get Kellen Kyle. He's the lead singer of the D-Bags. He'll vouch for me, that I'm his girlfriend. And then you'll have to let me in." The man yawned, bored. "Listen, sweetheart, the musicians and I have a deal. I don't bother them, and they let me have a groupie or two. It works out great, and I'm not going to jeopardize that for you." He smiled again in a creepy way that made my skin crawl. "Now strip, or go home." Feeling tears sting my eyes, I glared at my sister. "I'm going to kill you for this, Anna." Before she could answer, I twisted to the man and snarled, "The bra stays on." He shrugged and rolled his eyes, and I closed mine. Wishing I could disappear, I fought against every instinct in my body and lifted my shirt for the repugnant man before me. I heard him chuckle as he muttered, "Aw, white cotton with a cute little flower in the middle. Aren't you a sweet thing?" Just as his fingers came out to touch, I smacked his hand away and lowered my clothes, holding them tight around myself. Looking satisfied that I had done it, he motioned to the door where Anna was standing. Glaring at him, I picked up my bag and stiffly walked past him. Grabbing my arm as I brushed against him, he leaned into me. "I love the innocent ones. They're the wildest in the sack." He nodded at the closed door. "I'll be around once you're done with this Kellen guy if you want to experience a real man." He ground his still aroused body into my leg, and I forced myself not to slap him. Backing away, I straightened and muttered, "No, thank you," then shoved Anna's back so she'd open the door and get us out of that damn alley. "You're so dead, Anna," I muttered again when she finally opened the heavy steel door. The sound of the bouncer chuckling was mercifully muffled by the cacophony coming from inside the theater. Anna was highly entertained by the whole thing. As we walked down the hall, she slung her arm over my shoulders and laughed out, "Oh my God, I so thought you were going to deck that guy." Biting my lip, I glared at her. She only laughed harder and squeezed me tighter. Resting her head against mine, she merrily exclaimed, "Ah, relax, Kiera. No harm done, and now you're one step closer to Kellen." She winked at me as I pushed her away. "I'll turn you into a vixen yet, sister," she giggled. I rolled my eyes at her, but did smile a little. Well, Kellen wanted me to have a good story to tell him. I guessed now I did. The music of the band on stage filtered around us as we aimlessly walked through corridors and open areas. There were tons of people about. Some worked at the venue, walking around with headsets and clipboards. Some looked like security, which we purposely avoided since we weren't technically supposed to be here. Some were from a local radio station, and some were clearly band members. But the majority were women, just like us. It helped us to blend in, but I wasn't too thrilled with the girl-to-guy ratio that I was seeing. Not knowing where our boys were in the lineup, or where they might be hanging out until it was their turn, we just kept searching. Anna flipped out when she spotted Justin and his band. Anna loved their music just as much as I did. She started heading his way, but I grabbed her arm. "Don't, Anna." She glared back at me. "Don't you know who that is?" I rolled my eyes and nodded. "Yeah, we met when the boys left." Anna slung her arm around me, dragging me forward. "Perfect. Then he'll tell you where Kellen is." I felt heat in my cheeks that was nearly painful. Our introduction hadn't exactly been smooth, and he'd been at the restaurant for Kellen's little erotic performance. Oh, God, I could not look him in the eye after that. "He won't remember me, Anna." Oh, God, yeah, he probably would remember me now. Anna giggled in my ear as we got closer to Justin, his smile wide as he talked with a couple of girls nearby. "Who could forget you, Kiera?" I rolled my eyes at her and wanted to protest further, but Justin had turned his head and noticed us. His light blue eyes widened as he pointed a finger at me. I could see the spark of recognition in the pale depths. He did remember me, which meant he probably remembered overhearing the phone sex, too. Damn it. I really hate you right now, Kellen Kyle. Tilting his blonde head, he grinned crookedly and let out a short laugh. "Hey, aren't you Kellen's girl?" Biting my lip, I walked up to him. My knees were shaking, but I made myself say, "Yeah, my sister and I came out to see him, to surprise him." Not able to look Justin in the eye, I stared at the ink scrawled across his chest. I couldn't read it, but the lines were a nice distraction from my embarrassment. Anna took over at my ineptitude. Thrusting her hand out and sidling as close to him as etiquette allowed, she purred, "Anna Allen, huge fan. Kick Me When I'm Down has got to be my favorite song in the world." I looked up at her and scowled. Of course she would remember a song title. Justin seemed pleased that she had, and that she wasn't wearing a bra. His eyes only quickly flashed over her breasts, not blatantly staring like the bouncer had, but he still checked her out as he shook her hand. "Nice to meet you, Anna." His eyes burned a little as he watched her, and I thought my sister might actually have a shot with him. Not surprising, really. My sister could have just about anybody, and she usually got whatever boys she set her sights on. Except Kellen. But Anna didn't seem too interested in Justin. Instead, she waved her hand around the mammoth backstage area. "We're looking for the D-bags. Have you seen Kellen and Griffin?" Justin pursed his lips. He seemed disappointed that Anna didn't want to hang out with him. Griffin? By the way his lip twisted even more, I thought maybe Justin had met the Hulk too. Pointing over his shoulder with his thumb, he shrugged. "Last I saw, they were drinking with some girls back there." A knot in my stomach formed at hearing his words. Drinking with girls? I tried to put a lid on the knot growing, though. Drinking with girls didn't mean sleeping with girls. At least not in Kellen's case. Anna brightened and thanked him. We both said goodbye, and Justin seemed a little sad as Anna left his sight. I looked back before we turned a corner to another corridor and accidentally locked eyes with Justin. He suddenly looked amused. He chuckled and leaned over to a friend of his, pointing at me again. The friend stared at me too, chuckling in the same way. Knowing that they were talking about Kellen faking jacking off at their table, I clenched my fists and hurried after Anna as she pushed herself through a group of people. That was not the way I wanted a celebrity to remember me. In fact, I'd rather he didn't. As we got to a large room filled with people, I felt like we'd stepped back into Pete's bar. It was smaller than the bar, but the alcohol was flowing. Girls were giggling, and the music from the stage was being piped through some speakers, filling the room with noise. I suddenly felt like I should have a tray and a bag full of lollipops. I looked around the clusters of people, but didn't see my D-bag anywhere. Chairs and couches were sporadically tossed around the space, with small tables holding stacks of empty cups. I wasn't sure how long ago the show had started, but this party seemed in full swing already. Girls clamored over boys I didn't know. I figured they were some of the other band's members. As I watched a girl lean up and tug on a boy's earlobe, I wondered if any of these guys had girls waiting back home. It made me nauseous to think about it. Anna grabbed my hand, leading us through the throngs, and my stomach tightened with every step. Maybe coming here had been a bad idea. If I caught Kellen in the act with another girl, my heart might explode right then and there. I didn't think I could take it. While I'd always felt bad about Denny having seen our moment, I now had a newfound appreciation for his pain. No wonder he'd flown off the handle. I already wanted to as I watched boys openly flirting with loose girls, and I hadn't even found Kellen yet. I found him a few moments later. He was standing with his back to me, luckily with no girls hanging on him, chuckling over something in front of him. Women next to me mimicked pinching his ass and giggled. Other women standing nearby looked ready to sling their drunken arms around him and kiss him. Ignoring them, I concentrated on the messy head of sandy brown hair that I'd missed so much. As he leaned over to laughingly whisper something to the man beside him, who I finally realized was Griffin, my eyes fixed on the strong jawline, the full lips speaking words through his smile. He was so impossibly attractive it was nearly unfair. But that wasn't all he was, and my heart swelled with the love I felt for him, love that had only been growing since we'd been forced apart. Then I noticed what held his and Griffin's rapt attention. As Anna sidestepped us around some girls that she couldn't plow through, I got a full shot of what Kellen and Griffin were watching and laughing about. Draped over the makeshift bar that someone had set up back here, a buxom blonde bimbo was spread out. Wearing impractically tiny shorts and only a bra for a top, she was having shots of liquor poured over her while other, equally skanky women sucked the liquid off. One girl even poured some in the blonde's mouth, then immediately dived in to retrieve it. I watched them for a second, disgusted by the obvious ploy to get the rock star's attentions. Then I twisted my head over to stare at Kellen. He was still watching them, chewing on his bottom lip as he twisted a bottle of beer in his hands. Narrowing my eyes, I stared at his jeans. I knew it was wrong. A guy couldn't help being aroused by beautiful girls acting overtly sexual, but I needed to know if he was getting turned on by this. I didn't see any telltale signs. Yet. I was still staring at his jeans when Anna finally pulled us close enough that Kellen and Griffin noticed. When the view of his hips went from a side angle to a front angle, my heart started beating 10 times faster, and I looked up to his face. Embarrassed that he'd caught me staring at his privates, I blushed. He didn't look embarrassed, though, not that he would ever be embarrassed about me staring at his body. No, instead he looked completely floored. Mouth wide open, he stared at me like he had just wished me into existence. Griffin, beside him, looked equally shocked as he stared at Anna. Griffin, surprisingly, snapped out of it first. "Hell yeah!" he exclaimed, pushing past Kellen to scoop up a giggling Anna. His tongue was deep down her throat in seconds. A moment after that, her legs were around his waist, and he was walking out of the room with her, bullying aside anyone who wasn't quick enough to move. I blinked at how rapidly they got down to business, then twisted back to Kellen. Recovering slowly, he shook his head, a smile replacing his shocked expression. "You're here?" he said, stepping toward me. I nodded, a smile on my own lips. I accidentally flicked a glance at the co-eds making out, and Kellen followed my eyes. Knitting his brows, he looked back at me and shrugged. Looking a little sheepish, he grabbed my hand and pulled me into him.
Sorry about that.
Running his other hand back through my hair, his eyes lovingly washed over my face.
Some girls will do anything to get noticed,
he whispered. Feeling the heat in my belly fading as those indigo eyes absorbed me, I nodded. I didn't point out that they'd succeeded in getting his attention. He'd definitely been invested until I walked up. But men were men. You couldn't expect them to not look at something like that. Even Denny would have watched. Smiling warmly at me, he cupped my cheek. The heat of it traveled all the way down my body.
I can't believe you're here.
He glanced around at where he was.
How did you get back here?
I sighed morosely. You would not believe what I had to do. I raised an eyebrow. Make sure you say bye to Anna, because I'm killing her when we get home. He chuckled at me, his smile glorious.
I can't wait to hear this story.
Biting my lip, I stepped closer to his body. Maybe it could wait just a little bit? I whispered, my eyes locking onto his mouth. Understanding what I needed, his lips were instantly on mine. I wanted to groan and clutch him to me. It was the first part of March. It had been more than 2 months since our last kiss, back in December, and I'd missed this so much. Kellen's arms wrapped around me, his hand cupping my cheek, moving back to cradle my neck. My arms slipped up his chest, one continuing on to tangle in his hair. His tongue slid against mine, tasting me, teasing me. The chaos of the world slipped away as we melded together, and for a few long seconds it was just the two of us in this packed room. But then someone tapped Kellen's shoulder and he grudgingly pulled away from me. Hiding a scowl, I looked over at who couldn't wait a few moments to have his attention. Thinking that maybe the buxom blonde on the counter was going to try something a little more aggressive, I fully expected to see her there. But when Hallie Two's eyes met mine, I wished to God that it had been the blonde. The actress look-alike glanced at me, then focused on Kellen. Kellen, I'm ready for you. My mouth dropped open as wide as Kellen's had when he'd first noticed me here. Had she seriously just propositioned him right in front of me? Who the hell was this chick? Expecting Kellen to stutter and stammer and flail about for a lie that made sense, I was a little surprised when he only nodded at her and said, "Okay, I'll need a minute, though." The statuesque woman looked me up and down, shook her head a little, then smiled back at him. Placing a hand on his shoulder, she leaned in so he could hear her over the music and laughter in the room. "The conference room upstairs. When you're ready." Kellen nodded, still smiling warmly at her. I wanted to punch the jackass in the face. She smirked at me, then turned and walked away. I just stood there, my arms falling from Kellen to hang loosely at my sides. That hadn't really just happened, had it? I dug my nails into my palms, trying to wake myself up. I was dreaming. This was just another nightmare about her. That was all. But I didn't wake up, and Kellen twisted back around to face me. He didn't seem chagrined at all about being caught. Of course, he didn't know that I knew she was his stalker. He didn't know that I'd watched the videos, that I'd seen her hanging around, that I knew he knew her. As he watched my blank expression, he bit his lip, finally seeming nervous.
"I need to tell you something. Can we talk?"
I briefly closed my eyes at those hated words, then nodded and turned away from him. I aimlessly walked toward the hallway that Anna and Griffin had disappeared in, not really knowing where I was going, just hoping that there was enough privacy back there so that I could murder him without attracting too much attention. When we got to a spot where the crowd had thinned out, Kellen grabbed my elbow, making me stop. I wanted to pull away. I wanted to keep walking. If I kept walking, then I wouldn't have to hear him say that he'd fallen for someone else, and he was about to go have sex with her in a conference room. God, how tacky. Bunching his brows as I stiffened in his arms, he asked, "Hey, are you mad at me?" Bristling, I stuck my chin out and threw my bag on the ground. "No, why would I be mad?" He shook his head and was about to answer, but I stupidly answered for him. "You're only about to dump me for the hot celebrity look-alike that's been stalking you for weeks. You're only about to go have sex with her on an office table. You're only about to crush me into 1,000 pieces, and right after I exposed my chest to some jackass just to see you." He blinked and gaped at me as I started breathing heavily. I really hadn't meant to say any of that. I planned on letting him hang himself.
"Wait, you think—"
He stopped and tilted his head.
"You did what to come see me?"
Irritated, I shoved his chest away and started storming off, somewhere. Sighing, he grabbed my shoulders and turned me around. Backing me into a wall, he stared me down.
"I'm not dumping you. I am not about to have sex with her, and I am not going to crush you."
He gave me a minute to calm down. When I was breathing regularly, I searched his face. Then what is going on? Releasing my shoulders, he shook his head.
"Well, what I was going to tell you before you leapt to that wild conclusion is—"
He bit his lip, his face beaming underneath it.
"We got signed."
He nodded his head upstairs.
"That's Lana. She's a rep from the record company. She's been following the tour, examining the bands, and she wants to sign us to her label."
He laughed a little, shaking his head.
"We're going to have a record, Kiera. An actual professional record. Can you believe it?"
My mouth dropped open again as my eyes watered. My mind hadn't gone down that path at all. I'd automatically assumed the worst. I shoved his shoulders away from me. "Why didn't you tell me you were being scouted, jackass?" He cringed away from me, frowning as I started smacking his chest.
"Because I really didn't expect much. I didn't think she'd pick us. And—"
His voice trailed off and I stopped hitting him. Sighing, he grabbed my hands and peeked up at me from under his lashes.
"I didn't want to disappoint you if she wasn't interested in us. I know you think I'm going to go all the way. I didn't want to let you down."
He looked down and I instantly felt like an idiot. Slinging my arms around him, I hugged him tight. "God, Kellen, I'd never be disappointed in you. Ever." Pulling back, I cupped his cheeks, my eyes hazy with tears. "I'm so proud of you, of everything you do, and even if it ended right here, I'd be anything but disappointed in you." He exhaled, seemingly relieved. Sniffling, he looked around the hall.
"Well, I haven't even told the guys yet. I didn't want to jinx it, so we need to find them and get them upstairs to sign the legal stuff."
He looked back at me, raising an eyebrow.
"That's what's going down on the conference room table, not sex."
He grabbed my hips, pulling me into him.
"But if you want to, once everyone is gone, I'd never tell you no."
He chuckled and I grabbed his face, kissing him hard. I might take him up on that offer. I was just so relieved that he wasn't sleeping with her, and so very proud of him for what he was doing. Pulling apart from me, he reached down and picked up my forgotten bag.
"Come on, we've got to take care of this before it's our turn on stage."
Holding his hand out for me, he smiled like a little boy.
"They bumped us up the lineup. We play right under Justin's band now. Pretty cool, huh?"
Leaning into his side, I giggled and nodded. "That's amazing, Kellen." Feeling better about a lot of things as we walked around the halls looking for D-bags, I considered all of the videos I've seen her in. That's why she was around so much. She was scoping out the band. And that's the reason why they seemed so friendly. She was wooing him, in a way. Lana? Seemed like a respectable enough name. Not that names really mean anything, but still. As I processed this new information, Kellen smiled down at me. Hey, what did you mean when you said she's been stalking me for weeks? How did you know about that? Biting my lip, I took tiny peeks at his face. Rachel put up this website, and fans have posted videos of your shows. I've been watching you. My voice trailed off, and I had the weird sensation that I was the stalker, not the other way around. She finally got that up and running, huh? Well, that should make Matt happy. Releasing my hand, Kellen slung his arm around my shoulder. So you've been checking up on me. I stared up at his face, his eyes amused as he searched for his friends. No. His dark blue eyes swung down to mine, even more amused. I sighed. Maybe. A little. Tilting his head, he squeezed me tighter. And was I being good? Uncertain how to respond, since I sort of thought he was diddling the record rep, I floundered, lost for words. Fortunately, Griffin and Anna reappeared from around a corner. I smiled at seeing them, which was a strange reaction for me to have at seeing Griffin. Anna had a dopey, satisfied look on her face while she adjusted her hair and clothes. I figured they'd already gone around then. Maybe, too. Slapping Griffin on the shoulder, Kellen filled him in on the situation. Griffin, over the moon by the news, took off in search of his cousin, who was apparently in a quiet space with Evan, working out a piece of music. The thought of them dedicating their free time to practice instead of flirting with the ample number of overzealous female fans made me smile. Rachel was right. It was all about the music with Matt. Evan, too, in a way. Kellen led us to an elevator blocked by a security guard. Backstage clearance didn't get you upstairs, apparently. With Anna giggling and clutching my arm, the three of us got waved past the guard after Kellen said a few words to him. He gave Kellen an approving look as the elevator doors closed behind us, like he thought Kellen was about to have a threesome with my sister and me. Ew. While Anna reached into her bag to grab a sucker, and I did not want to know why, Kellen dropped my bag and wrapped his arms around me. Kissing me a little too passionately considering my sister was watching, he murmured, I'm sorry I didn't tell you about this earlier, but I'm glad you're here. Content, I ran my fingers through his hair. I'm glad I'm here too. All the stress of the previous weeks washed off me as his mouth explored mine. I was just wishing we had some more privacy when the elevator stopped and the doors dinged open. Anna smiled at us around her lollipop before stepping out. Kellen grabbed my bag again, as well as my hand. So? He asked me merrily as we exited. Anything you've been holding off on telling me? He laughed as he said it, so I was sure he didn't actually know anything. Anna frowned and gave me a pointed look. She obviously wanted me to tell him. And I would. I should. He should know Denny had reappeared in his absence. But just as I had to deal with the swarms of eager women downstairs, Kellen was going to have to trust me too. Inhaling deep, I was just about to tell him when his phone buzzed. Frowning slightly, he reached into his back pocket. He silenced it without looking at the number and placed it back in his pocket. Staring straight ahead, he proceeded to walk down the hall as if nothing happened. Counting off all of the people who I knew in Kellen's life, I wondered who had just called him. Lana was waiting in the room we were getting closer to, and the guys were all on their way up. It wasn't Griffin this time. Of course, I was almost certain it hadn't been Griffin last time. All of the momentary good feelings that I felt about us faded as I watched him deliberately avoid eye contact with me. He was still hiding something, and I had no idea what. Or who. Tears stinging my eyes, I shut my mouth and said absolutely nothing about Denny being in town. Chapter 18. Let It Go. I stared at my hands as we all sat around a large oak table. Lana, the attractive rep from the record label, distributed contracts with a considerable amount of fine print. The boys silently read through them while Lana broke them down into layman's terms. I tuned her out, focusing instead on the music drifting up through the floor. They weren't even halfway through the show yet, so Kellen and the guys had more than enough time to consider this career-changing opportunity being presented to them. When Lana finished speaking, Kellen glanced up at her, then looked over to Matt and Evan. "What do you guys think?" he asked quietly. Having just heard about this deal for the first time, they both looked over at him with serious expressions. In unison, Matt's blonde spiky head and Evan's buzzed-cut brown head twisted to look at each other. They both smiled and turned back to Kellen. Matt nodded. "Yeah, we're in." Kellen beamed at his band brothers as Lana showed the boys where they needed to sign. From what I could decipher from the contracts, they seemed pretty fair. The boys weren't getting ripped off or anything. They still retained control over what songs they produced and released, so Kellen could continue to write his own material. Their profits from the first album would be mild, but their profits would exponentially increase with the next two. Their contract was for 3 albums, with options for more if these were successful. I was sure they would be huge hits. I had yet to meet someone who disliked their music. While Kellen nodded and smiled at his friends, I heard a disgruntled sound from Griffin's direction. Still feeling a little melancholy after Kellen's suspiciously ignored phone call, I looked over at Griffin, scowling at a piece of paper. "Dude, Kel, did you read this? I don't believe this shit." Matt chuckled and murmured, "I don't believe that you can actually read." Griffin glared at him, but held up a memo from the stack of papers and thrust it out to Kellen. Kellen cast me a quick, nervous glance. "Yeah, I read it." My curiosity beating out my common sense, I asked Griffin, "Read what?" Griffin held the paper up to me so I could read the tiny font from the distance where he sat. "This says that we shouldn't have sex with all the girls hanging around because chicks will try to screw us just to get knocked up. So we have to pay them to raise the kid. For 18 years. He stared at me with a look of complete shock on his face, like that thought had never occurred to him before. I would have found it humorous if I hadn't been in such a sour mood. I narrowed my eyes at Kellen. "They gave you a pamphlet on sleeping with fans?" He shrugged and studied the papers. "It's just a warning." Lana spoke up to clarify. "It's a standard precaution that we give to all of our rising celebrities. They will be targets to all sorts of different people, and we give them guidelines on how to best protect themselves from being manipulated." She smiled sweetly at me. "It's the company's way of protecting the asset. It's a very common practice nowadays." Laughing a little, she shrugged. "Athletes have to sit through a seminar about it." Leaning down to rifle through her suitcase, she murmured, "They never listen, though." Griffin snorted and threw his pen down. "Well, what's the point of being a rock star if I can't bang the groupies?" Rolling my eyes, I found myself muttering, "I thought it was supposed to be about the music." Griffin, unfortunately, heard my sullen comment and chose to respond to it. No, I'm pretty sure it's the pussy." Flushing, I leaned back and crossed my arms over my chest. Jackass. Kellen reached over and patted my thigh. I wanted to smack his hand away. Griffin's comment just cut a little too close to home. I heard my sister smack Griffin across the head and looked back to see him scowling at her and rubbing the sore spot. "What?" he muttered. She rolled her eyes and shook her head as Matt laughed at his Nimrod relative. "Dude, it doesn't say you shouldn't have sex. It says you should always use protection." Matt rolled his eyes. "You can still sleep with them if you want. Just wrap it up." Smirking, he shook his head. "And please do. The last thing the world needs is another you." Griffin turned and glared at Matt. "Fuck you, man." Looking a little defeated, Griffin looked over at Kellen again. "Is that true?
Do girls really do that?
Squeezing my leg, Kellen shrugged.
Some.
Picking his pen back up, Griffin proceeded to sign his contract.
Well, that's fucked up.
Kellen finished with his stack and handed his papers to Lana. She smiled warmly at him as she tucked them in her briefcase. It was a friendly smile that clearly indicated that she liked him on a personal level as well as a professional one. I wasn't exactly thrilled that they were friends, but I wasn't really surprised either. Kellen made friends wherever he went, even if he wasn't always aware of it. He seemed to think he was completely alone in the world, but he wasn't. Even without me, he had a wide circle of people who cared about him. Kissing my cheek, he ran his lips up to my ear. Closing my eyes, I heard him whisper,
I still have 45 minutes of free time. Want to go somewhere more private?
I could only nod as a flash of desire swept through me. I might still have doubts and insecurities about our relationship. I might still question whether he was being a little too friendly with Lana or some zealot fan, and I might still want to rip his phone out of his pocket and read his secretive messages. But ultimately, I loved him, and I missed him, and I wanted to be alone with him. Kellen stood up and told the guys he'd see them before the performance. Matt and Evan knowingly glanced at me, smiled, then nodded. Griffin continued to stare at his contract, looking horribly confused. Anna leaned over his shoulder. Her breasts pressed against his arm, and he shifted his gaze to stare right down her cleavage. Then he didn't seem so confused. Then he didn't seem to care much about the contract at all. Still gallantly holding my bag, Kellen led us out of the building through a secret hidden exit. It led out right by their buses parked behind the building. Pushing open a bus door, Kellen smiled back at me and nodded to it.
Come on, let me show you where I live now.
I giggled a little as I clutched his hand. I'd never been on a tour bus before. Plush chairs arranged to face each other had small tables tucked between them. It reminded me of the inside of a train, and I smiled, remembering that my first train ride had been with Kellen, ages ago. Kellen tossed my bag on an empty seat and led me through a curtained-off area. This part of the bus was windowless, and as the heavy curtain fell back into place, the only light that illuminated us was from the tiny LED lights embedded in the bus floor. Kellen turned to face me and wrapped his arms around my waist. It was quiet in here, our breathing the only sound not being absorbed by the heavy fabric doors. Leaning his head against mine, Kellen softly said,
Welcome to my bedroom.
My breath quickened as his lips inched closer to mine. Your bedroom? I whispered, my voice coming out a little husky. The anticipation of being with him had made my body feel like jello. His lips angled away from my mouth to rub against my jaw. My eyes fluttered as his breath washed over my skin.
Mine and the other guys.
One of his hands slid down my backside as he trailed soft kisses down my neck. Breathing a little heavier, I tilted my head so he could explore farther down. Murmuring as he went, his voice just as husky as mine, he continued, describing his traveling home.
We're all packed into these cubbies, like sardines.
He got to the base of my throat and moved over to lightly run his tongue up the center. I gasped, dropping my head back as my hands ran over his backside. Making a deep, satisfied noise as he reached the top, his free hand grabbed my cheek.
It's not as spacious as your bed back home, but there's just enough room for two.
He rested his face against mine, his lips so close we were nearly touching. It was hard to focus on anything other than those lips, but I made myself look over at what he was talking about. Lining the walls of this enclosed space were bunk beds, 3 beds per stack with 2 stacks per wall. Each bed had its own privacy curtain. They looked exceedingly small and claustrophobic. Kellen pointed to the bottom one in the stack we were leaning against.
That's mine. he whispered. My home away from home, where I try to get some sleep with a bunch of snoring, smelly dudes around me.
He chuckled a little, then sighed and brought his hand back to my face. Pulling back to look at me, his face gorgeous, highlighted by the soft gleam from the floor, his dark eyes searched mine.
Where I dream about you, where I miss you.
His eyes watered a little as I watched him take me in, causing my own eyes to mist. I miss you too, Kellen. Then I couldn't hold off any more, and my hand moved up to tangle in his hair, pulling his lips to mine. He groaned at my force, then passionately returned my kiss. The quiet space was quickly filled with fast breaths and noisy moans as we reconnected. Pushing me against the bunk bed frame, Kellen reached down to hitch my leg around his hip. I scratched my nails down his back as his body lined up with mine. Damn, maybe I'd just let him take me right here, pressed up against the beds. Filling with need every second his mouth was on mine, I reached down and pushed up his shirt. He helped me halfway through, tossing his shirt somewhere over his shoulder. I dragged my fingers over the swirls of my name inked across his chest, and he hissed in an erotic breath, whispering something that sounded like, I love you, or I miss you, or maybe even, I want you. I was too dazed to know for sure. As he pushed his hips into mine, grinding the hardness of his ache over the softness of mine, I wrapped my arms around his head, pulling him to me. God, I'd missed him. His lips attached to my neck as his fingers worked their way up my shirt. When he had the material far enough, he pulled aside my bra and closed his hot mouth over a sensitive nipple. An overly sensitive nipple. A nipple that had obviously missed his caresses. Just his mouth sucking it brought me right to the edge of climaxing. Knowing we were alone, I let out a long cry as his tongue threatened to push me over the edge. He moaned against my skin as he felt my body tensing for that glorious moment. Pulling back his hips, he used just one hand to quickly unbutton my jeans. I cried out, yes, as his fingers headed down for the spot that would definitely send me spiraling into bliss. As nice as his erotic notes and steamy phone calls had been, nothing compared to him physically touching me. I was gripping his shoulders and panting with everything I had, waiting for his finger to slide against me, just once, when a flash of light entering the room nearly blinded me. Kellen instantly removed his hand from my jeans and released my breast, helping me smooth the fabric back into place. Ice washed over me, killing my near release, and I struggled to slow my breathing. Kellen's breath was fast too as he stepped in front of me, shielding me from view even though he was much farther along in the undressing part than I was. As we both stared at the person entering the sleeping area from the opposite direction where the bathrooms presumably were, I quickly fastened my jeans. Holding onto Kellen's bare shoulders, I peeked over at a disheveled-looking rocker. He had crazy going-everywhere hair, a poor imitation of Kellen's sexy mess if you asked me, and with heavily lined eyes, corded bracelets all the way up his wrists, and skull rings on every darkly painted finger, he clearly didn't want to be mistaken for anything but a stereotypical musician. He really only needed, "I'm a rebel and you'll never understand me," stamped to his forehead to spell it out any clearer. Hoping this guy hadn't heard me nearly orgasm, and knowing there was no way he hadn't heard all of that, I turned beet red. The guy feigned surprise as he held the curtain open, still blinding us. "Hey, sorry, Kellen. Didn't mean to interrupt." He smirked at me as he stepped into the room. "Hey, cutie. What's up?" I buried my head in Kellen's shoulder, wishing I could disappear. Now I was mortified to be around two of Kellen's tour mates. Wonderful. Kellen shoved the guy's shoulder, trying to get him to leave the private area where we were attempting to have a moment. "Yeah, well, it happens.
Don't worry about it.
The man surrendered under Kellen's force and chuckled as he traipsed to the other side of the curtained-off area. Yeah, I'm leaving. Opening the curtains, he grinned back at Kellen. Damn, man. I don't know how you manage to always score with the hottest chick. He eyed me up and down. And 2 in one night, bro? I wish I had that kind of stamina. I felt all the blood drain from my face as I stared up at Kellen. He seemed paler too. I vaguely heard the rocker say, Hey, sweetie, I'm available if you want to bang me next. I don't mind getting his seconds. Again. I was too dazed to respond. I was too dazed to do much of anything. In a couple of sentences, that man had just confirmed my biggest fear. Kellen was cheating on me. Repeatedly. As I heard chuckling from the rocker leaving, I dropped my hands from Kellen's body. I didn't feel like touching him anymore. I watched as Kellen closed his eyes, swallowed, then reopened them. In slow motion, he twisted to face me. I did it without thought or deliberation. I did it without realizing I'd done it. My hand reached out on its own accord and smacked him across the cheek. The promise ring around my finger dug into his skin, cutting his jaw, and a tiny drop of blood appeared. You son of a bitch! I snarled, backing away from him as far as I could in the cramped space. He winced and rubbed his jaw. Jesus, Kiera, can I explain before you start wailing on me? His eyes flashed to mine, angry, but it was nothing compared to the anger and betrayal that I felt. You can explain scoring the hottest chick? You can explain 2 in one night? You can explain him getting your seconds? Again? Sighing, Kellen ran his hand over his face. When he looked at me again, he seemed less angry. I wasn't. Yes, Kiera, I can explain. Poking my finger in his chiseled chest, I shoved him back a step. Are you cheating on me? Grabbing my hand, he tried to lace ours together. No, I'm not. He ducked down to meet my eyes, but I was so furious I couldn't look at him. Hey, I'm not, Kiera. I've already told you that before. Several times, probably. Inhaling a steadying breath, I tried to ask a question calmly. My voice warbled as I tried to control it. Then what was he talking about? Kellen grabbed my other hand, trying to pry loose my clenched fist. Maybe he realized that if I was going to strike him again, it wasn't going to be with an open palm. Funny, I never considered myself a violent person before Kellen. He just brought that out in me. When relaxing my hands didn't seem to do anything, Kellen grabbed my cheeks, forcing me to look directly at him. My eyes started to water. I sniffed back the tears. I did not want to cry. His brow creased as he searched my face. He's lying, Kiera. He said that to get a rise out of you. He knows who you are. They all do. I flip through that photo book all the time. He smiled softly and shook his head. They all think you're beautiful. I batted his hands away. Why would he lie? I stressed he just so Kellen would know that I was much more inclined to believe him to be the liar. Sighing, Kellen shook his head and kept his distance. Because we were the last band to join the tour, and we got bumped to second in the lineup. Because Lana wanted to sign our band and not his. He shrugged. Because he's a childish, immature asshole with a grudge against me, Kiera, and if making you doubt me got us fighting tonight instead of... He sighed again and tossed his hands up. Because this, right here, is what he wanted. His stupid form of payback for our band being better than his. Watching the exasperated expression on his face, I softened a little. It sounded plausible, but most of Kellen's lies sounded plausible. I knew. Back when we'd been fooling around behind Denny's back, I was often well aware when Kellen was lying, and Kellen was good at it. "Why should I believe you?" I whispered. He tossed his hands up into the air again. "I haven't done anything wrong. Why shouldn't you believe me?" Just then, as if fate was trying to screw with us even further, Kellen's phone chirped in his pocket. It was a text message. He closed his eyes, seemingly cursing the same fate I was. When he reopened them, he stared at me blankly. I narrowed my eyes. "Do you need to get that?" He shook his head. "No." Clenching my jaw, closing my hands into fists, I seethed. "How do you know? It might be important." He let out a slow exhale before shaking his head. "You're important. That can wait." My eyes watered again. "What can wait?" I whispered, not sure if his last statement was comforting or not. He stepped toward me and tentatively cupped my cheek. "I'm not doing anything, baby. I love you. I'm being faithful to you." He held up his ring, his thumb stroking the metal. "I promised. I promise." He dropped his forehead to mine. "We don't have much time together. Please just let this go." "Let what go?" I whispered. He sighed, then his lips lowered to mine. "I love you, Kiera. Please believe in me." I wanted to object. I wanted to scream at him to let me know what he was hiding, to tell me something that would renew my faith in him. But the words slipped out of my mind as his mouth softly moved over my skin. Maybe I was being weak. Maybe I just wasn't ready to know. For whatever reason, I let it go. After a few calming moments, Kellen reached down and put his shirt back on, and we lay down side by side on his bunk. There was a cubby built into the wall, and I stared at the few belongings he kept near him. The journals I'd given him, his Discman, the photo book my mom and sister made for him, and the little toy car. Swallowing, wanting to believe him, I fingered the tiny metal muscle car. Kellen sighed and kissed my shoulder. "I love you," he whispered. Clutching the car, remembering the connection that we had, the way he'd opened up to me, let me into his life like no one else before me, not even his bandmates, I looked over at him. "I love you too." He smiled, his fingers tucking a strand of hair behind my ear before tracing the chain around my neck. Pulling the necklace out of my shirt, his thumb stroked the edge of the silver guitar. The diamond in the center of it gleamed, even in the faint light surrounding us. Bunching his brows, the soft smile on his lips faded as he watched his fingers. "Kiera, I should tell you something." Hating the ice that instantly formed in my stomach, hating that I knew he was hiding things from me, I instantly recalled that I too was hiding things from him. Guilt easing the knot burning through my insides, I whispered, "I should tell you something too." His eyes flashed up to mine, narrowing. "Tell me what?" Swallowing, searching his perfect face, I stammered for a way to break his heart. I just knew that he'd react badly to the news that his rival was back in town. Not that Denny was really a rival anymore, but Kellen had never felt like he compared to him. Kellen seemed to think I'd be better off with Denny. If he knew Denny was back in my life, especially while he was away, it might end us. Dreaded tears filling my vision, I considered Kellen's odd, secretive texts that he clearly didn't want to talk about, the searing doubt that one asshole rocker had so easily placed into my head, the videos of his friendly attitude toward Lana that seared me with jealousy, the looming dread in my belly over whatever he needed to tell me now. Maybe we were already over, and I just didn't realize it yet. Well... As I started stumbling over something to say, somebody banged on the bus door and a familiar voice drifted to us from outside. "Kel? You and Kiera in there?" Hearing Evan's jovial voice brought me back to a simpler time when Kellen and I were only having a secret affair behind my boyfriend's back. Wow, I never thought I'd see the day when that horrid moment in my life would be considered the good old days. Kellen sighed, then leaned over and shouted, "Yeah, we're in here." Evan walked over to our section of the bus, and I heard him clear his throat. "You, dressed?" Kellen chuckled a little while I blushed. "Yeah. What's up?" "We're on in 10, so, we should get ready." Kellen blinked and sat up on his elbows. "Already? Damn." He stood up, then looked back at me. "I'm sorry. It's our turn." I nodded, swallowing. "I know." He extended his hand to me, uncertain whether or not I'd take it. Exhaling slowly, I stood up and grabbed his hand. Regardless of our issues, I still loved him, heart and soul. Letting out a relieved sigh, he kissed the back of my hand, right over my promise ring. Cringing, I glanced at his face. He still had a scratch along his jaw where my ring had nicked him. Feeling remorse for hurting him, I leaned up and kissed his jaw. His eyes were glossy when they met mine again. Understanding my silent apology, he nodded. "Come on. Want to watch our show?" With an exuberant smile on my face, I nodded eagerly and clasped his hands in both of mine. Yeah, definitely. If there was one thing that could turn my mood around in a heartbeat, it was watching Kellen sing, and I'd missed that too. Outside the bus, we met up with Evan, who jovially slung his arm around me. I smiled, leaning into him. I wanted so badly to question him about Kellen's secret. I didn't, though. For one, he probably wouldn't tell me, since Kellen was his friend and sort of his boss. Evan wouldn't want to rock that boat if he could help it. Plus, Kellen had kept our affair from all of the guys, including Evan. Evan had been pretty surprised when he found out about us. I was pretty sure that whatever was going on with Kellen, all the guys were just as clueless as me. I had to trust that Kellen would tell me when he was ready, and that hopefully it wouldn't hurt too much. Walking back through their super-secret rock star entrance, we hurriedly proceeded toward the back of the stage. Justin waved as we passed by. His band was ending the show immediately after the D-Bags played. I flushed as I timidly waved back. I didn't think I'd ever feel comfortable around him now. Luckily, we didn't see the rocker who had made the insinuations about Kellen. I'm sure I would have punched him if we had. As we got to the waiting area beside the stage, I glanced up at the band, acknowledging the hysterical crowd. Nerves flooded through me as Kellen released my hand and grabbed his guitar. I was getting anxious for him. The small part of the crowd that I could see looked massive to me, and the noise as the MC introduced Kellen's band was ear-splitting, 100 times louder than Pete's. But Kellen looked as calm as could be as he waited with a foot on a step, smiling at me. Just as the crowd died down, he nodded at me, then turned and darted on stage. If the situation was reversed, I'd have been frozen on that step, unable to move. The rest of the guys followed him up there, and I watched, spellbound. Evan and Matt waved while Kellen and Griffin reached down to touch a few lucky fans in the front. The roar of the crowd was thunderous, and I swear a couple of girls who Kellen touched started crying. It was so surreal. Even without a hit song playing endlessly on every radio station across the country, these girls knew who Kellen was, and who his band was. The guys had everything in place for stardom, including a contract with the same record label that had released Justin's album. As I was ruminating about what that meant for us, my sister looped her arms around my waist. "Isn't this exciting, Kiera?" I glanced over at the vivacious beauty, momentarily jealous over how simple her relationship with Griffin was. They both knew exactly what they were and weren't to each other. There was no deception, no lies, no jealousy, nothing. They gave each other what they needed when they needed it, and moved on when they were done. In a way, it was a win-win situation. Although, it sounded a little empty, too. Leaning back in her arms, I nodded. My stomach was surging with adrenaline as I watched Evan start the set. Then Matt kicked in, Kellen close behind him, and all of the sudden, I felt like we were back at Evan's loft, watching the boys rehearse. There was just a much larger audience watching this time. I smiled wide as Kellen's voice filled the theater. He was so good at this. It was as effortless to him as breathing. I'd seen him sing drunk, depressed, with a cold. Heck, I'd even seen him sing while battling stomach flu. He'd looked a little green that night, but his voice, that always sounded amazing. So was his stage presence. Kellen was electrifying, and he knew how to energize a crowd. It was one of those things the repugnant rocker on the bus would never understand. Dressing the part won't turn you into a star. You either have that certain spark or you don't. And Kellen oozed it. Even if he had only been so-so on the attractive scale, he'd still have drawn every eye to him. He had a magnetic pull on people. He was just special. Since they shared the night with the other bands, their set was shorter than usual, but the crowd seemed satisfied nonetheless. I was somewhat relieved that Kellen didn't play the melancholy song, the one he wrote about me while we were apart. Even though he played it at Pete's, I didn't want the rest of the country singing along to my song. Instead, the D-bags played their biggest hits, the ones that the fans back home loved. Even though the night hadn't gone as planned, I was still glad that I'd impulsively flown out with my sister to see this. I knew I'd remember it forever. Taking a final bow, Kellen shook his head, then leaned over and kissed the crying girl on the cheek. I blinked, a little surprised that he'd do that, but when the girl slumped back into her friends like she was fainting, I had to smile. I shook my head at the oddness of it all, while Anna adorably snorted. Skipping down the stairs 2 steps at a time, Kellen scooped me into his arms. Obviously running on pure adrenaline, he spun me in a circle, laughing as I squealed. His arms wrapped firmly around my thighs as he held me up, and leaning back, he looked at me. "What did you think?" Sighing, I threaded my fingers back through his hair and rested my head against his. "I think it was perfect, Kellen." Setting me down, he smiled warmly at me. The last band to perform swept past us, and Kellen twisted to watch them bound to their microphones. Looking back at me, he smiled and raised an eyebrow. "Do you want to stay and watch your favorite band?" Flushing, I glanced at Justin on stage for a microsecond before looking back at Kellen. "Second favorite," I said, shaking my head. Kellen laughed, and I wrapped my arms around his neck and laid my head on his shoulder. "I just want to be with you, wherever that is," I whispered in his ear. Nestling into my hair, he nodded and held me tight. "Okay," he murmured, before the sound was drowned out by the band on stage. As the rest of the D-bags dispersed, Evan and Matt excitedly talking about the deal they had just inked, Griffin with his hands all over Anna's body, Kellen and I just stayed where we were, holding each other, slightly swaying to the music around us. It was peaceful, and I felt that familiar contentment again. If I could, I would have held him like this all night long. I would have held him like this forever. But forever wasn't in the cards for us tonight, and before I knew it, the show was over and the roadies were moving in to tear down the set. Kellen pulled me out of the way toward the backstage area where a group of fans were hanging around, waiting for the band to appear. Being the consummate professional that he was, Kellen stayed and signed autographs while I sat in the corner and waited. No one paid any attention to me, and I was fine with letting Kellen have the spotlight. After a while, someone finally stepped in to clear out the room. The man stepped up to me with an imposing look on his face. "You too, Missy. Everybody out." He grabbed my elbow and I instinctively pulled back. He didn't like that. "You can't stay. Groupies gotta go." I narrowed my eyes. I'm not a groupie. He rolled his eyes like he heard that every night. Just as I was wondering how to convince yet another bouncer that I wasn't some trollop following the bands around, Kellen intervened. "Sorry, she's with me." The bouncer shrugged and let me go. Kellen laced our hands together and led me back toward the secret exit. As we walked, he got a playful smile on his face. "That little incident reminds me. What exactly did you do to get backstage?" I sighed, running my hand over my face. "You don't want to know." He chuckled, twisting to walk backward down the hall. "Now I definitely want to know." He raised an eyebrow at me expectantly. Not able to resist the sultry look on his face, I murmured, "I flashed the guy at the door." Kellen stopped in his tracks and I ran straight into him. "You what?" he said flatly. Bunching my brows, I shook my head and took a step back. He wouldn't let us through until Anna and I showed him our chests. I kept my bra on, though. Anna didn't. Kellen clenched his jaw, his expression hardening. His face reminded me of the night he'd stopped that perv from fondling me, the night he was knifed in the ribs. "What did he look like?" His eyes scanned the hall behind me like he was searching for the guy. I brought my hand up, focusing his gaze on me. "Hey, it's okay." I grimaced and added, "It was mortifying and humiliating, but he didn't hurt me or anything. He didn't even touch me." I didn't mention that he rubbed Anna a little. I also didn't mention that he offered to do me. The first of 2 unwanted invitations I'd had tonight. Wasn't I popular all of a sudden? Kellen exhaled, shaking his head. "Why would you do that? You could have called me. I would have let you in." I sighed, stroking his cheek. "I wanted to surprise you." He narrowed his eyes. "You thought I was sleeping with Lana. Did you want to surprise me or catch me?" I bit my lip and shook my head. "I don't know," I whispered. Shaking his head, Kellen turned around and forcefully pushed open the door to the exit. Dejected, I slowly followed him. Chapter 19. Okay. There was a flurry of activity in the parking lot when I got out there. Guys were loading the vans and buses, band members were hanging around talking about the show. Even some stray fans were hanging around. I didn't see my sister and Griffin anywhere, but Evan had stopped Kellen halfway to the bus and was handing him his guitar as they talked for a moment. By the time I caught up to Kellen, he didn't seem peeved anymore. He smiled over at me and grabbed my hand. Evan clapped his shoulder and darted on the bus after Matt. As all the other guys started loading onto the buses, I looked up at Kellen. "Are you leaving?" He looked down at me and shrugged. "Yeah." He pointed over to a bright-eyed bus driver drinking a very large cup of coffee. "They rotate the drivers so someone is always ready to go. Since we can sleep in the buses, we don't stay in one place unless we've got another show nearby." He tilted his head at me. "Our next one's in Reno." Pausing, Kellen raised an eyebrow at me. "You could come with me. Catch a flight home from there?" Slinging his guitar over his shoulder, he wrapped his arms around my waist. I did the same, smiling at the thought of a very long bus ride with him. Then I frowned, considering the logistics of it all, plus the round-trip ticket burning a hole through my duffel bag. I already have a ticket home, and it's from here. I shrugged, hating that I couldn't be as impulsive as my sister. She wouldn't think twice about hopping on a bus to destinations unknown. Kellen pursed his lips, thinking, "Well, what if I get you a ticket from Reno to here?" He leaned into me, grinning mischievously. "Then you could still use your ticket." I leaned up and kissed his chin, glad that he wasn't too angry over my admission that I hadn't really trusted him. "I don't want you to spend your money on me, Kellen." He leaned back and shrugged. "Who else am I going to spend it on?" Shaking his head, he added, "Besides, this would be for me." Pulling me close, he rested his head against mine. "I want some more time with you." Sighing contently, I conceded, "All right, but only if Anna goes too. I don't want to leave her alone here." Kellen grinned and started leading me to the bus. "I'm sure she's attached to Griffin as we speak." I cringed, knowing that was probably correct, in every sense. And sure enough, when we hopped back on the bus, the sounds of someone having a good time drifted back to us. I flushed instantly. Kellen only grinned and shook his head. As the sound of something vibrating mixed with clear sounds of approval, I closed my eyes, horrified, remembering all of the toys Anna had packed. Leading me to an empty seat where he'd tossed my bag earlier, Kellen set his guitar down and nodded toward the curtained area. "I could go get my Discman if you don't want to listen to them." I grabbed his arm, embarrassed for Anna, even though she probably wouldn't have cared if he walked in on them. "No." Chuckling, Kellen sat beside me at the table and grabbed my hand. "It's okay. They're probably in the back bedroom." I looked over at him and frowned. "There's a back bedroom? He didn't take me back there earlier?" Kellen grimaced. "Yeah, Griffin's kind of taken it over, though, so I figured you wouldn't want to hang out in there." Just the thought of doing anything remotely intimate near places Griffin had lain his body was disturbing. "Yeah, no thanks." The driver hopped on the bus, taking a head count of his rock stars. Frowning at the lascivious sounds of pleasure coming from the back of the bus, the paunchy man sighed and said, "All right, which one's back there? I don't want to have to go look. Again." A cluster of boys shifted their attention from the back of the bus to glance up at the driver. Laughing, one of them replied, "It's just Griffin back there." The bus driver rolled his eyes and shook his head. "Why am I not surprised?" Sighing, he headed to the driver's chair. It was plush, more suited for steering a sleek spacecraft than a bus. As he started the vehicle, the rumble of the engine helped to block out my sister's cries for more, but not nearly enough. Hating that all of the boys were listening to her, their eyes staring through the heavy fabric like they'd all developed X-ray vision, I twisted to Kellen. He wasn't looking, but his head was down and he was smiling to himself. Hoping he wasn't visualizing what every other horny guy on the bus was probably imagining, I muttered, "Are you mad at me?" Looking over at me, his small smile faded and he shook his head. His finger came up to tuck a lock of hair behind my ear as he quietly said, "No, I'm not." Sighing, he searched my eyes. "I get it, Kiera. I get why you'd have doubts. I get why you'd question." Closing his eyes for a second, he looked down at our hands resting between us. "I wish..." Not finishing that, he looked back up at me. "It's okay. I get it, and I'm not mad." I exhaled slowly and nodded. Then he put his arm around me and I cuddled into his side. He kissed my head and we stared out the window, watching the streetlights blur past as we made our way through the city. Just as the gentle rocking of the vehicle started lulling me to sleep, a chorus of cheers erupted in the bus. Startled awake, I lifted my head off of Kellen's shoulder just in time to see Griffin bowing. He and Anna were apparently done with their romp and were finally out of hiding. As Griffin walked out of the back, he high-fived some guy in the closest seat. Grossly enough, it was the same douche that had walked in on Kellen and me. The man sneered behind Griffin's back, but immediately stopped at the sight of Anna walking out. His jaw nearly hit the floor. That made me smile for some reason, probably because I knew the jerk didn't have a chance with my sister. I may not understand her infatuation with Griffin, but she did have standards. And Anna was someone every guy wanted. Kellen's female equivalent. Nearly every jaw dropped as the beauty walked past them. She looked like a movie star, fresh from filming a love scene, with her hair attractively messy and her makeup flawless. I had no idea how she pulled off looking so great after a session like that. If it were me, I'd look less than great. Anna smiled seductively at the crowd watching her. She even reached out to tousle one of the boys' hair. An idiotic smile was plastered on his face as she sashayed past, and they all leaned in to check out her ass. It made me roll my eyes, but I was used to that sort of thing. So was Anna. It didn't even faze her. She followed where Griffin was heading, and that, unfortunately, was toward us. With a content sigh, he sat in the bench opposite us, grabbing my bag off the seat and unceremoniously tossing it on the table. Anna sat next to him, her smile equally satisfied. At the very least, they pleased each other. Hopefully this was enough to satisfy Anna for a while. Griffin smiled over at me, then Kellen. "Bedroom's free, if you want it." I was already shaking my head when Kellen said, "We're good, thanks." No way was I giving this audience a performance like my sister just had. Not stone cold sober, anyway. Kellen watched some of the guys retreating to their rooms and looked back at me. "You want to get some sleep? You look tired." Griffin chuckled, clearly hearing dirty words in Kellen's innocent question. Then he reached over to Anna and cupped her braless breast. When he murmured to her, "I just can't get enough of these," and leaned down to kiss one through her shirt, I cringed and looked up at Kellen. "Yes, please." Threading her fingers through Griffin's hair, Anna laid her head back and closed her eyes, enjoying his attention. As Kellen and I stood up, she huskily said, "See you in the morning, sis." Peeking one eye open, she added, "Have fun." I smirked at her, resisting the urge to smack Griffin off her chest. Pausing in my escape from them, I told her, "We're catching an early flight tomorrow to Boise, then back home." She closed her eyes, nodding, not caring in the least how or if we got home. I sighed as I walked away, wishing I could be that cavalier. A few guys who were still awake whistled at Kellen and me retreating through the curtain, one even clapping his shoulder. Shaking my head, I hoped they weren't too disappointed that nothing was going to happen. Well, no, after seeing their faces watching my sister, I sort of hoped they were a little disappointed. Some of the bunks were full, their occupants already snoring as Kellen helped me get into his bottom bunk. I laughed a little as I got in. It kind of reminded me of summer camp. A really tight summer camp. I lay on my side and pressed my back against the wall to give Kellen as much space as I could. He lay on his side, too, facing me, tangling his legs with mine. Pulling up a thin blanket near our feet, we cuddled into each other as best we could. Lying so close on the pillow that our noses touched, we smiled at each other. He gave me a soft kiss as he reached a hand back to thread it through my hair. My heart rate increased a little as the intimacy of the moment surged through me. I found his lips in the near dark, wanting to just kiss him for a while. Light and languid, our lips moved together like we'd never been apart. Pulling back for a second, Kellen whispered, "I've missed this. I've missed you." I leaned back, studying his face in the soft light. I've missed you too. So much. Just as my heart was swelling, staring at him as he stared at me, a voice above us said, "Less talking, more screwing." A chuckle went around the room, and I flushed, remembering that we weren't as alone as it seemed. Kellen thumped the ceiling of his bed with his fist. "Shut it, Mark." I buried my head in Kellen's chest, and he chuckled, rubbing my back. In my ear, he whispered, "I could finish what I started earlier, if you want to." His hand slinked down to my hip, rubbing over the back pocket, and a part of me instantly did want him to continue. I knew I'd never be quiet enough, though, not with how tightly packed together we were in this bus, and I really didn't need to be embarrassed around every band member on this tour. Biting my lip, I sighed and reluctantly shook my head. Kellen smiled, his hand coming back up to brush my face. "Another time, then?" I nodded and pulled his head down to me so we could at least kiss a little. I had difficulty remembering where I was when I woke up. I wasn't even really sure if I was awake at all. As Kellen's arms were wrapped around me, my head resting on his chest, I felt like I was still dreaming. It wasn't an absurd thought. I dreamed of Kellen often. Running my hand over his pecs, I wondered when I'd wake up. Probably when I got to the good part. That's when it always happened. Sighing, I kissed his chest, wishing that, for once, this dream would let us finish. Exhaling contently, his arms squeezed me tighter. "Mornin'," he breathed into my hair. It sent a shiver down my back, and I smiled. Peeking up at him, I whispered, "Am I dreaming, or am I really waking up with you?" He smiled down at me, adjusting himself so he could see me better. "You dream about waking up with me?" I nodded, propping myself up to look over his body under the thin blanket. I frowned slightly. "You're usually naked in my dreams, though, so I must be awake." Quietly laughing, he pulled me back to his chest. "You're usually naked in my dreams, too," he murmured, kissing my neck. A thrill went through me, but it was halted by the sound of snoring, coughing, and the occasional, unseemly noises going on around us. Kellen frowned. "Sorry. Smelly bus of boys. Not exactly romantic." I sighed and stroked his face. "It's better than nothing." His hand clenched over mine as we settled onto his pillows, facing each other. Remembering yesterday's emotional roller coaster, I rubbed my thumb over his. "Hey, you mentioned that you wanted to tell me something last night. What was it?" I whispered, not sure if I was ready to hear it. Kellen looked down, then back up. He looked past me at where his phone was tucked in his cubby. Frowning slightly, he searched my face for a moment. Then, smiling, he shrugged. "I didn't tell you the bad part about getting signed." I blinked, not expecting the conversation to go in that direction, and also having a horrid feeling that he had just smoothly changed the subject. "What?" I whispered, lead forming in my stomach. Looking down, he shook his head. "As soon as the tour ends in May, they want us in LA to record the album." He looked back up at me, his face apologetic. "In the meantime, the guys and I will be spending every free moment we have going through our songs, picking out the best ones, perfecting them." He shrugged. "We have to be ready when we get there." I sighed, my heart cracking a little. "You're basically telling me that you won't have any time to spend with me for a while, aren't you?" He swallowed, shaking his head. "I'm sorry. We need to do this, so I won't be able to visit like I'd hoped. I'm sorry." Now I swallowed. It's okay. I understand. I looked down as I considered all of the moments together that we'd already missed, that we were going to miss. Our first Valentine's Day as a couple had already passed. The flowers he'd sent me long wilted. Our anniversary was fast approaching, in a couple of weeks, mid-March. Kellen's birthday was in April, mine was in May, my graduation. My eyes snapped up to his, watery. Could you make it back in June? He nodded, cupping my cheek. I'm not missing your graduation, no matter what. I don't care if I have to walk out on a recording session. I'm not missing it, Kiera. I smiled and sighed, knowing that I'd at least get to see him then, 3 months from now. And after that, I supposed they would be touring again to promote the album. As a little bit of sadness washed over me, he held me close and rubbed my back. So quietly that I almost didn't hear him, he whispered, "And there was something you wanted to tell me?" I stiffened, not wanting to say it. He'd never go to LA if he knew that Denny was back in my life. He'd flip out if he realized that Denny was the friend that I was frequently having lunch with. But ultimately, I didn't want to tell Kellen about it, because I knew, with everything in me, that he'd lied about what he wanted to tell me. I was sure that the bit about not coming home was true, and it probably was something that he wanted to mention, but I was also sure that it hadn't been on his mind last night. I was sure that his leaving had nothing to do with whoever was calling him. I bit my lip, not sure what to tell him. Propping myself up to look at him, I shook my head. I love you, Kellen, and you don't have anything to worry about when it comes to me, but I don't think I can tell you just yet. Frowning, he sat up on his elbow. What? Why not? Guilt sweeping over me, I shook my head. You're just going to have to believe in me. His mouth dropped open a little and he glanced at his phone really quick. His mouth closed and I knew that he understood. He knew that I was aware that he hadn't really told me anything, that what he had briefly wanted to tell me last night and what he ended up telling me this morning were two entirely different things. My eyes watered as I waited for him to open up, to tell me the truth. His eyes glossier, he only stared at me. Swallowing, he nodded. Okay, he whispered, and it broke my heart. Kellen and I cuddled a lot and kissed a great deal, but we didn't say much after that. I felt a gap between us, and I hated leaving him with a wedge there. It terrified me that it would only be driven deeper when we were apart. But he wasn't opening up to me, and I couldn't open up to him. There was no way around it but for one of us to cave, and I knew neither of us would, not in the short amount of time we had. Sometime after I'd fallen asleep last night, Kellen had booked a flight for Anna and me. When the bus finally arrived at its destination, he arranged for a car to pick us all up later in the afternoon, just so we could spend as much time together as possible. Surprisingly, when it was time to go, Griffin also came to the airport to see us off. I wanted to take that as a good sign, but really, Griffin could have just wanted to get away for a moment. Saying goodbye in the drop-off area, I searched Kellen's face, silently begging him to talk to me, and equally terrified that he would. Cupping my face, he kissed each cheek, then rested his head against mine. Don't be mad about the flight, he murmured. I gave him a sullen expression as I glanced at the departure board behind him. He'd bought us tickets straight back to Seattle, making my round-trip ticket from Boise pretty much worthless. Indifferent to my expression, he smiled. You have to work tonight. You don't want to have to mess around with a layover. I sighed, knowing he was right. Shaking my head, I kissed him. I know. Thank you. Kissing me back, he muttered, worth every penny. Pulling back from him, ignoring Anna and Griffin molesting each other beside us, I tilted my head. Kellen? He raised his eyebrows, looking a little nervous and very reluctant. Yeah? I almost put my hand out and asked for his phone. I wanted to, especially when it had chirped this morning as we were eating breakfast. He'd ignored it like he always did, and it drove me crazy like it always did. But prying through his phone was not the kind of girlfriend that I wanted to be. I'd asked him to believe in me. I'd have to do the same. Exhaling slowly as I shook my head, I whispered, I'll miss you. He smiled, looking relieved. I'll miss you too. I'll call you tonight, okay? I nodded, giving him a final kiss before heading to the gate. Kellen waved as I walked down the hall, dragging my sister with me. Twisting around as the boys disappeared, Anna giggled and leaned into my side. See, Kiera, I told you that would be a blast. I contained the frustrated sigh I wanted to make. It had been many things, some good, some bad, but none of it I would refer to as a blast. Well, maybe the concert. That had been a lot of fun. And holding Kellen, kissing him, falling asleep with him, smelling his scent again. That had been fun too. Smiling up at her, I nodded. Yeah, you were right. It was a blast, Anna. She giggled almost the entire way home. My adventure with Anna to Boise left me a little melancholy, thinking about how long Kellen was going to be gone, wondering just what he was keeping from me, wondering how to tell him what I was keeping from him. Denny, still being the attentive friend, noticed. Sipping on a green beer, green in honor of St. Patrick's Day, Denny watched me during my shift, concern clear in his warm eyes. It had been 2 weeks since I'd left Kellen's side, 2 weeks without any clear answers from him on what he was doing, and Kellen didn't question me either. He understood that if I was going to open my door for him, he'd have to do the same for me, and he didn't seem ready to do that. Sighing as I cleaned off an already clean table, I felt Denny step up behind me. Looking back at him, dressed in his very debonair work clothes, I watched him look up to where Poetic Bliss was performing on the D-Bag stage. It's strange, isn't it? Having someone else play up there? I smiled and glanced up to the stage, watching Tuesday jam out a solo on her guitar. Tuesday. Ridiculous name. Yeah, it's definitely odd. You all right, Kiera? You seem down since your trip. Something happened in Boise? Denny looked back at me and raised his eyebrows, holding my gaze. I bit my lip and looked down at the table. No one else had asked me about my mood. No one else had even noticed, not even Jenny. Of course, she'd missed the impromptu trip and was a little sullen about the whole thing. It surprised me a little since Jenny was so easygoing about everything. But she missed Evan as much as I missed Kellen, so I understood her being a little snippy, even though I apologized for not inviting her every chance that I got. I don't know, I admitted. Maybe. I looked back up at him, at his furrowed brows and the honest concern in his features. You want to talk about it? He asked softly over the volume of the music. Knowing I really didn't have anyone else to talk to, I nodded. Want to come over after my shift? Denny smiled softly and nodded. Sure, I'll meet you over there. I'm sure everything will be fine, Kiera. He patted my shoulder before turning and walking away. I smiled at him, amazed by him, and watched as he headed over to chat with Sam, who was casually leaning against the far wall. I'd thought it before, and I'd probably think it again. Abby was a very lucky lady to have Denny. When I got home, Anna was surprisingly already in bed, So I quietly put on the kettle to make tea. I generally didn't like the stuff, but with a good dose of honey and a lot of milk in it, it wasn't so bad. Denny, however, loved it as much as I loved coffee, so I did it for him. 10 minutes later, a small knock signaled Denny's arrival. Smiling at his timing, I unlocked the door and let him in. He gave me a brief, friendly hug, which I returned. Smelling the tea, he walked over to the small kitchen with a goofy grin on his face. I was just having a craving. He leaned over the cup, inhaling the Earl Grey. And my favorite, too. He faked a surprised expression. How did you know? I shook my head at him, enjoying the way his accent formed phrases, tweaked syllables, made any plain word interesting. You're such a dork, I muttered, laughing a little. Straightening, he grabbed the cup that wasn't half milk. That's why you love me, he said, starting to drink from it. Realizing what he'd said, he stopped and shook his head a little. Well, I guess loved would be more accurate. Denny's expression hardened a little on the word, and I leaned against the counter and sighed. He might seem fine. He might seem over what had happened between us. But he wasn't. Not completely. I didn't blame him. Personally, I couldn't believe he was in my kitchen at all. Knowing he didn't want any more apologies from me, I shrugged and said, No, love is still accurate. Sipping his drink, he gave me a look that was both curious and guarded. Clarifying, I said, You're my best friend, remember? And best friends love each other. Setting the drink down, he smiled at me crookedly. Yeah, I suppose. Frowning slightly, he shook his head and crossed his arms over his chest. So, friend, what's going on with you? Watching my untouched cup cooling on the counter, I swallowed my pain and my pride. How did you know I was cheating on you? I whispered, my heart surging as the guilt hit me like a brick wall. I'd never wanted to ask him that question, but it was suddenly relevant. I couldn't look at him, but I heard his expression in his silence. I could easily picture his contemplative eyes, slightly filled with pain but also concern. Finally, his accent filled the room, thicker like it sometimes was when he was hurting. You think Kellen's cheating on you? I glanced up at him, only mildly surprised. My question hadn't been all that hard to draw conclusions from, and Denny was brilliant. I don't know. Maybe? How did you know? What did I do to make you first start to think it? I swallowed again, hating what I was making him say to me, what I was making him talk about. Swallowing, he looked down at his cup. I don't know how to answer that, Kiera. He looked up, his dark eyes a little darker. It was more a feeling than facts. You were distant, secretive, like you were holding something back, something you wanted to tell me, but couldn't. My eyes watered, catching the similarities. Denny sighed. He is cheating on you, isn't he? Not able to answer, I only shrugged as a tear dropped to my cheek. Denny watched it fall, but stayed where he was. I'm sorry, Kiera. I'm not surprised, but I am sorry. I blinked and straightened. You thought he would cheat on me? Uncrossing his arms, Denny ran a hand back through his hair. Looking uncomfortable, he sighed. Look, I know you love him, but I've known him a long time and he's not... He looked at the ceiling for a second and closed his eyes. Reopening them, he met my eye again. I like Kellen. I do. But he's not cut out for a relationship with just one person. That's never been his style, Kiera. I'm sorry this is happening now, but honestly, I'm more surprised that it didn't happen sooner. My jaw dropped as I stared at him. I felt like he had just punched a hole through my heart. It was one thing to silently have those fears. It was another for one of Kellen's friends to confirm them. And even though Denny had good reason to make me hate Kellen, playing that sort of mind game wasn't his style. He wouldn't have said it if he didn't believe it. Of course, Denny didn't know Kellen as well as I did. Denny only knew a small chunk of Kellen's past. Walking over to me, he grabbed my hand. I'm sorry to have to say that to you. I really am. But you should understand who you're involved with. And Kellen doesn't know how to be faithful, Kiera. He just doesn't. More tears building, I quickly swiped them away. You don't know him like I do, Denny. You don't know what he's been through, the pain he fights, how much he's been tortured. You think he just got beat up as a kid, but it's so much worse than that. I shut my mouth, not wanting to spill any more of Kellen's secrets. They weren't mine to spill. Denny bunched his brows at me and frowned. A bad childhood doesn't make up for for screwing around on people. You can come from a brutal background and still be a decent person. It doesn't give you a free pass to hurt people. I sighed and looked down. I know. I'm just saying that there's more to Kellen's story than you know. Like what? He whispered. I looked up at him but shook my head. It's not for me to say. I'm sorry. Denny nodded, his eyes looking a little sad as he realized just how close Kellen and I really were. Well, then, maybe I'm wrong. Exhaling, he shook his head. But if you think he's cheating on you, Kiera, then he probably is. I felt another tear slide down my cheek, and Denny brushed it off. I'm sorry, he whispered. I nodded, and he added, Did you tell Kellen about me being back in town? Sighing, I shook my head and stared over at the card table. A vase full of bright red roses dressed up the space, the week-old bouquet still in its full glory. Kellen's anniversary present to me. He'd had them delivered to Pete's, but feeling ill, I'd gone home early. I didn't get them until the following night. We'd missed each other on the celebration of our year together, and it felt horribly symbolic. Denny leaned over to meet my eye. Why didn't you tell him? And don't tell me that it was because you were sparing his feelings. That may be part of it, but what's the real reason you didn't tell him? I stared at Denny, wishing I could just walk away from this painful conversation. Knowing I couldn't, I shrugged and whispered, He's hiding something from me, and if he was going to hide something from me, then I wanted to hide something from him. A sob escaped me as I admitted that, and Denny wrapped his arms around me finally. I held him close as my tears of fear and frustration took me over. Hating myself for feeling what I felt, for admitting it to Denny, I took a moment to completely fall apart. Denny only held me, not commenting as he rubbed my back. I could only imagine that he was thanking fate that his new relationship wasn't so complicated. When I could breathe again, Denny released me and freshened our tea. Moving to sit on the couch, I told him everything I worried about. The fans, the exotic record rep who could probably pose for all of the major fashion magazines, the weird texts and phone calls that Kellen hid from me, the fact that Kellen had known I was holding something back, and that he'd let it go because he didn't want to divulge his own secrets. Denny listened, not really commenting on Kellen's behavior. He also didn't try to dissuade my fears with false hope. Once he heard all of the facts, he never once told me it was nothing, or it would be okay, or I was overreacting. He only listened and nodded, and I suddenly realized why people gave each other unfounded reassurance. Not hearing, "It's probably nothing," from the person you were divulging your fears to made those fears seem completely warranted, even if you didn't have enough proof to back them up. When I had nothing more to say, Denny picked at a seam in the couch, maybe wondering what to say as well. I watched him, feeling empty and tired inside. Then he spotted something and leaned into the ugly orange sofa. Using both hands, he pried something out of a hole in the fabric, a hole I barely registered anymore. When he pulled out a piece of paper, my heart stubbornly skipped a beat. It was one last love note from Kellen, a remnant of the game he'd left for me when he first went away what felt like a lifetime ago now. Denny opened it while my eyes watered. He read it over for a moment before he handed it to me. In a soft voice, he said, "I think this was meant for you." Hands shaking, I reached out for the paper. Blinking away the water forming in my eyes so I could read it, I held my breath. "I hid this one in the hopes that you would find it long after I'm gone. I hope you find this months from now, when I'm still out there on the road, away from you. I can't imagine what the time apart has done to us. I'm hoping we're closer. I'm hoping we're more in love than ever. I'm hoping that when I come back, you'll move in with me. In all honesty, I'm hoping that when I come back, you'll agree to marry me someday, because that's what I want, what I dream about. You, mine, for the rest of my life. I hope you feel the same, because I don't know what I would do without you. I love you so much. But if for some reason we're not closer, if something has come between us, please, I'm begging you, don't give up on me. Stay. Stay with me. Work it out with me. Just don't leave me. Please. I love you always. Kellen. Chapter 20. Oh my God. After Denny left, I went to bed with that note clutched in my fingers. I knew Kellen wrote it back in the fall, before things had shifted between us, but it did comfort me. He'd known, even back then, that something might distance us while he was on the road. He'd known and begged me in advance not to leave him, and I didn't want to. I wanted him. I wanted the life he'd mapped out on paper. I just wanted to trust him, too. My phone rang by my bed early the next morning. Still clutching the letter in my slow-to-respond fingers, I fumbled with the noisy contraption and managed to hit the answer button just before it switched to voicemail. A warm voice filled my ear. Happy anniversary. I smiled and rolled onto my back, imagining the dark blue eyes that accompanied that voice. You don't have to keep telling me that every time you call, Kellen. He sighed, the soft sound almost overshadowed by the squeak of a mattress compressing. I know, but I still feel really bad that I missed it, that I couldn't fly out to you. A year together is a big deal, and I really wanted to see you, but stuff kept coming up. I bit my lip. He'd mentioned before that it was things for the new album that had come up. Just when he thought he could get away, the record execs came at him with a new contract amendment for him to sign. The company wanted to formally approve every song before they would consent to having it recorded. Kellen wasn't thrilled with the fact that a corporation had final say over his music, but making an album was expensive, and the studio had to ensure that they got the best bang for their buck. Fiscally, it made sense, but it also made the recording process that much more complicated, especially since they wanted all of the songs signed off on before the group came out to LA in May. That didn't give Kellen and the guys a whole lot of time. I understood all of that, but I had really wanted to spend my anniversary with my boyfriend, not a bottle of NyQuil. You had a good reason, Kellen. I understand. Besides, I was pretty sick anyway, and you did send me flowers. I smiled, thinking of them in the other room, but Kellen sighed again. Yeah, flowers you didn't get on time. I'm really sorry about that. I was sure I'd find you at Pete's on a Saturday night. Now I sighed. It's okay, Kellen. It's not a big deal.
It is to me, Kiera. I'm really sorry it turned out this way. I'll make it up to you. Someday. I promise.
Shifting to my side, I laid my head on my arm. Silence passed between Kellen and me. The moment began to fill with tension as I thought of all the obstacles between us, physical and emotional ones. Squeezing my hand holding the paper, I whispered, I found your letter last night. The one in the couch. Silence, then a mattress squeaking as he adjusted his position as well.
Oh. And?
I heard the uncertainty in his voice, like he thought he went too far, openly admitting that he wanted to marry me. Maybe he thought I didn't want that for us. Maybe he thought I was still hoping to marry Denny one day, since that had been our unofficial plan. You really see that future for us?
Yeah, I do, Kiera. All the time. Do you?
Yeah. Remembering the fears I'd confessed to Denny last night, fears that Denny had solidified in me with his silence, a thought began to override my answer. With my head screaming at me, if you think he's cheating on you, Kiera, then he probably is, I quickly added, maybe, someday. As Kellen absorbed my seemingly lukewarm response, the awkward silence on the line grew even bigger. Hating the tension that was forming in my stomach, I whispered, I miss you. His response came in a rush.
I miss you too. I know we saw each other a couple of weeks ago, but it wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. I really miss you.
Hearing the melancholy in his voice, I scrunched my brows and bit my lip. Kellen? You okay? My heart started beating faster as I waited for his answer. Even though he only paused for a few seconds, it seemed like an eternity.
Yeah, just exhausted. I never realized how taxing this would be. Always on the road, always away from home, always having to deal with people. I know it's early for you and you probably want to go back to sleep, but could you stay on the line for a bit? I just want to listen to you breathe for a while. Sympathy for him rushing through me, I wished I could put my arms around him, squeeze him tight, kiss him. I don't have anywhere to be but right here with you, Kellen. I heard rustling sounds as he exhaled contently. Good. I love you, Kiera. It seems like forever since I've held you, since I've made love to you. I flushed a little, then remembered it had been a while. Since Christmas Eve, actually. It has been forever, Kellen. Hoping and praying that my last time had also been Kellen's last time, I swallowed. In the silence, I heard another squeak of a mattress. Where are you? I asked, ice prickling my skin that maybe he was calling from a hotel room, and not his. He let out a sensual noise of contentment. On the bus, in the back bedroom. All of the guys are gone, so I snagged Griffin's bed. He laughed a little. I just couldn't spend another moment in that tiny bunk. Picturing him somewhere that Griffin did Griffin-type things in, I grimaced. Then, picturing him sleepily sprawled out on a bed, I smiled. A rush of desire tingled me, and I whispered, So, you're alone? Completely alone? Yeah. Why?
Dropping his letter to my bed, I covered my eyes with my hands. God, I could not ask him to be intimate with me over the phone. I just couldn't. But we were drifting further and further apart. I felt it.
And maybe a moment of reconnection was exactly what we needed right now. Flaming hot to the touch in my embarrassment, I squeaked out, "I want to... Will you..." As my throat dried up and speech became impossible, Kellen quietly asked, "What, Kiera?" Keeping my eyes tightly closed, I shifted onto my back and pretended that I was Anna. She'd have no problems asking Griffin to have sex over the phone. Oh God, I really wished I hadn't just had that thought. Sighing at myself, I forced the words to come out. "I feel like we're drifting, Kellen, and I just want to feel closer to you. Kellen cut me off. "I'm sorry, Kiera. I feel like that's my fault. We should talk about... God, this is hard." My eyes watering, I shook my head. No, I didn't want him to break my heart right now. I wanted him to make me feel better. I wanted him to make me feel like we were completely in sync, completely in love, and completely devoted to each other. I wanted to feel worshipped again, even if it was just for this one moment. "No, don't, Kellen. I don't want to talk right now. I just want you to make me feel good." His end went silent. Then, "Kiera, are you asking me to... Do you want me to make love to you?" I groaned a little as his words went straight through my body. I knew that I was using sex as a diversion, like he sometimes did. I knew that I was sidestepping our issues, and I also knew that if I pushed right now, really pushed, I could probably get some honesty out of him. But I wasn't ready to hear his sins, and it had been so long, and I'd missed him so much. If we could just pretend... "Yes," I whispered, my voice husky. "Make me feel it, Kellen. Make me feel like your wife." Oh God, Kiera, I want you so much. I ran my hand over my body, over the places he liked to touch. My breath quicker, I whispered, "I don't know what to do, Kellen." He groaned in my ear, the sound sending a jolting ache right through me. Keeping my eyes tightly closed, I found that I could easily imagine that my hand was his, especially with his voice in my ear guiding me. "Take your shirt off, baby. I need to run my tongue over those beautiful breasts." It was a half an hour later before he finally let me have the explosion my body was craving. He'd kept me on the edge, tantalizing me by telling me exactly where to go, what to touch, and he always said that he was doing it so I didn't feel stupid or self-conscious. Although I stopped caring about that about 5 minutes into it. Really, I stopped caring about that when he started touching himself, and his voice when he came. God, it was still ringing in my ears. Panting into the phone, it took me a minute to register that he was talking to me. "Hey, you still there?" He chuckled a little, and I felt that embarrassment start to slide back in. I pushed it away, though. "Yeah, sorry." I laughed a little, too. I got a little distracted there. He purred in my ear, a delicious sound. "Yes, I know. God, that was incredible, Kiera. You were incredible." Not feeling like I really did anything special, I murmured, "Are you sure that was okay? That was definitely a first for me." He sighed and laughed. Considering I haven't come that hard on my own in a long time, yeah, that was perfect. And a first for me, too." That startled me so much I sat up in bed. "You've never had phone sex before?"
I flushed at asking him that so bluntly, but he only chuckled at my response. No. Why do you sound so surprised? I sucked on my lip, remembering the heated words he'd used to stroke my body, remembering him urging me to do whatever felt good. At the time, it had all seemed so natural coming out of his mouth that I'd have believed he got paid professionally to do it. He probably could. Being an overly sexual person did have its bright spots. Because you were amazing. Amazing? Really? He cut off what he was saying and swore. I bunched my brows. Kellen? Everything all right? Sounding like he was moving in a hurry, he murmured, Yeah, it's just the guys came back. I have to go clean up. Sorry. A flood of heat rushed to my cheeks, picturing what he probably looked like right now. I wrapped the blankets around my bare body, feeling embarrassed at just the thought of being walked in on in that position. Oh, okay. I love you. Chuckling, he told me that he loved me too, then disconnected the phone. I set it down on my nightstand and stretched out under my covers, remembering him moaning my name. For the time being, I felt completely content and relaxed, and I hoped the feeling would last. It surprisingly lasted for a while. I felt on cloud 9 as I floated through my days. Cheyenne noticed it, asking me during poetry class if it had anything to do with the rose that I was twirling in my fingers. I smiled and nodded at the perky woman. I had no idea how Kellen had managed to pull it off, but every day since our heated moment on the phone, I'd been approached by complete strangers and handed a single red rose. Sometimes it happened here at school, sometimes at work, once at Starbucks. It was almost like Kellen wanted to make sure that he didn't miss me again. It was only the Wednesday after our phone call, and I already had a vase of 14 roses at home. If he kept up this pace, I'd have to buy more vases, and I'd probably have to move out. My sister was being a bear lately and rolled her eyes at every romantic gesture Kellen made. She even snipped that the flowers were stinking up the apartment. Really? How was that even possible? I tried not to gloat about it, since she seemed pretty irritated at Griffin's lack of everything, but I hoped her mood improved soon. If it didn't, maybe I'd go shack up with Denny. He'd finally found a place to live, and it was impressive. It was a house in a secluded residential area on Queen Anne Hill. The places up there are pretty nice, and Denny had an amazing view of the city. My jaw had dropped when he showed me around. After class today, I was going to go help him pick out furniture. He had a keen sense of style when it came to decorating. I'd always thought it went hand in hand with advertising. I think he invited me along just to make sure I was okay. He hadn't said anything about my mood improvement since the night I cried in his arms, the night we found Kellen's love letter, but Denny watched me like a hawk, waiting for me to break down again. I felt bad that I had caved in front of him, admitted my fears to him, so I overcompensated my joyousness around him, probably making it seem disingenuous. As a result, he called me a lot and invited me out a lot. I didn't mind. I enjoyed spending time with Denny. I always had. Winter quarter was ending, and today was the last day of my poetry class. I gave Cheyenne a hug and thanked her for helping me through it. I was certain I never would have figured out the flowery language without her help. No problem, Kiera. Maybe for our last quarter we can still get together and study over coffee. Knowing my spring quarter was as challenging as the previous one had been, I exhaled with a long sigh. Yeah, definitely. As I waved goodbye to the boisterous blonde, she gave me a warm smile. It was an overly affectionate smile, and it made me frown. The smile seemed a little too fond. Waving goodbye to my other classmates, I hoped that Cheyenne hadn't taken a liking to me. I wasn't sure if she was interested in boys or girls. Things like that don't usually come up in casual conversation. Although, when we talked about Kellen, she often mentioned an ex she'd had years ago in high school. I was pretty sure that had been a guy. At any rate, I didn't want to hurt yet another person in my life. But then again, maybe I was reading too much into it. Cheyenne was friendly with just about everybody in class. It wasn't like I was a drop-dead beauty that everybody lusted after. No, that was Kellen, not me. Laughing at myself, I headed out to the parking area where Denny had arranged to meet me. Knowing we were shopping together today, I had left Kellen's baby safely parked at my apartment, with firm instructions to my sister not to take it for a test drive. Looking sullen and tired, she only shrugged and muttered, "Whatever." Stepping out of his car as I arrived, Denny cocked his head at me. "What's so funny?" Still giggling over the idea of yet another person being enamored with me, I shook my head. Just realizing that I think way too much of myself. Pursing his lips, Denny shook his head and rolled his eyes. It was an adorable expression, and I grinned. "Right, your self-esteem is just obnoxious." He gave me his charming, goofy grin. "You should really work on your modesty." I smacked his shoulder, laughing as I opened his car door. Sliding into the creamy, luxurious seats, eagerly anticipating the warming sensation of the heater installed in them, I looked over at Denny as he got in on his side. He eyed the flower in my hand as he started the car. "That from Kellen?" He raised a dark eyebrow at me, and I set the flower on the dash. "Yeah," I said, a little dreamily. "Everything all right, then?" Hearing his concern, I looked back at him, his dark eyes now concentrating on the road. "I guess. We haven't talked yet, but I feel like we've taken a step closer together." Not looking at me, Denny said, "But you haven't talked yet, so nothing's really changed." I sighed, twisting to look out the window. No, I guess it hasn't. I don't really want to talk about it, though, Denny." He sighed a little, then softly said, "Okay, Kiera. It's your relationship, not mine." Looking back over at him, I cocked my head. "Speaking of yours, any word on Abby coming over?" He visibly brightened as he looked back at me. "Yeah, her assignment is wrapping up soon. She thinks she could make it out here by the end of April." Denny's eyes filled with a warmth that I had only seen in reference to me. It hurt a little, seeing it in connection to another woman, but strangely enough, it also made me feel good, too. Denny was a part of my life, and I loved him. I wanted to see him happy, and she was the reason for his happiness. Placing my hand on his knee, I gave him a soft smile. "I'm glad, Denny. I'm sure you've missed her." I instantly wondered if he'd had heated conversations on the phone with her. Probably not. That wasn't Denny's style. But then again, it wasn't my style either. And I'd done it. If Abby was anything like Kellen, I supposed she could have opened Denny up to all sorts of new experiences. In some ways, Denny and I were too alike. The two of us being with people whose personalities were different than ours was probably a good thing. Opposites attract and all. Denny looked down at my hand on his knee, then up to me. He gave me a quick smile, but minutely pulled his leg away. I understood and immediately removed my hand. Some things felt too familiar. Some lines shouldn't be crossed anymore, and being so alike, we both understood that. Walking through every furniture store downtown, we finally decided on the perfect living room and dining room sets. We even selected a bedroom set. And yes, picking out a bed with your ex-boyfriend, knowing that he'll be using it with his current girlfriend, is weird. We both had uncomfortable expressions on our faces when the salesman made us sit on the mattress together. But then, when we were lying on our backs, pondering this awkward situation we were in, we both looked at each other and started laughing. It was so bizarre it had crossed into the realm of amusing. Laughing on that plastic-coated mattress with Denny, I couldn't help but wonder what Kellen would say if he knew where I was and what I was doing. If he could see us,
see that there was only friendship between us now, he might accept it. But to tell him about this over the phone, with no visual to go with the explanation, would sound bad, especially since Denny had been here for several months now. The longer he stayed, the harder it was to explain. Settling on a relatively firm queen-size mattress, we picked out the furniture to go with it. Denny decided on a beautiful sleigh bed that Abby was sure to love. Running his hand over the back of it, Denny told me about Abby's romantic notion of going on a sleigh ride in the dead of winter. Bundling up together under heavy blankets while a couple of beautiful horses pulled you through banks of pristine snow, light flakes dropping on your hair, sounded pretty amazing to me, too. I hoped she thought of that when she saw this bed. And having that thought was weird, too. It was getting late when I finally returned to my apartment. After making the preparations for all of his new stuff to be delivered, Denny had taken me out for a celebratory dinner. His topic of conversation was all about Abby and how excited he was to show her their new place. I smiled politely, happy that he was happy, but felt a small twinge of pain at the thought of his home being called theirs. It didn't bother me as much as I'd have once thought, though. Probably because Kellen sometimes called his place ours, and that always brought a smile to my face. I wanted Abby to have the same good feelings, even though we'd never met. Walking through my door around 10 o'clock that night, I was pretty surprised to find my sister pacing the living room. For one, she was rarely upset enough to pace, and two, I was pretty sure she should be at work. Pointing at her as I set my bag on the table, I started to ask why she wasn't at Hooters. She didn't even let me get the first word out of my question, though. Twisting to me, hands on her hips, she spat out, "There you are. Where have you been? I've been calling you forever." Glancing at my bag, I realized my phone must have died. I hope Kellen hadn't tried to call. I was out with Denny. Why? When I looked back at her, she was glaring at me. "I don't know why you hang out with him." I started to defend him when she shook her head and raised her hands, interrupting me. "Look, I don't really care about you and Denny." Stepping up to me, she grabbed my forearms. Eyes wide, she frantically sputtered, "I'm late, Kiera." Furrowing my brows, I shook my head. "Okay, well, the Honda is here. You could have left for work any time," I said, confused. Anna and I hadn't fought over the car since Kellen left me the Chevelle, and honestly, it was parked right outside too if she really needed to leave. Dropping her head back, she gave me an exasperated groan. "God, Kiera, not that kind of late." Her head snapped back up as her eyes widened. Voice trembling, she slowly repeated, "I'm Late." She glanced at her stomach, and my eyes grew to saucers. "Oh my God, you're pregnant!" Shushing me, she looked around our empty apartment, like she didn't want the dust bunnies to hear. She murmured, "I don't know, but I'm freaking out." Mouth agape, I asked her all the questions floating around my head. "How late? When was your last period? How far along are you? Who was the last guy you were with?" Pausing a second, I raised an eyebrow at her. "Do you know who the father is?" Glaring at me, she dropped my arms and started smacking me. "Yes, I know who the father is, bitch." Attempting to block her hits, I backed up a step. "Sorry, Jesus, Anna." Successfully stepping out of her range, I held my hands up. "Don't kill me for saying this, but you don't always stick to just one guy." Her lip trembled and her perfectly green eyes filled with tears. Dropping her head into her hands, she started to cry. Feeling bad, I quickly put my arms around her and held her to me. Between sobs, she got out, "I know, but I've only been with one lately, and oh God, Kiera." She looked back up at me,
her face desolate. "It's Griffin's." Now my face was desolate. "Oh my God. I was afraid you were going to say that. If there was one person on this earth that should never procreate, it was Griffin. But he had, and now my sister was possibly carrying his seed." Clutching her arms, I grabbed my bag and pulled her toward the door. "Come on, we have to get you a test." Surprisingly, she jerked on my arm. She was shaking her head as I looked back at her, her face looking genuinely terrified. "I can't." Running my hand down her arm as soothingly as I could, I whispered, "You have to know, Anna. Either way, you have to know." She still looked spooked, but she didn't argue, so I very gently pulled her forward. I felt like I was breaking in a wild mare that was going to bolt at any sudden movement or sharp sound. I finally got the freaked-out Anna into Kellen's car. But just as I turned the ignition, she opened the door and bolted. Pursing my lips at her through the window, I shook my head. "Get back in the car, Anna." She slammed the door shut and shook her head. "You do it. I'll wait upstairs." Disappointed at her reluctance to face reality, I nodded and backed the car out of the lot. Hopefully she'd still be home when I got back. Anna could avoid responsibility with the best of them. I had no idea what she'd do if the stick turned blue. At the drugstore, I picked up every kind of test, including the ones that detected early pregnancies. If Griffin was the father, then it had to have happened in Boise, and that was just a few weeks ago. It seemed too early for her to test positive, but then I wasn't an expert on the subject. I'd have to leave that up to EPT. Wishing my sister was here to buy these, wishing the person at the register tonight was a girl and not a 20-something guy, I set down my basket full of pregnancy tests, muttering, "They're for my sister." The man smirked at me but said nothing. I was sure he thought I was lying. Oddly enough, I felt the urge to cover up, even though I was already wearing a thick jacket. I don't know, but buying pregnancy tests was sort of like buying condoms. It was a flashing neon sign hovering above you that screamed, "I'm having sex." Well, I supposed the test screamed, "I had sex." I hoped I didn't run into anyone I knew. Luckily, I didn't, and I got out of there with bright red cheeks and most of my pride intact. When I returned to the apartment, my sister was still there. I found her huddled on the couch under a blanket, shaking like she'd just watched a horror movie. Sighing at her, I handed her the paper bag. She wouldn't take it. Instead, she dropped her head in her hands and started crying again. Sinking down to my knees, I put the bag out of sight behind me and brushed her silky hair behind her ears. "Hey, it will be okay, sis." In what I thought was a hopeful voice, I added, "I mean, you're probably not pregnant. Don't you use the pill?" I'd used it diligently ever since Denny and I had started getting serious. I just assumed Anna did the same. She looked up at me, her face forlorn. "Most days." I suppressed the rant I wanted to give her. You can't go around sowing your wild oats so carelessly. But she was freaking out, and the last thing she needed was a lecture from me. Smiling instead, I patted her leg. "Do you want me to help you?" Rolling her eyes, she glared at the bag I was hiding with my body. "No, thank you. I can pee all by myself." Sighing, I watched as she stood up, grabbed the bag, and stormed out of the room. I tried to imagine the free-spirited vixen pregnant, but I couldn't. She came out of the bathroom a few minutes later, holding 5 sticks in one hand. She stared at them, horrified like they were going to start calling her mommy at any moment. "Okay, now what?" Walking up to her, I eyed the freshly wet sticks. They were blank. "Well, I think you have to wait a few minutes, Anna." She looked up at me, her cheeks flushed. I have to wait? I have to sit here and wait to see if my life is over or not? Anna, your life doesn't have to be over if you're She put her finger up to my mouth, silencing me. Don't say the P word. It's bad luck. I rolled my eyes at her, hoping she'd washed that finger, but chose not to comment on her ridiculous superstition. Running her hand through her hair, Anna continued to stare at the sticks in her other palm. I need a drink, she muttered. As she started to head toward the kitchen, I grabbed her arm. Anna, you can't drink. Not if you're She glared at me for nearly saying the dreaded P word again, and I quickly changed it to, not if you're with child. I smiled at my turn of phrase. Anna frowned. Damn it! This sucks already. Forcefully taking the sticks from her, I made her sit on the couch. Her eyes locked on the test sticks in my hand. I almost felt like I could hypnotize her into a trance by waving those sticks. I wished I could, since every 10 seconds she asked, Anything? Glancing at the sticks, I responded with, No, be patient. After the 10th query, I noticed a change. When I didn't answer her immediately, Anna stood up. I held her back with a hand, trying to remember if, on this particular brand, 2 dashes was a good thing, because I was definitely seeing 2. What? What's the verdict? She asked, agitated as she grabbed my hand, keeping her back. I don't know yet, Anna. Narrowing my eyes, hoping that I was remembering the directions wrong, I looked for the one that used plain English to spell out your fate. As the words blossomed to life right in front of my eyes, I almost felt like crying. My sister was near frantic with worry when I looked up at her. In the loudest voice I could muster, I whispered, You're pregnant. They're positive. Her eyes widened and glossed over. Dropping my arm, she quietly asked, All of them? Like somehow, if just one said no, it would negate the rest. I glanced at them again, then up to her. All of the ones without words were similar. 2 dashes, a dash, and a plus sign. One even had a smiley face. Adding to that the one that joyfully pronounced pregnant, and it could only mean one thing. I nodded and gave her a sad smile. All of them. Congratulations, Anna. You're going to have a baby. She started sobbing, and not from happiness. When Anna gathered herself, she seemed convinced that she could change the outcome of technology. No! Grabbing the sticks, she started marching her way to the bathroom. On the way, she screamed, No fucking way! These are wrong! I am not pregnant! I gingerly followed behind the angry at fate woman, trying to help her without getting my head torn off. After she slammed the bathroom door shut, I timidly knocked on it. Anna? What are you doing? Her voice trembling with fear and rage, she yelled, I'm taking the rest of them, because they're wrong. There's no way that fucker knocked me up. None. I sighed, not wanting to tell her that it was possible. Griffin may be an idiot, but his sperm could still swim. Apparently. Very quietly, I asked, Are you sure it was Griffin? I cringed after I asked, knowing the temperamental woman would probably throttle me for kind of calling her a slut for a second time. The door cracked open and twin emerald eyes blazed at me. Yes, I'm sure. She slammed the door shut again and I winced. Okay, just checking. After a long period of silence, I slowly opened the door. Anna had laid every test along the perimeter of the small sink. They were all various colors and styles, and the screen showed various symbols or words, but the results were the same on every single one of them. Confirmed by a dozen different tests, Anna was pregnant. She looked back up at me, teary-eyed, her anger sapped. What do I do, Kiera? I stepped into the room and hugged the lost woman. She seemed completely thrown, and I'd never seen my sister thrown. She tended to roll with whatever life gave her, breezing from place to place, man to man, job to job. A child, though. That was a permanent responsibility that she couldn't escape from. You'll do the best you can, Anna, and I'll help you as much as I can. I pulled back to look at her, and she broke away from me, taking a step back in the small room. Shaking her head, she sputtered, No, I can't do this, Kiera. I'm not you. I'm not responsible or reliable or even that smart. She tossed her hands up in the air. I work at Hooters, for fuck's sake. All I have is nice hair and a great rack. What the hell do I have to offer a kid? Sighing, I put my hand on her arm. You'll do better than you think, and I know you. You'll love that baby. So much. And what more does a baby need but love? Tears ran down her cheeks, and she shook her head again. I can't do this. I don't want to. I don't want kids. I've never wanted kids. She ran her hands back through her hair, groaning. Oh my God. Dad. He's going to kill me. Mom. She'll never look at me the same. Sniffling, she covered her face for a second, and I patted her arm. They'll come around, Anna. They'll be proud grandparents, and you and Griffin... She dropped her hands, her jaw following. Griffin. Oh my God. Griffin is going to be a father. She said it like she had just now realized what his role in all of this was going to be. I rubbed her arm supportively. Yeah, that's kind of how it works, Anna. Shaking her head, her face still in disbelief, she said, Griffin can't be a dad, Kiera. He just can't. She pointed out the bathroom window to where our boys were miles and miles away from us. He blows pot into puppies' faces, Kiera. Can you picture him around a child? I cringed. Nope, not in a million years. I tried to switch it to a placating smile, but Anna noticed my expression. In some attempt to reassure her, I said, Well, you'll have me, Kellen, Evan, and Matt, especially Matt since he's family. They'll keep Griffin in check. Sighing, she closed the toilet seat and sat on it. Griffin, he'll think I did this on purpose, like those groupies they were warned about. She looked up at me, fresh tears in her eyes. He'll never want to be with me again. Tears in my own eyes, I shook my head. Anna, he won't. I closed my mouth. No, Anna was right. That's exactly what he would think. Shaking my head, I shrugged. I'm sorry. I swallowed back the tears, threatening to spill over as sympathy washed through me. Whatever was between her and Griffin, it was clear that Anna genuinely did like him, maybe love him. I wasn't sure, but I knew it was over now, and I knew how much an ending relationship hurt. Watching my struggling emotions, Anna suddenly stood up. I'm going to be sick. I moved to hug her, thinking her pain was emotional, but she held one hand out to me and one to her mouth. No, I'm really going to be sick. Turning around, she quickly opened the lid and proceeded to throw up in the toilet. Holding her hair back, I rubbed her shoulder while she rested her head on her arm. She sniffled a few times, breathing heavily. Then her anger seemed to resurface. Shooting up to her feet, she wiped her mouth with a towel. As I gave her whatever words of encouragement I could think of, she grabbed the paper bag from the drugstore and started shoving all the tests inside of it. Crumpling up the bag, she stormed out of the bathroom. Curious which way the emotional woman was going to swing now, I followed her out. Oddly enough, she stormed into my room. "Anna, now what are you doing?" Opening one of my dresser drawers, she shoved the bag inside and closed it. Glaring, she looked back at me. "No, this isn't happening. This is just some weird dream that I'm going to wake up from any minute." Dropping my mouth open, I pointed at the bag in my drawer. "You're not dreaming, Anna. That did happen, and you need to deal with it now." She gave me a blank look as she started to walk out of the room. "I don't know what you're talking about, Kiera." I grabbed her shoulders as she walked past me. She didn't look at me. "You can't just wish this away, Anna. It's going to happen to you whether you want to acknowledge it or not." Her face completely emotionless, she finally turned to look at me. "No, Kiera, it doesn't have to happen." All of the blood drained from my face, from my body. Did she mean... I couldn't believe my sister would contemplate that. I knew she was freaking out. I knew she was distraught, but I couldn't believe she'd even consider ending the pregnancy. "Anna, you can't." She jerked away from me, a trace of emotion back on her features. "I don't know yet, Kiera, okay? I need to let this sink in for a few days. All right?" I nodded at her, swallowing. Thinking was a good thing. Head down, she started to leave my room. At the door, she stopped and looked back. "Don't tell anyone about this, Kiera, please. Not Mom or Dad, not Jenny, not Kellen or Denny. No one." I sighed and took a step toward her. "Anna, you don't have to do this alone." She shook her head and held her hand out to stop me. "Please, if I decide to stop this, I don't want any of them to ever know. Ever. Please? I haven't told Kellen about your little secret, and I totally covered for you when you were in the hospital after the Denny Kellen fiasco, made up some stupid story about your appendix bursting when Dad got the bill. You owe me this." Her voice wavered so bad it betrayed how much this decision was eating at her. I knew my sister wasn't a cold person who could end a life on a whim, but I knew the idea of bringing a baby into the world scared the crap out of her, especially with her weird situation with Griffin. Hoping she'd come around if I gave her space and silence, I nodded. "All right. I promise you I will not say a word. To anyone." She nodded and turned to leave, and I grabbed her arm. "But you have to tell me, before you do it." Tears dripping down my cheeks now, I shook my head. "If you decide not to keep it, you tell me before, not after, okay?" Her eyes watered, tears slowly leaving them and trailing down her splotchy cheeks. Pulling her into a hug, I added, "That's my niece or nephew in there. You have to at least give me one last chance to talk you out of it. And if I can't, you have to let me go with you, to hold your hand." When I pulled back, tears were streaming down her face, and she nodded, hiccuping back a sob. My own face as wet as hers, I cupped her cheeks. "I love you, Anna. I know you'll do what's best." She nodded, turned, and left. Chapter 21. Hope. The following weeks were all about my sister. We spent my spring break holed up in the apartment. I tried to convince her to see a doctor. She told me no, threw up in the bathroom, and then cried in her bed for hours. I sat with her and stroked her hair. I pointed to her Hooters calendar on the wall, reminding her of how beautiful she was and that this was her month to shine. It was April now, and her gorgeous face was proudly featured for the world to see. She complained that she felt bloated and fat already, and her tight outfit was getting tighter every day. She tore down the calendar and shoved it in her nightstand. I hoped her job wouldn't influence her decision on whether or not to keep the baby. She was the only girl in the restaurant selected for the calendar, and she was kind of top dog there because of it. I wasn't sure if they'd allow her to continue her duties as a waitress once she started showing. I'd never seen a pregnant girl in an opaque tank top and super tight boy shorts, but I knew that legally she had rights, and if she ever used her job as an excuse to terminate the baby, I'd bombard her with a list of them. I walked on eggshells whenever Anna was near, trying not to add to her anxieties. It didn't take much to stress her out either. I didn't entirely blame her for being on edge. Her situation was scary and daunting, and being flooded with mood-altering hormones didn't help. I did, however, tell her to back off when she rudely barked at me that the smell of coffee made her want to hurl, and I needed to stop bringing it into the house. She cried when I snapped at her, and I instantly felt bad and stopped making coffee in the mornings. I guessed I could suffer through a few days of caffeine withdrawal to help her, especially if it helped to convince her that she could be a mom, and I knew she could. Under all the carefree playfulness was a woman with a great well of love in her. She might not have found the right man to share it with yet, but I knew it was there. I even invited her to another one of Jenny's 6-week-long art courses. Why I kept signing up for these classes with her, I did not know. Pity, I guessed, since I still felt awful about the Boise trip. Anna grudgingly came along, sulking and morose the entire time she sat beside me. Jenny raised an eyebrow and watched the generally bubbly and happy Anna with curiosity, but made no comment about it. Maybe she figured Griffin had been an ass to her. And he definitely had been an ass. He just wasn't aware of it yet. Nobody was. Anna still wouldn't allow me to tell anyone, not even Denny, who noticed her mood right away. He'd come over to take me to the movies, and Anna hadn't given him her usual dirty look. She barely even glanced at him as she muttered, "Have a good time. One of us should." She was always saying morbid things like that. It was as if she'd just received word that she had a fatal disease and only had 9 months to live. I assured her repeatedly that she had a great support system in place, and she could still have a life after a child, but I was pretty sure she didn't believe me. She was still pregnant, though, 7 weeks according to an online due date calendar. I kept my fingers crossed that I would be holding my niece or nephew by the end of November. Looking a little green, Anna watched the teacher explain the object of today's lesson. Anna groaned loudly when she saw what it was. Today we were drawing children. Rolling my eyes, I cursed fate. Why couldn't today be an abstract art day? Anna seemed to agree with me and partially stood from her stool in a motion to leave. Her perfect ponytail swishing along her back, Kate tilted her head and asked Anna, "You all right? You look like you're going to be ill." Anna's eyes widened, but she regained her composure, sat back down, and picked up her pencil. As 2 adorable 10-year-old kids sat to model for us, Anna sighed and muttered, "I'm fine." Relieved, I thanked fate that our model was not a sleeping infant. That would have driven poor Anna over the edge. Jenny was well into her project when the rest of us finally started. I sighed as I watched her flawlessly draw out the basic shape of a human head. Mine looked like Mr. Potato Head. I still couldn't quite get the hang of realism, and this was my umpteenth class. Jenny smiled at me when I sighed morosely. "You'll get there, Kiera," she said warmly, any trace of a fight lingering between us gone. Jenny didn't hold grudges for long, which was a good thing. It helped that during my break she had taken a trip to visit Evan. She called to invite me to take the trip to Texas with her and Rachel, but I couldn't leave Anna, not in the condition she was in. Hating that I was missing out on an opportunity to spend a week with Kellen, I gave Jenny a vague excuse for why I couldn't go. I don't think Jenny understood my reasoning, but any resentment she felt toward me had faded by the time she returned. Sighing again, I erased part of the line I had just drawn. I don't know why I keep coming to these classes with you. I'll never be good at this. Jenny laughed a little and I joined in with her. I guess I'm trying to be well-rounded. Giggling, Jenny pointed at my misshapen person. Well, I think you need the practice, 'cause that looks oblong to me. I smacked her on the shoulder, then watched, amazed, as she went back to her incredibly lifelike drawing. I was terrible at this, and Kate was okay, but Jenny, she was amazing. By the end of the session, I had created something that could possibly pass for a mammal. That beat my sister's stick figure. Kate's attempt was good, if not a little disproportionate. Jenny's portrait, however, was breathtaking. She'd decided to turn the children into infants. I wasn't sure if Jenny was just having an I love my man and I want to have his kids someday moment, or if she'd maybe, subconsciously, picked up on something, but the infants she had turned the models into were perfect. Wow, Jenny. Wow. It was all I could think to say. A scraping noise on the other side of me brought my attention back around to Anna. She'd scooted her chair away from her easel and was staring at Jenny's picture with her jaw dropped. One hand was resting on her stomach as her eyes slowly became glossier. I put my hand on her thigh right as Jenny asked, "You okay, Anna?" My sister nodded, not looking up at the artist. "Yeah, that's just really good, Jenny." The perky blonde beamed at Anna's odd face. "Thanks. I'm glad you like it so much. Do you want it?" Anna finally glanced up at her, teary-eyed. "You'd give it to me?" Jenny shrugged, tearing it off the paper stand. "Yeah, I was just goofing around." Rolling it up, she handed it to Anna. "Here, since it moves you so much, you should have it." Anna took it with trembling fingers. I thought she might break down into a sobbing, hysterical, hormonal mess, but swallowing a few times, she managed to wrangle in her mood and smile at Jenny. "Thank you. I really like it." Leaning close to my sister, I quietly asked her if she was okay. She nodded. "Yeah." Looking me in the eyes, she jerked her thumb over her shoulder. "I'm not feeling so hot. I think I'm going to go home and crash." I nodded at her and patted her shoulder. As she left, Kate wrinkled her brows together, her topaz eyes seeming a little confused. "Is your sister all right?" Thinking about the look on her face as she'd stared at Jenny's infants, I smiled. Yeah. I think she'll be just fine." Since none of us had anything to do until work later tonight, we headed over to one of my favorite coffee spots. Since Anna was banning the substance from our home, I had to buy it elsewhere. It was a heck of a lot more expensive, but as a full-time student with a full-time job, smart or not, I needed all the help I could get. Kate, Jenny, and I chose a back booth as we planned on hanging out for a while. Rachel also joined us after Jenny texted her, and our party of 4 quickly turned into a gossip session about boys. Kate especially stoked the conversation, wanting to hear all about our love lives since hers was currently non-existent. Introspectively, I thought about my situation. I thought about Kellen and the secrets he was keeping from me. He'd almost revealed them a couple of times, and that last time, before our intimate session over the phone, he'd been choked up over how to do it. His words flew through my brain as Rachel quietly admitted that Matt was an excellent kisser.
God, this is hard.
Kellen's words mixed with Denny's warning in my brain, and ice formed in my stomach.
If you think he's cheating on you, Kiera, then he probably is.
Finally getting a chance to think about it, now that the stress of my sister's pregnancy was momentarily on the back burner, I considered all of the conversations I'd recently had with Kellen. Although he always sounded glad to talk to me and was always eager to try to turn me on, he also seemed worn, exhausted, like he was carrying a weight with him. I didn't know what that meant, but my intuition told me that it wasn't good. My heart told me he'd fallen for someone else, and he didn't know how to tell me. I understood how it could happen. It had happened to me, after all, but it killed me to think that he was stringing me along, biding his time to rip my heart out. Like Denny must have thought at some point, it would just be easier if Kellen told me. Better to know than constantly wonder. Feeling a well of despair start to creep up on me, I stared at my creamy coffee and ignored the conversations flowing around me. A chin on my shoulder brought me back to the present. Tilting her head at me, Jenny asked, "You all right? You sort of look like your sister did earlier." I glanced at Rachel and Kate, the pair deep in conversation over who Kate could start seeing. Looking back at Jenny, I worried my lip and considered what I should say to her. She'd just seen the guys. Did she notice anything? Did Evan say anything? Curiosity burning holes in my stomach, I finally asked, "When you were out visiting the boys, how was Kellen?" Jenny blinked, not expecting my question. Fine, I guess. Why?" Looking back down, I shrugged. "I don't know. I just feel like he wants to tell me something." "Maybe you're just deferring your own guilt." I looked back at her and she raised a pale eyebrow. "You know, because you haven't told him about Denny being in town, right?" Shaking her head, she added, "I'm guessing that he knows nothing about how much time the two of you spend together." I sighed, shaking my head. "No, I haven't told him yet. But I will, My eyes watered, and Jenny's disapproving scowl faded. "I just need to know what he's hiding first," I whispered. Jenny's face softened as she put an arm around me. "Hey, it's okay, Kiera. I mean, I didn't notice anything suspicious, and Evan would have told me if Kellen was doing anything wrong." I swallowed, discreetly wiping my eyes. Glancing at the pair across from us, still deep in their own conversation, I muttered, "Kellen's good at hiding things if he needs to. Evan had no idea about the two of us, remember?" Sighing, Jenny pulled me into her shoulder. "Yeah, but Kellen is so in love with you. He wouldn't cheat on you." She whispered it, but I felt like the words crashed around the room. I cringed, swallowing back more tears. I really didn't want to break down in front of Kate and Rachel. I didn't want to discuss this with a table of people. Really, I wanted to push it back to the far corner of my brain where I didn't have to think about it. That would be wonderful. Trying to cheer me up, Jenny spunkily said, "Besides, I only ever saw him on his phone talking to you. Would he talk to you so much if he was cheating on you?" All of the color drained from my face. "He was on the phone? A lot?" Furrowing her brows, she nodded. "Yeah. With you. Right?" I slowly shook my head. My sister had been such a mess the week that Jenny and Rachel were in Texas that I barely had time to answer my phone, let alone talk to Kellen. In fact, the only times I had talked to him were really late at night, after Anna finally passed out from exhaustion. Jenny would have surely been asleep as well during those conversations, so whoever she'd seen him on the phone with was not me. Clutching her arm, I leaned forward intently. What was he saying on the phone? Did he sound happy? In love? My voice broke on the word, and Jenny's pale eyes glossed over. Shaking her head, she murmured, "I thought he was talking to you." In near hysterics, I tugged on her arm. "What did he say?" She swallowed, shaking her head. I wasn't paying attention, but he..." She swallowed again, her eyes nearly to the brim now with sympathetic tears. "He was laughing. He seemed happy." Feeling like I was going to start hyperventilating, I stood up. Jenny started to stand with me, but I held my hand up. "I just need a minute." I quickly dashed to the bathroom, hoping Jenny and the others would let me fall apart alone. She'd practically confirmed my greatest fear. Kellen was involved with someone else, someone who made him laugh, and I bet she was gorgeous too. My hand was over my mouth, and I was holding in the sobs as I sank against the cool tile wall. Letting myself slide down it, I sat on the floor and dropped my head into my hands. How could he do this to me? Was it payback for all the times I'd hurt him? Was it the universe getting even with me for being so awful to Denny? Or was Kellen really just the sex addict that Candy said he was, and this was inevitable? Maybe Kellen found that going months without physically being with a woman was impossible and caved. It happened all the time, so I didn't know why it surprised me. Maybe because I expected more from Kellen. Maybe I expected too much. Sobbing uncontrollably, I let every doubt in my body leach out through my tears. "Kiera? You okay?" I glanced up to see a blonde in the doorway staring down at me. It wasn't the blonde I was expecting, though. It wasn't Jenny. It was my friend from school, Cheyenne. Wiping my eyes, I quickly muttered, "It's nothing," and started to stand. She came up to me and helped me up. "You sure? You look devastated." Her eyes widened. "Did something bad happen? Is everything okay?" Feeling a little strange since my relationship with Cheyenne was mainly academic, I shrugged and repeated, "It's nothing. I'm fine." Squaring my shoulders, she looked me in the eye. "It's not fine, and you're not okay." Softening her face, she said, "I know we haven't known each other all that long, Kiera, but you can talk to me." Smiling at her gesture, eased by the warmth in her mild accent, I leaned back into the wall and swiped my eyes dry. "It's just Kellen. I think he's seeing someone else." My gut felt torn in half just admitting it to someone. Cheyenne's arms immediately wrapped around me. "Oh God, Kiera, I'm so sorry." She pulled back to look at me, her face warm and open. "I know you really like him. Are you sure?" I shrugged, sighing. "No, I'm not sure of anything right now, except men suck." I sniffled and smiled a bit, but Cheyenne twisted her lip at me. Stepping back, she threaded her fingers through her hair. She almost seemed nervous, and I cocked an eyebrow at her. Swallowing, she looked around the empty bathroom. "Okay, I know I'm going to sound like an idiot, but I think you're really great and smart and funny, and I know you like guys, but I was wondering if..." My eyes widened as I listened to her. Was she saying she dug me? Was I not so far off in thinking that she liked me? Wondering how to let her down easily since I had zero experience in that, I took a step forward. "Oh, Cheyenne, I think you're great too, and I like you." She visibly brightened, and I stammered for a way to change what I'd just said. "No, I mean I like you, not like you, like you, like you." Yeah, even I was lost by my explanation, but Cheyenne didn't seem to care anymore. I said I liked her, and that was enough. Smiling ear to ear, she exclaimed, "Oh, I like you too." Then she grabbed my face. I didn't even know how to react. There is just no course on what to do or say in this situation, at least none that I'd ever taken, but maybe I should. She brought her lips down to mine, pressing us firmly together before softly moving against me. I had just enough time to think, that's different, before I pushed her shoulders back. Her eyes were wide as she stared at me. I thought she looked mortified at herself, and I couldn't help but feel bad for her. Being rejected was no easy thing. Stammering, she stepped back from me. "Sorry. Oh God, I'm sorry. I thought you... I'm sorry." Sighing that I was misleading to even my own sex, I shook my head. "No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you think..." Exhaling, I switched to blunt honesty. "I'm not attracted to girls, Cheyenne. No offense or anything, but I like men. Even philandering ones." I sighed sadly as she flushed bright red. "Of course, I knew that. I really did. You have a boyfriend and you love him. I was just caught up in the moment, and I've really liked you for a while, and..." She closed her eyes and dropped her head back. God, I'm an idiot. Chuckling at how similar we were, I shook my head. "No, you're not. And it's fine, Cheyenne. Really." Groaning, she looked back down at me. "So do you never want to see me again?" I blinked, tilting my head. Why would you think that? She flung her hands at where our moment had just happened. "Because I totally took advantage of you." She gave me a sad smile. "Because I like you." I looked down, shaking my head again. "Of course I still want to see you." I looked up. "As a friend and schoolmate, but that's all we'll ever be. I'm sorry." Her eyes watered, but she smiled. "I know. I've always known it wouldn't happen. I guess I just... hoped." I nodded at her, not knowing what else to say. Maybe having had enough embarrassment for one day, she grabbed the door handle. "Well, I should go." She pulled open the door, then raised an eyebrow at me. "We're still studying next week, right?" Containing a sigh, I smiled. "Sure, yeah." I knew from now on I would have to be more careful around the girl. I didn't want to hurt her in any way, but you can't help who you fall for. I knew that from experience. As she walked away, I considered one good thing from the encounter. She'd stunned me out of my moment of agony, that was for sure. And I could now cross being kissed by a girl off my bucket list. I was still stunned when I got home after my shift at the bar. I hadn't mentioned the kiss to the girls at the table, and really, when I returned, all they had cared about was why I left. Jenny hadn't told them about our conversation, and I thanked her for that later. I wondered whether Cheyenne would be a problem at school now, a new one to replace Candy since her path had finally deviated from mine. In fact, last I heard, Candy was pregnant. It seemed to be going around these days. My thought was reaffirmed when I opened my bedroom door to find a pregnant girl sitting on my bed. I was surprised that Anna was still up. She'd started going to bed pretty early recently. Face sad but serene, she looked over at me as I sat beside her. "I've decided." "And?" I held my breath, waiting for her answer. She looked over my face for long seconds that felt like an eternity. Lifting one corner of her lip, she finally said, "I don't know if I'm going to keep this baby or not, but I won't kill it." She shrugged, looking down at her hands in her lap. "I can't," she whispered, her palm moving to rest on her abdomen. My eyes watering, I threw my arms around her. "I'm so glad, Anna." She nodded as she held me back, and I stroked her hair soothingly like Mom used to do when we were little and frightened. "It will be okay, Anna. I'm here. I'll help you with everything." She smiled at me when we pulled apart. "I made an appointment with the doctor for next week. Could you go with me?" Nodding, I pulled her in tight again. Of course I'll go with you." Pulling back again, I raised my eyebrows. "Can I tell people? Kellen? Jenny?" Anna immediately shook her head. "No, not yet." I frowned at her and she sighed, slumping. "Look, I don't know if I want to raise a baby, Kiera, and I don't want a million people giving me their opinions right now." She looked up at me, her bright jade eyes determined. "I want this to be my choice, and I want to make it before the world condemns me for it." Sighing, I stroked her hair. "Yeah, okay. I won't say anything." She was silent a moment, and I added, "Don't you think Griffin should know? Shouldn't he have a say?" She stared at her hands, not able to look at me. "I know you won't approve of this, Kiera, but if I decide to give it up for adoption..." She looked back up at me. "Griffin will never know that he was the father. I'll never admit to it, and I'll deny it if anyone says otherwise." Seeing the firm decision in her eyes, I shook my head. "Why, Anna? Why wouldn't you want him to know?" Looking away, she shrugged. "It's just the way it has to be, Kiera." Looking back up, she shrugged. "If I do keep it, I'll tell him, okay?" I nodded, hoping I could talk her out of this one. My feelings about Griffin aside, he had a right to know that he had a son or daughter in the world. I wasn't sure what he'd do with the information, but I felt he should know. Perhaps noticing the inner turmoil in my eyes, Anna narrowed hers. "I'm serious about this, Kiera. You can't tell anyone." Sighing, I shrugged. "I won't. I promise." Satisfied with my response, she stood and left me alone in my room, my head swirling with the drama that seemed to gravitate toward me like I was some pain-filled planet pulling angst around me. But my sister's mood lightened some, and the stress around the house eased. The following week, I did meet with Cheyenne and invited her over to work on our assignments. She was taking an advanced poetry class in her last quarter, and I was taking an advanced expository writing class. It was tough. Along with my other classes, I was also working on getting 3 letters of recommendation and a critical writing sample for my degree requirements. Even though I enjoyed school, it was exhausting, and I was ready for it to end. In a month and a half. Equally swamped with her own workload, Cheyenne commiserated with me. Laughing, we joked about the poetry paper I'd turned in last quarter that really barely classified as college-level material. Sitting across from me at my rickety card table, our books and papers spread between us, Cheyenne sighed and leaned back in her chair. I started working on my paper when she spoke. "Hey, sorry about kissing you last week, you know?" Glancing up at her, a flush filling my cheeks, I shook my head. "Don't worry about it." She bit her lip and looked down, getting back to work on her own stuff. "Yeah, well, thank you for not freaking out and refusing to ever talk to me again. That would have really sucked." I laughed a little at her comment, then shook my head. I've done so many impulsive things that I've regretted later. I sighed. "I completely understand, and I wouldn't make you feel bad about it." "You? Impulsive?" She giggled a little. "Do tell." Throwing a pencil at her, I frowned at her amused expression. It sort of reminded me of Kellen's. My sister bounded into the room a couple of seconds later, dressed in sweatpants and a baggy shirt. She wasn't huge or anything yet, but she was trying to hide the slight bump she had. I had no idea how she planned on explaining it to her work when she got larger. Her plan for now was letting them all see her constantly eating, so she could blame any chubbiness on over-snacking. Yeah, that might work for the first few months. Sucking on a lollipop that I knew was actually something she found at a store called a Pregger Pop to help with the nausea, she widened her eyes at me. "You got kissed, Kiera? I'm so telling Kellen." I narrowed my eyes at her, silently telling her that she owed it to me to not say a word, and she flushed, quickly saying, "Or not." Cheyenne started looking a little uncomfortable, and I glared at my sister, wishing she had just a little more tact. The poor girl felt bad enough as it was. She didn't need Anna rubbing salt in her wounds. Looking properly chagrined, Anna put a hand on Cheyenne's shoulder. "Hey, don't worry about it. Everybody kisses Kiera." I smacked Anna's arm, but Cheyenne giggled and playfully responded with, "Yeah, well, that's because she's so cute." They both started laughing as I shook my head. Was embarrassing me everyone's favorite pastime? Seeing my expression, Anna leaned over and kissed my head. While I was happy that she was in better spirits, I wasn't thrilled that she was teasing me again. She smiled down at me, then frowned a little. "Hey, it's time to go to my thing." She shrugged, and I knew what she meant. Her first doctor's appointment. Inhaling deep, I nodded and started packing up my stuff. Cheyenne took the hint and started packing up hers, too. Walking us down to the parking lot, Cheyenne smiled at Kellen's car as I opened it. "That car is hot. See you later, Kiera," she drawled. I laughed at her comment and nodded goodbye to her. Yeah, the car was pretty hot, and pretty fun to drive, too. I'd never tell Kellen, but I'd taken more than a few long drives in it. Anna got quieter on the ride over, playing with the zipper of her light jacket. I smiled over at her reassuringly. It reminded me of how I'd looked and felt when she drove me against my will to see Kellen more than a year ago. I had been so apprehensive that night, the night we reunited, unsure if he'd want to see me, unsure if I'd be able to see him. But it had all worked out for the best, and I was sure this would too. When we pulled up to the doctor's office, Anna let out a long, unsteady exhale. I put my hand on her shoulder. "Hey, I'm right here, Anna." She smiled at me, nodding. "All right, let's do this." This turned out to be a little boring. It mainly involved waiting and filling out paperwork. Anna seemed uncomfortable surrounded by all of the pregnant women in the lobby and focused on her issue of Cosmo instead. I looked around at all of the burgeoning bellies and tried to picture my sister, or myself, in that state. Life was so chaotic right now. It was hard to imagine having a baby in the middle of it. Feeling sympathetic, I grabbed Anna's hand while we waited. Once in the office, the waiting continued. Anna stared, horrified, at a diagram posted on the wall of a baby inside a womb. "Oh my God, Kiera, look at the size of it." She looked back at me, her beautiful eyes as wide as saucers. "How the hell is that head supposed to come out of this hole?" She pointed down at herself, and I hushed her for her very loud comment. "I don't know, Anna, but women do it every day, so it must work. Somehow." Closing her eyes, she leaned against my shoulder. "Yeah, and it's going to hurt like fucking hell." I bumped her shoulder with mine. "Do you think you could tone down the language? You are carrying an impressionable embryo, after all." She rolled her eyes at me. "It can't hear me. It doesn't have ears yet." Her eyes widened a bit. Or does it? Looking down at her stomach, she murmured, "Sorry, kid. Mommy's got a potty mouth." I bit back my grin. amused that she'd referenced herself as a mom. She'd never done that before. I wisely didn't comment on it, though, not with Anna being in such a fragile state. I hopped off the table as soon as the doctor came in, and Anna immediately grabbed my hand, forcing me to stand next to her. We answered dozens of questions with her, and then she brought out a machine that looked like it was used in torture chambers, or sold in sex shops. Anna eyed the doctor curiously. Where does that go? The doctor held up a phallic-shaped wand connected to a portable computer. You're too early for a traditional ultrasound, so we'll have to take an internal one. She smiled as she warmed up the machine. Ready to see your baby's heartbeat? Anna sat up on her elbows, the paper lining beneath her rustling. You can see that already? The doctor nodded and, curious, Anna let her do whatever she wanted with the odd machine. Moments later, my sister received her first glimpse of her child. Surrounded in a sea of black, a tiny gray speck blinked at us repeatedly, like it was saying hello in Morse code. Anna's jaw dropped. Is that? The doctor nodded, pointing at the speck we could clearly see. Yep, that's the heart. Strong and steady. Perfectly normal. My eyes welled up with tears watching it, and Anna squeezed my hand. When I looked down at her, she had one hand on her stomach and tears in her own eyes. Oh my God, Kiera. She looked back at me, wide-eyed. There's something alive in me. I chuckled at her response and gave her a quick hug. Yeah, I know, Anna. Leaning down, I kissed her head. And it's going to be beautiful, just like its mom. She laughed and a tear rolled down her cheek. It was the first happy tear I'd seen from Anna lately, and seeing it gave me hope. Chapter 22. Don't Lie. Anna's effervescent personality returned after her doctor's visit. I spotted her looking at baby clothes when I took her shopping one afternoon, and eyeing infants in strollers as we passed by them. I even found a What to Expect When You're Expecting book in the kitchen. Of course, I discovered it in the freezer, so I figured something in there had freaked Anna out. When we were kids, she would hide the scary books. When I was 9, she'd hid Stephen King's It in my sock drawer. She wasn't quite at the acceptance level yet, but cruising into her 9th week, she was getting there, and I was still the only person who knew about her pregnancy. I had a feeling she'd hold off as long as she could from divulging the news. It wouldn't surprise me if she decided to tell our parents by showing up at their doorstep Christmas morning with the baby in tow, assuming she kept it, of course. I didn't like to think about the possibility that she wouldn't, but thinking about her dilemma helped detract me from my own worries. My conversations with Kellen of late had been quiet. Since Jenny's confession that he was actively engaging someone else on the phone, I didn't know what to think. Sure, he could be talking with just about anybody, from a record label representative to a friend back in Seattle, but my heart told me that wasn't it. My heart told me it was a girl. But he didn't act like he loved me any less when we talked. He didn't act cold or distant. He acted like he was still completely in love with me. He huskily told me how much he loved me and that he wished he could be with me. We even made love again over the phone. It wasn't the same as being with him, but it did help to keep me feeling close, even if I wasn't sure if we were. And, needless to say, I hadn't told him about Denny. It seemed pointless now since Denny had been back for so long. I wasn't sure what was going to happen when Kellen's tour ended and he went to LA to work on his album, but I was certain about what was going to happen with Denny and me. Nothing. Nothing was going to happen. Even if Kellen and I broke up today, and God, I hoped not, nothing would happen between Denny and me. The feeling just wasn't there anymore. Nothing more than friendship and fond memories remained. Even Denny's lingering bitterness over our breakup had dwindled. We were just comfortable friends again. So when he came into Pete's one Wednesday evening on the verge of tears, I was naturally concerned for my friend. Ignoring my duties for a moment, I sat beside him at a table. Handing him a beer, I quietly asked, "You okay?" Wrapping his fingers around his bottle, he shook his head. No, I'm not." I frowned at seeing his normally jovial dark eyes looking so sad and soulful. Gently placing my hand on his arm, I peered around to look up into his face. "You want to talk about it?" Sniffing, he looked up at me. His eyes searched mine for a moment. Scratching the hair along his jaw, he sighed. "Yeah, actually, I think I do. Can I come over after you shift?" I smiled, patting his arm. "Of course. I'll see you there." He nodded, his smile still sad, and I leaned over on a whim and kissed his cheek. His smile softened as he looked up at me, and I grinned, happy that I could ease his heart, even just a little. Scuffing up his longer than I was used to hair, I stood and left him to his drinking. Jenny was frowning at me as I stepped up to her. "I saw that." She raised an eyebrow. "Anything going on?" Knowing that she meant if anything was going on between Denny and me in a more than friendly way, I dryly told her, "No, nothing like that is going on." I frowned and looked back at Denny. He's sad, and I was trying to cheer him up. She looked over at where Denny was staring at his bottle. Yeah, he does seem sad." Twisting to head over to him, she stopped and quietly added, "I know things are strained with you and Kellen, but don't do anything rash by cheering Denny up a little too well." I gave her a wry smile. "I wasn't going to, Jenny, but thank you for that." She smiled as she sucked on an apple lollipop. "No problem." I shook my head at her as she bounced over to Denny and wrapped her arms around him. He gave her a small smile. It brightened a little when Jenny stuck a sucker in his palm. Wondering what was going on with my ex, wondering what was going on with my current, I finished my shift in self-contemplation. I came home to an empty apartment and a note from Anna saying that she was spending the night at a friend's house. I smiled at seeing it. It was yet another sign that she was returning to the bubbly personality that I knew and loved. I also hoped that by friend she meant a girl. The last thing Anna needed right now was to drag another guy into the mix. She had enough complications. As I was setting my bag down, there was a knock on the door. Sighing softly, I walked over and opened it. Denny's glum face peered back at me, his dark eyes made darker by the slight circles of exhaustion underneath them. He looked worn. Frowning, I motioned for him to come in. Still dressed in his work attire, he loosened his tie after slinging his jacket over a kitchen chair. Running a hand back through his hair, he twisted to face me. "Thanks for letting me come by, Kiera. I didn't know who else to talk to." His accent thickened as he spoke, and I stepped up to him, curious. "What's going on, Denny?" Shaking his head, he closed his eyes. "It's nothing, really. Nothing I should be worrying you about." Cupping his cheek, I made him look at me. "It's bothering you, so you should talk to me about it. I'm your friend, Denny. Regardless of everything, I'm still your friend." Sighing, he gave me a lopsided grin. "Yeah, I know." Glancing over to my ugly orange couch, he tilted his dark head. "Can we sit?" Exhaling slowly, I nodded. "You want something to drink?" He shook his head and started walking over to the couch, so I followed him. Once he sat, he leaned over his knees. My heart surged a little at his posture and mannerisms. It reminded me of another conversation we'd had on a couch, a conversation that was difficult for the both of us. Shaking off the awful memory of Denny asking me if I was happy being with him, I put my hand on his knee. "It's okay. What is it? He glanced up at me, his eyes sad. It's Abby. My heart filled with lead as I considered all of the things that could have happened between them that would make him look so sad. Did she leave? Cheat on him? Did another woman betray him? Him, the most loving, wonderful man I'd probably ever met. It seemed ridiculous to me, and my heart instantly hardened against this woman who'd caused him such pain. And yes, I didn't miss the irony of feeling that way, considering I'd caused him more pain than anyone. Oh, are you two over? He gave me a quizzical look and then shook his head. No, she just had a problem with her work visa. She can't make it over here yet. It's going to be a few more weeks until they get everything straightened out. He sighed, looking down at his hands. We've been apart for so long. I just wanted... When he looked back at me, his eyes were moist. I wanted to see her. My heart softened as I realized that she hadn't hurt him. Not intentionally. He just missed her. No, I was the only one that had caused him pain. Abby, she was everything he deserved to have. Putting my arm on his leg, I grabbed his hand. He looked down at our fingers, but didn't make a move to disentangle us. I'm so sorry, Denny. I know how excited you were for her to see your new place. Closing his eyes, he nodded. Yeah, she was supposed to be here this weekend. I was going to have everything ready. Make her a great meal, fill the house with her favorite flowers, light all the candles. He looked over at me, his face apologetic for describing his romantic intentions. It knotted my stomach only fractionally, and I gave him a warm, encouraging smile. Slumping in sadness, he quietly added, I just want her here. Rubbing his thumb against mine, he stared at me for a long time. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, his accent thick. I think I hated you after you cheated on me. For a long time, actually. My heart sank and my eyes welled as he continued to stare me down. Shaking his head, he said, But I think I should thank you now. My jaw dropped as my eyes went wide. Thank me? God, Denny, why? I was horrible to you. He smiled, looking at our hands. Yes, you were. Peeking up at me, he gave me a goofy grin. But I'd have never gone back home if you hadn't hurt me so much. And if I'd never gone home, I'd never have met Abby. Looking past me, his smile widened as he thought of his lover, wherever she was. And she is a miracle to me. Oddly, that sentence didn't hurt me as much as it would have a few months ago. It actually made me smile, and we both grinned at each other goofily. I'm glad you're happy, Denny. That's all I ever wanted for you. He nodded at me, then frowned. Well, I'd be happier if I could get her here. Leaning in, I felt comfortable enough to give my friend a hug, knowing neither one of us would be hurt by it. He laughed a little and returned the hug. Letting go of my hand so he could get both arms around me, he squeezed me tight. I chuckled as I held him, delighted that I could still comfort him. Pulling back, I told him, If it makes you feel any better, I got kissed by a girl a couple of weeks ago. Giving me a playfully devilish grin, he leaned his head against mine. You have my complete attention. Let's talk about this kiss. I was giggling when I heard the door open. Wondering why Anna had decided to come back, I loosened my arms and looked over at the door. I stopped giggling when I saw who was standing there. I think I stopped breathing. Denny immediately dropped his arms from around me as a cold voice filled the room. I felt bad for missing our anniversary. We had a short break in the schedule, and even though Matt's irked at me for taking off, I just had to come out and see you. My jaw dropped to see Kellen standing just inside my apartment door. Eyes narrowed, his midnight blue depths stared at Denny and me like he wanted to set us on fire. I wanted to surprise you. His jaw tight, he spat out. Are you surprised? Because I know I am. I instantly scooted away from Denny and stood up. Knowing how bad that moment looked, I held my hands up to Kellen. I can explain. Walking into the room, Kellen slammed my door shut behind him. He pointed at us with a hand holding a bouquet of flowers. They vibrated as his hand shook. You can explain? He yelled. Explain what exactly? The fact that he is sitting in your living room and not thousands of miles away, or the fact that you had your hands all over each other? Tossing the flowers to the floor, he strode into the living room. I immediately put my hands on Kellen's chest, afraid of he and Denny getting too close together, afraid of a confrontation. Glaring down at me, Kellen pushed his body against my hands and seethed. I'm listening. Start explaining. My throat completely closed up on me as Denny slowly rose from the couch. Kiera, I told you to tell him, Denny murmured. Kellen's eyes snapped over to his. Tell me what? Tell me about the kiss? Is that what I heard you say? His eyes flashed back to mine, cold, enraged. Is that what you need to tell me, Kiera? Or is there more? Shaking my head, tears blurred my vision. No, Kellen, he didn't kiss me. Kellen's eyes narrowed and he pushed me from him. Then you kissed him? I swallowed, wishing this was just a horrid dream. I should have told him. I should have told him on that very first day I ran into Denny. No, Kellen, I didn't kiss anybody. Kellen walked up to me, pressing me back with his body until my legs pressed against the couch. Even knowing that he was extremely mad, even filled with guilt and fear for our relationship, his proximity excited me. My rough breath matching his, I resisted the urge to touch him as he leaned down and snapped, But someone kissed you. Who? Denny stepped up to Kellen, placing a hand on his arm. Kellen, relax, mate. Kellen snapped his head to Denny and shoved him back, hard. Don't fucking call me mate. Why the hell are you here with my girl? The possessive accent on the word was so clear that it seemed to ring in the air. I put a calming hand on Kellen's chest, but he ignored it, focusing on Denny instead. Stumbling back a step, Denny managed to catch himself before falling. Slowly straightening, he glared at Kellen. Right. Your girl. Kellen sniffed, his jaw flexing hard, along with his fist. Sensing a fight about to erupt, I grabbed Kellen's face and made him look at me. A girl at school kissed me, okay? Kellen blinked, his expression relaxing. A girl? Scrunching his brows, he searched my face. Really? Sighing, I shrugged. Yes, a girl. Denny and I haven't done anything wrong. You stepped into a situation that was easy to take out of context. Stroking his cheek as I watched his face relax, I murmured, But I didn't kiss her back. I haven't kissed anyone, but you. His dark blue eyes searched mine for what felt like an eternity. Then he gave me a small, crooked smile. You got kissed by a girl and I missed it? Shaking my head, I thumped his chest with my hand. Clearing his throat, Denny took the small moment of levity to make his escape. I'll let you two work this out. Maybe remembering that Denny was here, Kellen shifted his attention back to him. What are you doing here? He asked, slightly calmer than before. Denny sighed, shaking his head. Look, I don't want to be involved with this. I'm here for work, Nothing more. I told her to tell you way back in February that I was here, but she was scared to." He sighed, looking uncomfortable. "But that's between the two of you, and I don't want to be here to watch you discuss it." Kellen straightened, then nodded at Denny, apparently respecting his honesty. Denny inched by him, never breaking eye contact. Once clear of him, Denny looked back at me. "Thanks for listening, Kiera. I'll call you tomorrow." He glanced back up at Kellen, then twisted to get his jacket and quietly left the apartment. Exhaling the knot of tension, grateful that at least another blowout hadn't happened, I waited for Kellen to turn back around and face me. When he did, his face was tight again. "He'll call you tomorrow? What, are you guys buddies now?" Shaking my head, knowing I had messed up once again, I trailed my hand down his chest. His stomach tightened as my fingers drifted over his abs, but his face showed nothing but irritation. "Yes, we are. And I'm sorry I didn't tell you he was here." I shrugged. "I didn't know how you'd react." Bringing his hands to his hips, his jaw tightened. "You didn't know how I'd react, or how you'd react?" His finger came out to touch my chest. "Maybe you thought you'd start back up again." He leaned into me, his face furious again, and his lips so close it was tantalizing. "Maybe you were hoping for it to start back up again." I tried to push him back from me, but only ended up pushing myself down onto the couch. Kellen stood before me, seething in anger as he stared down at me. Even though I hated the situation as I looked up at him, he'd been gone for so long that I was momentarily blown away by how attractive he was, especially when he was angry. Licking my lips, I murmured, "Nothing happened, Kellen, and I didn't want anything to happen. Denny and I are just friends. I promise." He studied my reaction, then leaned down and pulled me back to my feet. Every part of my body pressed against him when I was standing again. After so many months apart, it made me ache to touch him again, to be with him, to think about making love to him. I knew that it was a weird thing to feel when he was so angry at me, but I couldn't help feeling it. His hand firmly holding my backside didn't help either. I was nearly panting at him as he stared down at me. "Don't lie to me, Kiera," he slowly enunciated, his lips coming down to hover right in front of mine. My heart racing, I shook my head. "I'm not, Kellen. I swear. I never touched him like that. I gave him a hug because he's sad his girlfriend is stuck back in Australia, but there's never been more than friendship between us while you've been gone. I promise." I leaned toward him while I spoke, my body unconsciously pressing into his. My hands drifted to his chest, and I could feel his heart racing too. He lowered his head to mine. "Kiera, don't lie to me. Please." I groaned as his other hand shifted to my waist, his fingers on my bottom squeezing. "I'm not, Kellen." My fingers heading up to thread in his hair, I whimpered into his parted lips. "Please, believe me." His lips parted more as he breathed on me. His hand slowly slid up my chest, and he closed his eyes and groaned when his palm ran over my breast. I hissed in a breath, clutching him tight. "Kellen, please. Take me." He groaned, crashing his lips the short distance down to mine. I moaned between our mouths as his tongue slid into mine, possessively claiming me. I loved it and tightened my fingers in his hair. His hands shifted to grab my thighs, lifting me up to carry me. I clenched my legs around his waist. Our breaths frantic, our mouths furious, he turned us around and started walking us to my room. I couldn't have cared less about anything but feeling more of that hardness pressed against my abdomen, I tried to rub against it while we walked, and Kellen whimpered, leaning against the wall as he stumbled in his step.
God, I want you so bad.
I mumbled something back that was along the same lines, then found his mouth again. I'd missed his mouth for weeks. I couldn't miss another second. He set me down and slammed my bedroom door in almost one movement. Then our frantic kissing shifted to frantic stripping. I ripped his jacket off. He ripped my shirt off. My bra was practically torn in half as he jerked it off of me, his mouth instantly suckling. It sent a jolt straight through me, and I cried out, fiddling with my pants. Pausing, he jerked those off, then worked on the rest of his clothes. I was drenched with need by the time he was pushing me onto the bed. Our mouths still attacking each other, he moved over the top of me. Breathing heavy, he paused his body against my entrance. Writhing beneath him, I cried out for him to do it, for him to take me. Tightening his jaw, he plunged into me, taking me hard, like he really did want to claim me. Pushing hard and fast against each other, we were both climaxing in no time. Legs clamped tight against him, I shook as the explosion hit me. He shook as his body poured into mine. Slightly sweaty, we rode out the intensity, moaning after each level passed through us. When it was over, he sagged against me. I panted, my hand covering my eyes as I recovered. Slowly pulling out, he shifted to my side.
I'm sorry. That's not how I wanted our first time after so long to be.
I twisted to look at him as he moved to his back and stared at the ceiling. After a long moment of silence, I asked, "Do you believe me? About Denny?" He sniffed and didn't look at me. But then, sighing, he finally looked down and met my eye.
Yeah, I believe you.
He didn't look happy at believing me, but at least he believed me. I nodded, then leaned over to kiss him. We lightly kissed, and when I broke away, I whispered, "I'm glad you're here. I've missed you." He smiled, warmth in it for the first time since his surprise appearance.
I've missed you too, if you couldn't tell.
He laughed a little and indicated his naked body with his hand. I bit my lip as I examined the expanse of flesh before me, then gave him another quick kiss. "I'm going to brush my teeth and get ready for bed. I'll be right back." I sat up, then looked back at him. "You won't leave, right?" He shook his head.
"I'll be here, Kiera."
I smiled, quickly stood and rummaged through my drawer to pull on pajamas, then dashed out of the room. I felt Kellen's eyes on me as I left. Feeling dazed, nervous, euphoric, and guilty, I hurried to finish up in the bathroom. After brushing my teeth, I leaned against the counter and took a long, calming breath. That was too close to being something horrible. And even though Kellen had said he was fine with it, that he believed me, he didn't really seem that way. He seemed hurt. And I swore I would never hurt him again. That promise had been one of my New Year's resolutions. But I had hurt him. By not telling him the truth from the beginning, by concealing a fact that I knew would bother him, I'd hurt him again. And just when I was starting to believe, I didn't suck. Closing my eyes, I pushed out the look on his face when he'd caught me. He'd been so mad. And even though he'd said he was surprised, he hadn't really looked surprised. He'd looked resigned, like he knew I'd eventually cheat on him. My eyes popped back open when I heard a door slam. My head snapped around when I registered that it was my bedroom door being viciously shut. Throwing open the bathroom door, I stepped out into the hall to see Kellen's back walking, storming away from me. "Kellen? What are you doing?" He ignored me. The only reaction he gave that he even heard me was his hands at his sides, squeezing into fists. Completely dressed again, he headed to my book bag and started rummaging inside it. Pulling his hand out, I saw the flash of his car keys in them. Shoving the keys in his jacket pocket, he started heading for the front door. He was leaving? The very thought got my feet moving, and I scampered down the hallway. I managed to get to the door first, standing in front of it so he couldn't escape me, not without an explanation. "Are you leaving?" He stood in front of me, staring right through me as his jaw tightened. I think if I had been anyone else, he'd have grabbed me and thrown me to the floor, physically removing me from his path. His eyes were narrow, his breath heavy. He was pissed. Again. Leaning back into the door, I shook my head at his complete lack of a response to my question. "Why? Because of Denny? I already told you nothing—" His eyes snapped up to mine, cutting me off as effectively as shouting. In a tight, cold voice, he sneered. "Nothing? You must think I'm an idiot." Narrowing his eyes even more, he shook his head. "I may not be as brilliant as Denny, but I'm not stupid, Kiera." He put his hand on my arm and harshly tugged me. "Now get out of my way." I resisted his pull and shook my head again. "Not until you talk to me. Why are you so pissed?" His mouth dropped open and he took a step back. "Are you fucking kidding me?" Frustrated, he took another step back, bringing his hands up to run them through his hair. Feeling confident that maybe he would yell at me instead of just making a run for it, I slightly moved away from the door. "Okay, I should have told you about Denny. I know that, but we didn't do anything." Kellen closed his eyes, his body shaking a little as pure anger flooded through him. Keeping them rigidly squeezed tight, he slowly said, "I need to get away from you. Please move so I don't do something really stupid." Then I did something really stupid. I grabbed his face, making him look at me. Touching him forced him over what slim edge he was holding on his control. He knocked my hands away and pushed my shoulders back until I bumped into the door. Seething, he attempted to dial down his temper as he stared at me. Ignoring that his fingers were digging into my arms, I shook my head. "No, talk to me." Clamping his jaw shut, he shook his head and took a step back. That brought my temper to the surface. He was hiding something from me. He was keeping secrets from me. How dare he get mad at me for not mentioning Denny when he was outright lying to me? At least my secret didn't involve cheating. Kellen's, I was sure, did. Anger bursting to life in my chest, I shoved his body away from me. "You son of a bitch! No, you don't get to run away from me. You're always trying to run away from me." I shoved his chest again and he took a step back. But not this time. This time, you will talk to me. We talk things out, remember? He batted my hands away and successfully grabbed the doorknob behind me. Twisting it, he managed to partly open it. With my shoulder, I body slammed the door closed. Glaring at me, he left his hand on the knob. "I've got nothing to say to you. Get out of my way." Anger and hurt mixed in my heart, turning into tears in my eyes, clouding my vision. I sniffed them back, refusing to cry. "Nothing to say? After everything you've done to me?" His eyes widened in disbelief. God, he was such a good actor. "Me? What I've done to you?" His face hardening back up, he stepped into my body. "You're fucking your ex, and I'm the bad guy? Is that how you want to play this, Kiera?" I shoved him away from me, hard. His hand dislodged from the doorknob, and I moved to stand in front of it, my own hands clenched into fists now. I shook my head. "I am not sleeping with Denny, and yes, you—" Just as I was about to accuse him of everything I feared, he reached down and pulled me away from the door. Arms looped around my waist, he twisted his body and plopped me down on the other side of him. Once free of me, he opened the door again. Seeing that he really was going to leave, I grabbed his arm with both of mine and tugged with everything I had. His head snapped back to mine, his eyes enraged.
"Let me go, Kiera. I'm done. I don't want to be here anymore."
Feeling those tears heavier than before, moments from falling, I snapped. "You weren't done with me 10 minutes ago when you were screwing my brains out." Pain flashed over his face, and his own eyes moistened.
"That was a mistake."
I swallowed repeatedly, not believing this was really happening. "You said you believed me," I whispered. Sniffing, he shook his head.
"And you said you wouldn't lie to me. Goodbye, Kiera."
I was so startled at hearing him say those words, I dropped his arm. The tears I couldn't hold back anymore splashing on my cheeks, I whispered, "You said there weren't any goodbyes between us." Closing his eyes, he dropped his head. When he lifted it back up, a tear rolled down his cheek.
"I said a lot of things that weren't true."
Ice twisting my stomach, making my breathing shallow, I heard myself asking a question that I didn't give my body permission to ask. "Are you breaking up with me?" His glistening eyes searched my face. Another tear rolled down his skin, and I wanted to wipe it away. I wanted to hold his head to me and tell him that he didn't have to be angry, that nothing happened with Denny, that I'd been faithful to him, that I loved him more than anything. I couldn't, though. I couldn't move. His eyes drifted down my body, then snapped back up to mine. He inhaled deep, then whispered,
"Yes, I am."
I heard the sob escape me, even though I didn't give myself permission for that either. Kellen immediately turned from my grief and disappeared through the front door. As racking sobs went through me, I stood, frozen in place. Then I heard the roar of his car starting in the distance, and I sank to my knees, burying my face in my hands. That didn't just happen, did it? He didn't just come home unexpectedly to make love to me, then dump me, did he? As the sound of his car grew fainter and fainter, the sounds of my sobs grew louder and louder. Oh God. Yes, that did just happen. I lost him. I finally lost him. Chapter 23. Nothing to Lose. I'm not sure how long I stayed on that floor, contemplating the drastic shift my life had just taken. Before this tour had started, I was sure that Kellen and I were soulmates, destined to be together forever. While I feared that he'd finally wake up and realize that he could do so much better than me, I also clung to the belief that he'd never stray, because I was the first person he'd ever let into his heart. I believed that sealed us, cemented us together. But maybe all it did was brand his body. Maybe my name tattooed across his chest was enough, a symbolic representation of how I'd opened him, freed him to love himself and others. And now that we were over, I was sure he would love again. I was sure that he'd get back on the road, banging groupies left and right until he got over his heartbreak, and then he'd find her. She'd be sweet, maybe shy, and she'd have complete faith in him, because their relationship didn't start like ours did. We'd started out with a betrayal. We both watched each other lie to a loved one. We both watched each other sleep with other people, all the while being in love with one another. Desperately in love. Watching that sort of betrayal, being a part of it, soured you. We both knew what we were capable of. Maybe we had doomed ourselves from the very beginning. Maybe I was the one who did it. When Denny came back from Tucson, I should have told him what had happened while he was away. It would have ended us, but we were already over. It would have been a clean break, an honest break.
Maybe then Kellen and I would have had a chance. Staring at my bedroom ceiling, sleep impossible, I clutched my cell phone, waiting for Kellen to call me and tell me that he didn't mean it, that he didn't break up with me. He didn't call, though, and I knew that he'd soon be rejoining his band, and I'd never see him again. Biting my lip, I debated if I should break down and call him. What would I say? What could I say? I could only plead my innocence, but Kellen didn't seem to believe me. He had for a brief moment, but then whatever faith he'd had in me vanished, and I really wasn't sure why. Running my hands back through my hair, I considered calling Anna and asking her to come home. She was staying at a friend's house, finally feeling happy enough to rejoin her social circle. I didn't really want to drag her back down with my depression. Maybe I could call Jenny. Just as I was considering punching in her numbers, my phone chirped with a text message notice. Hoping against hope that Kellen was talking to me, I scanned the screen. I sighed. It was from Denny, not Kellen. Biting my lip, I opened the message. Just checking on you. Everything okay? Not sure if anything would be okay again, I texted back. No. Kellen broke up with me. At least I think that's what I wrote. I couldn't see past the tears to be sure. By Denny's answer, it must have been. I'll be there in 5. I wanted to object, to tell him that he didn't have to give up a night's sleep for me since he did have to go to work in a few hours. But I didn't respond because I really didn't want to be alone. Sniffling into my pillow, I waited for the hole in my heart to stop stabbing me with pain. I waited to not feel like my life was over. That's all I felt, though, that everything was over. Every happiness I was ever going to have in my life, I'd already had. Every joy I'd already felt. I thought of every time Kellen and I had spent together. If I had known that it would end so abruptly, maybe I would have cherished each moment a little more. But then I realized I had. I'd always cataloged every second with him, memorized every feature about him, every word he said, every place he touched. I'd known. Some scared, insecure part of me had known that we wouldn't make it, so I'd savored my time with him. My sobs started back up. My bedroom door cracked open a while later, and a soft sigh met my ear. I sat up on an elbow as Denny stood in my doorframe. In my grief, I must have forgotten to lock the front door after Kellen left. Then again, even if I was thinking straight, I don't think I could have locked the door behind him. I could never shut Kellen out like that. Denny looked tired as he watched me, his dark eyes sympathetic. Smiling softly, he sat on the edge of my bed, the bed that Kellen and I had just made love in. I'm so sorry, Kiera. I really am. I nodded and threw my arms around Denny. He sighed into my hair as he rubbed my back. As I held him close, I waited to feel something for him. I didn't, though. Even in my grief, even knowing Kellen and I were over, I felt nothing for him, just an overwhelming need for his friendship. Relieved that I felt that way, I squeezed him tighter. He's gone, Denny. He said he was done. He said goodbye, and he meant it. Denny sighed again, returning my firm hug. Is this because of me, or because of what Kellen's been hiding from you? I blinked and pulled back to look at him. Denny shrugged. Maybe he feels guilty for what he's done. Maybe he wanted an out, and you gave him one. I sniffled and wiped my face off on a blanket. I don't know. He won't talk to me. Anger crept into me at the thought that maybe all of that argument was more about Kellen's guilt over his horror and not at all about him catching Denny and me together. Tightening my jaw, I spat out, He told me he believed me about you and I being just friends. He had sex with me, then he dumped me. Who does that? I flushed over explaining what had happened with Kellen so bluntly to Denny, but he only sighed and shook his head. I don't know, Kiera. I'm sorry. As Denny's eyes flashed over my face, concerned, I saw the same friendship that I felt for him reflected back at me. That was all there was between us on his end, too. Abby had his heart, and she would probably never do to him what Kellen just did to me. And why did he do it? If Kellen didn't trust me, if he didn't believe me, why didn't he just break up with me? Why have sex with me first? One final romp? God, that pissed me off. Pushing back from Denny, I scrunched my brows. Can you do me a huge favor? He nodded, his expression confused but eager to help. Yeah, of course. Anything. Unraveling myself from my blankets, I stood. I need a ride, and Anna has the car. Denny tentatively stood, eyeing me warily as I threw a sweatshirt over the tank top of my pajamas. A ride where, Kiera? His accent slid over my name as his question came out slowly and cautiously. Sliding my feet into some slip-on shoes, I twirled my hair up into a loose ponytail. A ride to Kellen's. Denny sighed, apparently fearing that was where I'd wanted to go. Kiera, maybe you should just let this one go. Standing straight, I glared at him. I can't. Let him go, Denny. I love him, and if he's going to leave me, then I want to know why. I'm going to find out the truth. Grabbing Denny's arm, I started pulling him out the door. Even if I have to beat it out of him, I muttered. Denny sighed again. He was silent on the drive over to Kellen's, probably wondering how to talk me out of this conversation I was about to have. I hoped I'd have the strength to have it, but really I didn't have anything to lose. Kellen and I were over. What could he possibly say to me now that would hurt worse than that? I just hoped he was home. He could have gone straight back to the airport, trying to catch an immediate flight back to wherever his band was. I just prayed that he'd needed a minute to collect himself. Hopefully the end of our relationship was enough to give him pause, to need a moment alone. Relief washed over me to see his car in the driveway when we pulled up. He was here. At least he was still here. Then my nerves crept up. He was here, and we'd have to have the talk we'd held off on for so long. It tightened my stomach, and I immediately wanted to go home. Instead, I opened my door. Denny opened his door too, and I paused, shaking my head. No, it will only make it worse if you come in. Sighing, I said, "Thank you for doing this, but you can go home now." His dark brows bunched as he looked over my face. Kiera, I don't think... I placed my hand on his arm. I'll be fine, Denny, and you've done enough. More than enough. Smiling, I tilted my head at him. Go home and get some sleep while you can. Smiling wider, I added, or go call Abby and tell her how grateful you are to have her. I know she'll love to hear it. I laughed, feeling no humor. Denny smiled and looked down. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Peeking back up at me, his eyes narrowed. You call me when this is over. He raised his eyebrow and waited until I responded. I sighed, sadness washing over me. Yeah, I will. Leaning over, I kissed his cheek. Thank you, friend. He smiled as I pushed open the door of his sporty rental. Anytime, mate. I grinned at the nickname he'd never used on me before, then stood and waited in front of the car.
Waving as he backed away, I quietly thanked him again. I couldn't see his response through the glass, but I was sure he was shaking his head at me, wishing me well but thinking I was crazy for coming here. Turning back to Kellen's house, I started to agree with him. Maybe I was crazy for coming here, especially since Kellen was quite clear about the fact that things between us were no more, but I had to know. He knew what I'd been hiding. I had to know what he was hiding. Exhaling shakily, I stepped up to his front door. Not wanting to use my keys, since technically I shouldn't anymore, I quietly knocked on it. I didn't expect him to hear me, so I was preparing to knock even harder when the door cracked open. Kellen's cool eyes stared at me through the crack. Then he rolled them and shut the door in my face. Not expecting that, I blinked and stared at the heavy wood in my vision. Did he seriously just slam the door on me? Irritation beating back my nerves, I opened the door. Surprisingly, it was unlocked. Kellen's back was the first thing I noticed. His back walking away from me again. After stepping in, I slammed the door behind me. He flinched and twisted to look at me. Sighing, he ran a hand through his shaggy hair. "I'm not doing this, Kiera. I'm not having this conversation again. We're over." He twisted around again, and I grabbed his arm. "No, we're not, Kellen. Not until you tell me the truth." He twisted to face me, his eyes dark with fury. "You first." I sighed, releasing his arm. Throwing my hands in the air, I sputtered, "I did. I told you the truth about Denny. Nothing happened. God damn it, why don't you believe that anymore? Or did you ever really believe me? Was that a lie just to have sex with me one last time?" His face paled as his jaw dropped. "You think I knew that I was going to break up with you before I slept with you? You think I'd even touch you if I knew what I know now?" His eyes flashed down my body again, and I flushed, furious. "And what the hell do you think you know?" His face disgusted, he backed away from me. "You still can't be honest, can you?" Gritting his teeth, he lifted his chin defiantly. "I saw, Kiera. I saw the tests. The positive tests." His face darkening, he took a step toward me. "You shoved them in my drawer, with my clothes, just so I'd find them. Did you really think I'd stick around once I did?" My jaw dropping, I took a step back. "What are you talking about?" My nerves tingled as I started piecing together what he was so angry about. He didn't let me puzzle it out for long, though. His hands flinging to my body, he yelled, "I know you're fucking pregnant, Kiera, so stop acting like you're fucking innocent." I was speechless as I stared at him. I could clearly remember Anna, in her denial stage, shoving a paper bag full of positive pregnancy tests into my dresser drawer. Kellen's dresser drawer. He must have wanted to put on some clean clothes after our romp. He must have opened the drawer and seen them, and assumed they were mine. And of course he would assume that. Why wouldn't he? They were in my room, in the drawer I'd set aside for him. God, did he really think I'd ever tell him something that serious in that way? How cold did he think I was? I shook my head and his eyes sharpened dangerously. "Don't even try to deny it now. Not now. Now that you know I know. Admit it, Kiera. Admit the truth. For once in your life." His face softened and I saw the sorrow in his eyes. He thought I was pregnant. He thought Denny got me pregnant while he was gone. I shook my head again, stepping up to him. "Kellen, no. Denny and I didn't—" He cut me off, shoving me back from where I'd tried to touch him. "Don't, Kiera. Don't give me another half-truth. You lied about Denny being here. I shook my head and he added, "No, Kiera, a lie of omission is still a lie." He leaned into me. "You should know that better than anyone," he whispered. I flushed and swallowed, wanting to assure him that I wasn't the one who was pregnant, but not knowing how to at this point. He wouldn't believe anything I said right now. Having no idea what to say, I found myself whispering, "I've only been with you." He curled his lips into a sneer. "Until today, we haven't had sex since December." His eyes rested on my stomach. "And I intimately know that you're not showing yet, so you're not 4 or 5 months along." His hate-filled eyes flashed up to mine. "I'm not stupid, Kiera. I know the kid isn't mine." I swallowed and tried to tell him that I wasn't pregnant, but he didn't let me speak. Bringing his face right into mine, he seethed. "If you're still going to try denying that you slept with Denny, then go ahead, Kiera. Tell me the only thing you can. Tell me you were raped." His eyes flashed, the anger in them powerful enough to make my knees start shaking. "I dare you," he added. My jaw dropped at where he was taking the conversation. Anger surged through me and my hand came out to smack him. I was inches away from his face when I stopped my hand. I couldn't blame him for saying that to me, thinking what he thought. It was his history coming around to bite me in the ass. His mom had done it to his dad, and his dad had hated Kellen for it, in utero. Kellen didn't even flinch from my near strike. He only continued staring me down. I dropped my hand, and Kellen smirked at me. Shaking his head, he quietly said, "You can leave now." My eyes tearing up, I whispered, "You're so wrong." Turning away from me, he started walking into the living room. "Am I?" he tossed over his shoulder. Balling my hands into fists, I started to follow him. "Yes, you are completely off on this one. I didn't sleep with Denny. I didn't sleep with anyone. I'm not the one who—" His jacket, hanging on a hook near me, chirped, signaling a new text message. Remembering why I had really come here, to get the truth from him, the hypocrite, I made a beeline for his coat. His eyes widened as he realized what I was doing. "Kiera, no!" He moved toward me fast, but I was much faster. I had the phone retrieved and the message displayed before he got anywhere near me. Shaking my head, I read the text aloud to him. "Call me. I need to see you." My voice shook in my own sudden anger. Kellen's face was pale as he looked at the phone and my eyes, like he was afraid of what I might do. His hand shaking, he extended it to me. "Please give it back, Kiera." Gripping it tighter, my body shaking as his secret started bubbling to the surface, I shook my head. No, I think I'll text the hussy back." I started to type in a message, but Kellen flipped out. Running to my side, he snatched the phone away and shoved my shoulder. He pushed me into the jacket hooks, and a flash of pain went through me as I scraped against one. I winced and rubbed my arm. Kellen's eyes softened apologetically, but he clenched the phone to himself in relief. Shaking my head, tears in my eyes, I snapped, "Who's the liar now, Kellen?" He shook his head, his face still pale. "This is different. This isn't about you and me." I put my hands on my hips, confused. "Then tell me the truth. What are you hiding?" His eyes flashed to my body, hardening up again. "It doesn't concern you, and I don't have to tell you anything anymore." Stubborn, angry tears leaking down my cheeks, I threw my hands in the air. "Fine. Keep your fucking secrets, Kellen." He blinked at my seldom used swear, then gritted his teeth. Knowing nothing good would happen if I stayed, I twisted back to the front door. He didn't stop me from opening it. The cool night air refreshing my face, I paused as I stared out into the empty night. Feeling just as empty inside, I tossed over my shoulder. And just so you know, I'm not pregnant, asshole. Anna is. Griffin knocked her up in Boise, and she's freaking out about it. With those words, I stepped outside, slamming the door shut behind me. I was halfway across the street, having no idea where I was going since I didn't feel like going anywhere, when Kellen opened his front door. "Kiera, wait." He yelled at me to stop, but I didn't. We were over. I didn't have to listen to him anymore, and I was pretty pissed off. I was on the other side of the street when he finally caught up to me. Breathing heavier, he jerked my arm to make me stop. A slight wind whipped around the light lounge pants I was wearing, but I barely felt the chill. I had way too much adrenaline in me. His gorgeous face looking like I'd just told him that pigs had started flying, he stared at me, open-mouthed. "Anna? Anna's pregnant?" I jerked my arm away from him, raising my chin. Yes, my answer was crisp, as clipped as I could make the sound. He flinched at my tone, then tenderly tried to put his hand on my arm. I pulled away, not letting him touch me. "Why didn't you tell me?" he whispered. I sighed, feeling the tug of love in my soul as his sad eyes flicked over my face. I wanted to forgive him for everything, but I couldn't. I didn't trust him. Anna made me promise not to say anything. Hanging my head, I added, "She's not sure if she's going to keep it." Kellen's body straightened in my vision. I peeked up at his face, the light wind ruffling his hair. His eyes were cautious. She's not going to." He swallowed, not finishing his question. I shook my head, understanding it. "No, she's going through with the pregnancy. She's just not sure about adoption." I sighed again, hoping my sister didn't go that route. Even being half Griffin, I wanted to know my niece or nephew. It wasn't my choice, though, and I'd support her no matter what she decided. Kellen let out an exhale. "Oh, good. I'd hate for—" He trailed off and bit his lip, and I watched his contemplative eyes. Kellen could have been an aborted baby. His mom had had reason enough. I supposed he had strong feelings on the subject. I wondered how he felt about adoption, since that might have been an easier childhood for him. Then I hardened my heart again. It didn't matter what he thought. Not anymore. Just as Kellen rolled his eyes and muttered, "Damn Griffin, I'm gonna kill him," I twisted to keep walking down the street to nowhere. Kellen didn't let me get 5 paces before grabbing my arm again. "Wait, please." I reluctantly looked back at him, and he shrugged. "I'm sorry, Kiera. Please don't walk away." Pain and anger stinging my eyes, I removed his hand from mine. "You basically called me a whore and said you never wanted to see me again. Why shouldn't I walk away?" Hanging his head, he shrugged. "I didn't know." He peeked up at me. "I thought, seeing Denny here, and then those tests." He swallowed and closed his eyes. I thought what had happened to my dad was happening to me. I thought you had another man's baby in you. I was just angry. I've never felt that ill." He opened his eyes and tilted his head. "I'm so sorry that I didn't believe you." I nodded, understanding how he'd come to the conclusion he had. His face relaxed at seeing me acknowledge his apology. He started to wrap his arms around me, and I stiffened, pushing him back. He scrunched his brows together, and I lifted my hand, showing him the ring encircling my finger. I kept my promise. I was faithful. I jerked my thumb back at the house where his phone was safely tucked away. Were you? His eyes looked back to the house, and he bit his lip. Looking back to me, his eyes latched onto the metal around my finger, then down to the matching ring on his hand. Kiera, it's not what you think. I grabbed his cheek, forcing him to look at me. I don't know what to think because you won't talk to me. What does that text mean? I whispered. His cheek was cool in the night breeze, but seemed even cooler as he stared at me with fear in his eyes. I don't think I can. He stammered for more to say, and I shook my head angrily. You have to tell me now, Kellen, because this is tearing us apart. I pointed down the road to the stop sign that indicated the end of his street. Tell me now, or I keep walking and we really do end this. He shook his head, tears in his eyes. Please don't leave me. Even though his face made me want to cave, even though I wanted nothing more than to throw my arms around him, kiss him, beg him to take me upstairs and make love to me again, but slowly this time, I forced myself to hold firm on my ultimatum. It was now or never. I raised my eyebrows, waiting. He swallowed, then scrubbed his eyes. Ugh, God damn it, he muttered. Closing his eyes, he took a few deep breaths. When he opened them again, he seemed resigned. Okay, I'll tell you. He looked around the empty street. But not here, all right? Let's go back inside. I exhaled a shaky breath, resigned as well. Whatever this was between us was finally going to come out in the open, and I wasn't entirely thrilled about it. Kellen took my hand and led me back to his house. He kept his head down the entire way, and I watched a shiver go through him. I figured it wasn't from the light breeze either. Back inside, he indicated his lumpy couch as he gently shut the door. It was the first time in a while that a door closed quietly around us. As I sat down, he started pacing in front of me. It spiked my nerves, and I wanted him to sit down. He seemed to need the release of movement, though, so I kept silent. Shifting back and forth, he nervously wiped his palms on his jeans. It was odd to see him this way. Kellen was rarely nervous. Glancing at me at every turn in his pacing, he still didn't speak. Thinking he wasn't going to be able to, I tried starting the conversation. Who was that on the phone? He stopped and brought his fingers to the bridge of his nose. I can't start there, Kiera. I bit my lip, nodding and waiting for him to start where he could. Sighing, he stopped moving and stood in front of me. Running his hand down his face, his expression so worn that I thought he might drop at any moment, he shook his head. Back in December, a girl came up to me backstage. I felt my stomach tighten as he paused. So it was about a girl. I wish I could say I was shocked, but I wasn't. Seeing my expression, Kellen slumped a little. She told me. As Kellen stopped to swallow, a sudden burst of insight hit me. It was so obvious. I didn't know why I hadn't thought of it sooner. Dread and sadness filled me as I completely understood. She told you that you have a child, right? Sometime in your life you weren't safe, and now, somewhere out there, you've got a kid. Tears filled my eyes as my vision of a future with Kellen irrevocably shifted. He'd never shut out a child, and I'd have to share a piece of him with another woman. Forever. Sadness that I wasn't the one to have his firstborn nearly overwhelmed me, and a lone tear rolled down my cheek. Seeing it, he squatted in front of me. Cupping my cheek, he shook his head. No, Kiera, that's not it at all. Sighing, he rested his head against mine. There isn't a miniature version of me out there anywhere, Kiera. Okay? Swiping my fingers under my eyes, I scrunched my brows, even more lost than before. Then what is it, Kellen? Because I really don't understand. He sat back on his heels, his head down. I know you don't, and I know it seems like I'm hiding an affair. Looking up at me, he shrugged. Do you really not see, knowing what you know about me, what might make me lie to you? Pain flashed through me that he'd just openly admitted to lying. More tears running down my face, I shook my head. He exhaled, looking a little defeated that he'd have to tell me since I couldn't guess it. Closing his eyes, he whispered, She told me that she wanted me to meet her father. When he opened his eyes, they were moist. I blinked, surprised. Father? That's odd. Kellen smiled sadly, shaking his head. Yeah, well, she seems to think that he might be my father too. He said it so quietly that it took me a moment to register the words. When I did, my mouth dropped open. Your father too? So she's your... I blinked, my mind still processing. Wait, your father? Your biological father? Is she your sister? Yes. She showed me an old picture of him, and even if the resemblance didn't make it painfully obvious, I'd seen the same picture before. Mom showed it to me once. Kellen swallowed, his eyes brimming with tears as he held my gaze. And I can't, Kiera. I just can't see him. I can't do it. I was so floored I had nothing to say. I stared at him in complete shock. Every scenario that I'd ever dreamed up about Kellen's secret revolved around him keeping the truth from me because of guilt, because of a girl. I'd never once imagined that he was hiding things from me out of pain, because he couldn't deal with the situation. I couldn't imagine anything more life-changing for Kellen than contact with the man who'd spawned him, then abandoned him. He'd left Kellen to a fate that no child should have to endure. I couldn't imagine what Kellen was feeling right now. Confused? Hurt? Or possibly he wasn't feeling anything yet. Maybe he was suffering a case of denial that rivaled my sister's. Wondering if that was why he didn't just tell me from the beginning, I leaned over and cupped his cheeks. His eyes flashed between mine, like he was a wounded animal in a trap that he desperately wanted to run from. Why didn't you ever say anything to me? He immediately started shaking his head. I know you. You'd want me to meet him. You'd want me to have some bonding family moment with him, and I can't, Kiera. Sighing, I stroked his cheek with my thumb. He's your family, Kellen. Kellen shot to his feet. No, he's nothing to me. Running his hands back through his hair, he started looking around his home, his parents' home. He left me. He took off and abandoned me. He let me grow up with those people. His body started shaking, his jaw clenching.
He wanted nothing to do with me, so I want nothing to do with him."
His voice cracked in anger, and I stood. Stepping into his trembling body, I ran my hand up his chest to his jaw. The strong muscles there were still clamped tight as Kellen looked anywhere but directly at me. He didn't know what situation he was leaving you in. How could he? Maybe he thought he was doing you a favor by stepping away, by not permanently breaking up the family he'd already damaged. Kellen's eyes snapped down to mine.
"A favor? My dad used to whip me with his belt when he got angry. He'd hit me so hard that I had to sleep on my stomach for days afterward. And I learned early on that running away from him would only make it worse when he did catch me. So I had to stand there, like a dog, and let him beat me. How is that a favor?"
Kellen's eyes watered as he told me a horror that he'd never divulged before. I swallowed the lump in my throat and shook my head. He didn't know. Maybe you should see him so you can tell him, so you can finally talk about this stuff with someone. He brushed past me, shaking his head.
"I don't need to talk about it, Kiera. I'm fine."
He looked back at me as he resumed his pacing.
"And I don't need to see him. Ever."
He raised his chin.
"Besides, I do have family. I have one aunt who despises me as much as my mom did. But I don't care. I don't need them. I'm fine on my own."
Knowing Kellen hated being on his own, hated being alone, I shook my head and stepped in front of him, breaking his cycle of movement. That's just it. You aren't on your own anymore. You have family members out there that want to get to know you. He started to look away from me, and I ducked down to meet his eye. You have a sister, Kellen. Don't you want to know her? Sighing, he paused and looked over my shoulder.
Haley told me I have a brother, too.
I smiled at how his family was getting bigger and bigger. He'd been alone for so long. Maybe this was a good thing, not the nightmare he seemed to think it was. Haley? Is that your sister? Kellen nodded, then looked back down at me. Shrugging, he said,
I gave her my cell number once she told me who she was, and we've kept in contact.
He smiled a little, then a short laugh escaped him.
She's pretty funny. Pretty smart, too. We've been talking a lot lately. She's a good kid.
My eyes widened as a puzzle piece fell into place. That's who Jenny saw you talking to on the phone when she was visiting Evan? Your sister, right? Bunching his brows at me, he shook his head.
Jenny? In Texas?
He looked away, puzzled, then looked back, an answer in his eyes.
Is that why you thought I was cheating on you? Because Jenny saw me laughing on the phone with someone else?
I slowly nodded. Pointing to his jacket on the hooks by the front door, I frowned. Plus all of the mysterious texts you wouldn't let me see. You have to admit that was kind of suspicious. Hurt at how he'd tried to shut me out of his life crept into my voice, and sighing, Kellen cupped my cheeks.
I'm sorry. I never meant for any of this to hurt you. I just wasn't ready.
He hung his head and swallowed.
I wanted to tell you so many times, but I couldn't make myself say the words.
Looking back up at me, he shrugged.
It was like if I told you it was real, and I wanted to pretend that it wasn't.
He closed his eyes and shook his head.
I just wanted to ignore it. Ignore him.
His voice hardening, it started to warble with emotion.
But Haley gave him my number and he texts me every day. Every goddamn day.
Opening his eyes, he dropped my cheeks and pinched the bridge of his nose.
Every day he sends me messages, and every day I ignore him.
Sighing, he raised his head up to the ceiling.
And I'm getting so tired of it all. I just want him to leave me alone.
Leveling his head, he exhaled wearily.
I even thought about changing my number so he wouldn't have it anymore, but I wanted to still be able to talk to you. And I couldn't exactly tell you why I wanted to change it without telling you why I wanted to change it.
He shrugged.
So I get painful texts every day that I try to forget about.
Kellen sighed again, and I saw the weariness in his expression. The torment was getting to him. I supposed I could understand why he wanted to hide from his dad. Why, out of spite or hatred, he never wanted to see him. But I couldn't believe he'd let the torture chip away at him like this. As I stared at the weary man before me, I tried to picture the energetic man who'd begun this fateful tour. They were nearly two different people now. He sniffed and scrubbed his eyes, clearly fighting against breaking down, and I rubbed his shoulder. "This is killing you, Kellen. Don't you see that?" He gave me a wry glance, like he thought I was overreacting, but he didn't see the threadbare person that he'd become in just a matter of months. "No, it is. It's eating at you. I can see it now. Have you talked with anyone about this? The guys? Evan? Have you been dealing with this alone? All this time?" Slumping, he headed over to sit on the couch.
"Who would I tell, Kiera? Everyone thinks my dad died with my mom."
Looking up at me, he shrugged.
"You're the only one I've ever been able to tell about my dad, not being my real dad."
He swallowed.
"I just can't get the words out around other people."
Tilting his head, he gave me sad eyes.
"Just you."
Sitting beside him, I put my hand on his knee. "But your real dad contacting you. You had to keep that from me?" He looked away.
"I didn't want to. I did try to tell you a couple of times."
He looked back.
"It was just too hard. Too fresh."
Lowering his head, he whispered,
"I'm sorry if I hurt you."
Cradling his head to my body, I felt the tears escape my eyes. "It's okay. I get it." As he exhaled and wrapped his arms around me, I whispered, "Christmas Day. Was that text really from Griffin?" Kellen stiffened in my arms, then pulled back. His eyes glossy, he shook his head.
"No. That was from him."
Cupping my cheek, his deep blue eyes searched mine.
"I'm so sorry I lied. I just didn't want you to ask. I wasn't ready."
I nodded, more tears sliding down my skin. "All those texts?"
"Were from him, I promise."
Leaning his head into mine, he gave me a soft kiss.
"They were all from him. I'll let you look at them if you want, if you don't believe me, but that's all I've been hiding. I promise."
He kissed me again.
"I promise."
Letting all of my fear and doubt melt away from me, I melded my lips to his. "I believe you," I whispered. And I did. His fingers on my cheek wrapped around to my neck, drawing me into the kiss we were sharing. I'd been so sure that we'd never have this intimacy again. I savored the sweet taste of him, the intoxicating smell of him. But even as our mouths started shifting the conversation into a different one, a more physical one. I felt his body trembling with the residual torment he was feeling. Separating from his touch for a second, I pulled back to search his face. Passion was there, as it always was when we were together, but pain too. You need to see him, Kellen. You need to put this chapter behind you so you can move forward. He shook his head, leaning in to kiss me, to distract himself with the only thing he really knew how to block pain with: sex. I forced myself to push him back, even though a part of me wanted to cave. You need to, I reiterated. His eyes narrowing, he clamped his mouth shut. Inhaling deeply, he shook his head again. This is exactly why I didn't want to tell you. I started to object, to reason with him that talking with the man who'd created him, then abandoned him, would help Kellen heal, but he didn't let me get out 2 words of my speech. Mouth set in a firm line, eyes hardened and resolute, he again shook his head. No, you can save all of your logical reasons and philosophical viewpoints. I will never see that man. Got it? Then he stood up and walked away, shutting the door on the conversation so hard that I felt my head rattle. Kellen wasn't ready, and I didn't think he would ever be. Chapter 24. Trying Again. I gave Kellen a few moments of peace to collect himself, and then I went searching for him. I found him in his room, sitting on his bed, staring at the wall. I didn't know what he was thinking, what he was feeling. His face was blank, expressionless, and I thought that maybe he was just trying to not feel anything. Leaning against his doorframe, I stared at him for long seconds. He didn't acknowledge my presence, just kept staring at the wall. Containing a sigh, I whispered, "Can I come in?" He inhaled and looked over at me. Nodding, he twisted back to stare at the wall. Glancing at the spot he was staring at, I noticed something I hadn't before. There was a circular section of the wall where the plaster was smooth, not textured like the rest of the wall. It was fist-sized. I bit my lip, hating the thought of Kellen hurting himself by punching a hole in the wall. It hadn't happened while I lived here, so it must have been from before. Maybe right after his parents died. Sitting beside him on the bed, I laid my head on his shoulder. He didn't do anything at first. Then he sighed and laid his head on mine. I'm sorry if that was harsh, Kiera. Don't push me on this one, okay? Knowing this was exactly why he'd kept his secret from me in the first place, I nodded on his shoulder. All right, Kellen. We stayed quietly resting against each other for several minutes. I listened to his even breath, so long absent from my ear. I placed my hand over his heart, just to feel the steady beat. Closing my eyes, I whispered, "How long do you have? Until you have to go back?" I knew he'd left abruptly just to surprise me, and I also knew he was incredibly busy prepping the new album. I had to imagine that I didn't have very long with him. He confirmed that with one long sigh. I have a flight in the morning. Well, in a few hours. I felt the tears prick my eyes. It was almost crueler that he came back just to leave again. But not really. We'd needed this break. We'd needed these conversations. Clutching his shirt under my fingertips, I wished things were different. I wished he could stay here with me. I wish you didn't have to go. He lifted his head off mine, and I peeked up at him. Shaking his head, he bunched his brows. Do you still want to be with me? He whispered, looking afraid of my answer. Blinking, I pulled back to search his face. Of course. My hand reached up to brush his cheek. I'm in love with you. Of course I still want to be with you. He smiled and looked down. I know I'm not the easiest person to love. I thought maybe you'd had enough. Was he joking? I watched his eyes, downcast, sullen, and realized he wasn't. He really didn't see anything of value in himself to love. And why would he when the people he'd loved the most, and I truly believed he had loved his parents despite their cruelties, were incapable of giving him an ounce of love in return? Sometimes family was the cruelest form of love there was, for no one could hurt you more than the people who created you. Forcing his head up, making him look at me, I gave him a warm smile. Loving you, Kellen, is so easy. It's effortless. His smile matched mine. Then I frowned and sighed. Trusting you, that's the hard part. He sighed, his eyes dropping. We messed up, didn't we? What do you mean? Peeking back up at me, he shrugged. How we got together. The lies, the betrayals. We doomed ourselves before we even started. He shook his head. We love each other so much, and we don't trust each other at all. Hearing fears that I often felt being spoken out loud by him made my eyes water and my stomach tighten. Was it even possible to stay together? Maybe we shouldn't. Love wasn't always enough. And love without trust, was that even love? Maybe lust was all we had. Imagining not being with him anymore, imagining ending things right here made me hyperventilate. We couldn't just end. We just couldn't. We did love each other. It wasn't just lust. I loved him so much it nearly brought me to my knees. I wrapped my arms around him as my breaths came in sharp pulls. Don't leave me, I begged when I found the air to speak. Kellen wrapped his arms around me just as tight. Voice cracking, he murmured, I won't. I'm yours, Kiera, for as long as you want me. Pulling back, I cupped his face. Forever. I want you forever. Gazing at me, a tear finally fell down his cheek and over my fingers. I want that too, Kiera. I brought my lips to his, needing to feel the love behind our intense connection, not just the fire. It swept through me instantly, growing in my chest until it was nearly painful. Silently, our lips and the occasional sniffle the only sound, we undressed each other. When he laid me back on his sheets, his eyes swept down the length of my body. The heat his gaze usually gave me wasn't there. I still wanted him, intensely, but what was burning through my body, through my soul, was the need to connect with him, to comfort him, to show him that someone in the world cared about him. I wanted to give myself to him in a way that left me completely bare and open, and I wanted him to do the same for me. Cupping his cheek, I urged him on top of me. Our gazes locked as I wrapped my legs around him. When he slowly slid into me, we both opened our mouths, but neither one of us closed our eyes. He searched my face as we silently began to move together. I felt tears stinging as I whispered, I love you, Kellen. Only you. His eyes watered and he briefly closed his eyes. Opening them, he murmured, And I only love you. I will only ever love you. He lowered his head to kiss me, our bodies still moving slow and steady. When I felt the buildup of my love for him coming to an apex,
I grabbed his hand and squeezed it tight. He squeezed me back just as hard. Slowing our pace instead of increasing it, I started to shake with impending release. Kellen grabbed my cheek, sucking in a breath as he quickly kissed me.
I love you. God, I love you so much.
He let out a quick exhale, his body shuddering as he came. I squeezed him tight as the intensity washed through me. I babbled some incoherent phrase about loving him more than life itself and cinched my body around him as joy flooded every muscle, every nerve, every cell in my body. Tingling with good feelings, we slumped against each other. Wordlessly, Kellen repositioned us and curled into my body. Kissing my hair, he whispered, I promise I won't keep anything from you again. I nodded and kissed him back, the tears re-stinging my eyes. And I promise that I won't keep anything from you either. He nodded as we clung to each other. We'd try again. It was all we could do. I woke up to my favorite thing in the world, a steaming cup of coffee practically under my nose. Kellen was squatting by my side of the bed, holding it out to me, a content smile on his face, and I reconsidered what my favorite thing in the world was. Smiling, I ignored the cup and reached out for him. Hey, I whispered, my lips lightly brushing his.
Mornin',
he whispered back. I giggled at the word I'd missed so much, then carefully grabbed the cup in his hand. You are a godsend, I murmured, taking a sip. Chuckling, he ran a hand back through my hair.
You and coffee.
I flushed as I pulled the cup away. Fighting back remnants of sleep since I really hadn't gotten much the night before, I glanced at his clock. What time is your flight? I looked back at him and he smiled wider.
I have to go soon.
It was only then that I noticed that he was already wearing his jacket and his hair was slightly damp around the edges from a recent shower. Wow, I guess I had been exceptionally tired. Breaking up will do that to you. I sat up, sloshing a bit of coffee over my mug. Well, I'll get ready. I'll come with you. Rescuing my cup from my frantic hands, Kellen set it on the nightstand and shook his head at me.
No, I want you to stay here and relax.
I frowned at him and he smiled.
Every separation between us seems to be long and dramatic, like we're never going to see each other again.
He ran the back of his knuckle over my cheek.
It's like we're savoring every moment because we both think it might be the last.
I bit my lip and nodded. I'd had those same thoughts. Kellen grinned, seeing my agreement.
So let's break out of that cycle.
Inhaling deep, he sat up straighter.
Goodbye, sweetheart. I have to go to work.
Grinning at him, I shrugged. See ya. Laughing at me, he shook his head and leaned in for a kiss.
Keep the bed warm for me,
he murmured against my mouth. I was giggling when he pulled away.
I'll call you when I land.
I nodded. As if on cue, his phone in his jacket chirped. I glanced at his pocket and raised an eyebrow. Kellen rolled his eyes and sighed. Pulling his phone out, he glanced at the number.
That would be my father with his morning message.
He raised an eyebrow at me.
There will be an afternoon and an evening one, I'm sure.
He hit the end button without even reading it. I frowned. Don't you even read them? Sniffling, he put his phone back in his pocket.
No, I never read them and I never respond.
Lowering his head, he glanced up at me.
That's why I freaked out when you were going to. I don't want him to be encouraged.
He looked up at me.
I want him to stop.
I bit my lip, hard,
wanting to object but knowing that Kellen wasn't going to budge on the matter and he'd get mad if I started in on him again. I nodded, then a question slipped out before I could stop it. What does your sister think about you ignoring him? Kellen sighed and moved to sit beside me on the bed. She thinks I'm being stubborn. She doesn't understand why I'm hurting him by refusing to. He stopped talking and pulled his phone back out. She asks me to give him a chance every time I talk to her. Wise girl, I muttered. Kellen heard me and lifted an eyebrow. Not wanting to start an argument, I held my hand out for the phone. Can I read it? Kellen narrowed his eyes, and I quickly added, I won't respond. I shrugged, but I feel like someone should at least read them. Kellen pondered it for a moment, then slowly gave me his phone. I wanted to jump for joy at the level of trust he'd just shown me. Maybe there was hope for us yet. Not wanting to betray that trust, I held the phone in one hand, found my way to his inbox, and opened the missed message. Then I held the phone in my palm, all of my text-writing digits away from the device. I perused the messages Kellen had refused to read, and tears stung my eyes. Please talk to me today. There's so much I need to tell you. Biting my lip, I flipped to another. I know you're angry, but please don't shut me out. And another. I can be a part of your life if you'll let me. Please call me. I flipped to a few more, and they were all similar. I need to talk to you. Please call me. I want to explain. And even one near the end of the saved messages on Kellen's phone that read, I regret leaving. Let me make it up to you, son. I had to wipe away a tear at that one. It was the message dated Christmas morning. If Kellen had just let me read it, all these months of secrets and held-back truths wouldn't have happened. Things between Kellen and I wouldn't have been nearly as strained. Seeing my reaction, Kellen whispered, What? What did he say? Sighing, I shook my head and handed him the phone. He didn't look at it as he put it in his pocket. He just wants a chance to explain. He wants to get to know you. I placed my hand on his cheek. He regrets leaving you, Kellen. Kellen's eyes misted, and he nodded. Swallowing a couple of times, he stood up. I should get going. Staring up at him, at the moody, gorgeous, soulful man that he was, I smiled and hoped he'd let his father in. One day. Appearing deep in thought, Kellen was halfway through the door when I called his name. He looked back at me sprawled on his bed, naked under the light sheet that was wrapped around my torso, and smiled contently. I just wanted to wish you luck on the end of your tour, and tell you... I bit my lip, and he smiled wider. Seeing the happiness even under his current confusion, I giggled. I'll be here when you get back. I motioned with my eyes to indicate his house. His line of sight followed mine, and he beamed at me. Taking a step back into the room, he asked, You're moving back in with me? I nodded, giggling more as I wrapped my arms around my knees. I had sort of decided that the moment he left, but recent events solidified the decision. He shook his head at me, then took off his jacket. I stared at him, confused, as he stripped his shirt off and then started unbuttoning his jeans. What are you doing? I thought you had to go. Grinning at me, he crawled over the edge of the bed, making me lie back as his body hovered over mine. I've got 5 minutes. His mouth was over mine as I giggled under his lips. 5? I asked breathily as his fingers started to explore me. Kicking off his shoes, he muttered, Okay, 15 then. Shoving off his jeans, he quickly darted under the sheet with me. I giggled as his warm, hard body collided with mine. And as silent as we were last night, we made up for it this morning. He ended up running nearly a half hour behind, but it was worth it. I stayed in Kellen's bed for who knows how long after he left the house. I was stretched out, envisioning where I could put all of my stuff, when I heard Kellen's phone ringing downstairs. Remembering that my cell was back at home, I thought that maybe Kellen's flight had touched down already and he was trying to let me know that he was okay. Wrapping his sheet around myself burrito style, I dashed down to his kitchen. Hoping I made it in time, I breathlessly picked up the receiver. "Hello?" I panted. "Kiera, you okay?" A familiar accent warmed my heart, and I smiled. "Hey, Denny. Yeah, I'm good." A long pause. "Are you sure?" Remembering my goodbye kiss to Kellen, I sighed. "Yeah, I'm sure." He laughed a little, and I figured he was probably shaking his head at me. Denny was probably thinking, once again, that he was glad his relationship wasn't so complicated. I sometimes wished mine wasn't either. The fiery heat in our relationship sometimes burned us both. But I wouldn't change the love Kellen and I had for each other for anything. I'd already had the solid, comfortable relationship, and it wasn't enough. Complicated or not, Kellen and I needed each other. As Denny chuckled, I sighed and added, "Kellen and I had a chance to talk about everything last night. It was a good talk. We're back together with no more secrets." "Good. I'm glad to hear it. And I'm a little surprised. I sort of felt like I was dropping you off in the middle of a war zone." He chuckled again, and I pictured him running his hand over his jaw. "I was pretty worried about you this morning, especially when you didn't answer my texts. When I realized you probably left your cell at home, I thought I'd try you here." "Oh, yeah, I guess I kind of ran out of there last night." I paused to bite my lip. "Hey, Denny, thank you so much for being there for me. It meant a lot. It means a lot to me that you still care. After everything, you still care." A soft sigh met my ear. "I'll always care about you, Kiera. We may not be together anymore, but I'm still the one you can call when you're lost. All right?" I smiled, wrapping the phone cord around my finger. "Yeah. Same here, Denny. You can always talk to me." "I know." His voice, so warm and soothing, sounded completely stress-free. He really was okay. We both were. Denny's voice switched to inquisitiveness as he asked, "Is Kellen there? Maybe I should talk to him, now that things are calmer." I shook my head, sighing a little. "No, he left early this morning. He had to catch a flight right back." Denny exhaled, sounding a little relieved. Maybe he didn't really think Kellen had calmed down, at least not when it came to him. He probably figured he would get yelled at again if he spoke to Kellen. Pretty brave of him to even call here. "Quick trip," he muttered. I nodded. "Yeah, he's a busy guy." I smiled when I said it, thinking of all the upcoming adventures in Kellen's life. Adventures that maybe we would share. Hearing the contentment in my voice, Denny's accent thickened as he asked, "Are you guys really okay now? After just one talk?" I paused, considering. It will take more than one talk, but... I shrugged. We are talking, and we'll never stop. We both want this, and we're gonna fight for it. Even though Denny couldn't see it, I set my jaw and lifted my chin at my hopeful declaration. Denny sounded impressed, and I imagined him smiling and shaking his head. You have changed. You've grown. Quietly laughing, I knew he was giving me his trademark goofy grin. Maturity sounds good on you. I pursed my lips, wishing he was here so I could smack him for his comment. Then I laughed with him, thinking maybe I wasn't so mature after all. Yeah, well, I should get going if I want to make it to class on time. I sighed dramatically, remembering that I had obligations and couldn't lounge in Kellen's bed all day, even if I really wanted to. Some of us still need to work on graduating. I grinned ear to ear that I was so close to being done with the pressures and stress of academics. That only left me the pressures of what I was going to do with the rest of my life. But, like every college graduate, I deal with that later. Chuckling at my comment, Denny agreed with me and wished me luck. We said goodbye to each other and I hung up the phone. After taking a long, hot shower, I dressed in some spare clothes that I kept at Kellen's place. Sticking my fingers into the pockets of my jeans, I felt something in the bottom of one. Shaking my head, I retrieved a tiny scrap of notebook paper. On it, in Kellen's surprisingly neat handwriting, was one last note. Remember today that I love you. Smiling like an idiot, I shoved the memento back in my pocket and finished getting ready for school. So much had happened in the past few hours that doing something as mundane as a writing class felt sort of odd. My secret about Denny was out. Kellen's secret about his dad was out. I was going to try to trust him with the assortment of floozies that seemed to hover around him, and he was going to trust me with my friendship with Denny. It was sort of epic for us, and a huge step in the right direction. Maybe it was too soon, but I felt good about our future. No, I felt great about it. Skipping a little as I made my way to the door, I stopped and grabbed the Chevelle keys. Kellen had tossed them on the half-moon table that we often used as a catch-all for our car keys when we lived together ages ago. I locked up Kellen's home, started his car, and made my way back to my place to collect my schoolwork. Well, it was my place for now. I'd have to tell Anna that she now had a spare room for the baby. I wasn't sure if that would make her decision about keeping the baby any easier or not. She'd have more space, but she'd also be on her own. Sort of. I'd never let her be truly alone. She was in the kitchen when I entered. Having mustered her bravery, she was again reading through the pregnancy book. I could only presume from the small smile on her face and a hand on her belly that she wasn't reading anything frightening. I smiled at her. Hey, sis. She glanced up from her book, small tears in her eyes. Hey, Kiera. Did you know that the baby is about the size of a grape, and she's already forming fingers and toes? Walking up to glance at the book she was reading, I contained a smile. She? I asked casually, catching the feminine pronoun. Swishing her hand in the air, she raised an eyebrow at me. Yeah, I'm having a girl. She shook her head. There's just no way I'd put another griffin on this earth. I let my smile show through, amused that she thought she had a say on the matter. I hoped she was right, though. A mini-griffin was not a pleasant thought. The firmness of her statement also made me happy. She'd said, I'm having a girl. She personalized the pregnancy in a way that she hadn't before. She was bonding with the baby growing in her belly. That was definitely a good thing. Not saying anything that might sway her one way or the other, I grabbed my bag off of the dining room table. I felt my sister's eyes watching me, and I knew I had a sappy smile on my face. I hadn't felt this good about my relationship with Kellen in a long time. Setting her book down, Anna crossed her arms over her chest. Her engorged chest. Are you just now getting home? Where were you last night? She narrowed her eyes like she was sure I was with Denny. Smiling at whose arms I'd been wrapped in, I shrugged. I stayed at Kellen's. She blinked. Oh. Alone? Smiling wider, I shook my head. No. I trailed off, remembering Kellen's fingers on my body, his lips on my neck. Anna took my satisfied expression to mean one thing. She smacked me upside the head. "Damn it, Kiera, you hooked up with Denny, didn't you?" Rubbing my skull, I frowned and considered smacking her back. The baby in her belly was the only thing that stayed my hand. "No, I did not, thank you very much." As she frowned at me, her full lips forming a perfect pout, I rolled my eyes and clarified. "Kellen flew in last night to surprise me. I spent the night with him." I flushed after saying it, our heated night fresh in my brain. Anna blinked again. Oh. She gave me a hug. "Oh, I'm so relieved. I was going to kill you if you'd gotten yourself stuck in another love triangle." Rolling her eyes, she shook her head. "Especially if it was the same love triangle." Smirking, she added, "If you're going to be an idiot, at least branch out." That time I did smack her, just on the arm though. Thinking of Kellen and everything we had discussed, I felt heat entering my cheeks. There was one part of last night that Anna wasn't going to like. One part that I sort of hadn't meant to tell Kellen, but I'd had to defend myself. As I bit my lip, Anna scrunched her brow. "What?" she asked cautiously. "Don't be mad." She instantly got mad. Tossing her hands in the air, she screeched, "You told him? Kellen is Griffin's best friend, and you told him? Kiera!" I stepped back from her harsh tone, then scrunched my own brows. Kellen is Griffin's best friend? Really? Kellen had always seemed tolerant of his bassist at best. Anna dropped her head into her hands. "God damn it, Kiera, you promised." Feeling bad, I put my hand on her shoulder. "I'm sorry. I had to." She glared at me between her fingers. "You had to?" Sighing, I removed my hand from her body. Kellen found the bag of tests. Remembering his face when he'd broken up with me, I frowned. He thought I was pregnant. Anna immediately stopped her pissy attitude, her hands covering her mouth as she gasped, "Oh, God, Kiera. I'm sorry. I didn't think... I'm so sorry." I smiled feebly at her, and she touched my shoulder, her face now only showing concern. "Are you guys okay? Are you still... together?" she whispered. Thinking of his grin when he'd said goodbye, I nodded. "Yeah, we talked it out." Talked, accused, cried, yelled, made love. Exhaling in relief, she smiled. "Oh, good. I'd hate to think that I..." Her face hardened back up as she remembered her situation. "He won't say anything to Griffin, right? You told him not to, right?" I tilted my head, trying to remember if I'd ever told Kellen specifically to not say anything to the soon-to-be dad. Well, things were a little intense, and I don't think I actually... She shoved my shoulder back. "Kiera?" Frowning at her shifting moods, I shook my head. "I told him you were considering adoption, so I'm sure he won't mention anything to Griffin until you've decided." Her mouth dropped open and a hand subconsciously rested on her belly. "You told him I was thinking of giving her up? Why would you tell him that?" Interested by her reaction, I said, "He needed to know why I didn't tell him about the pregnancy right away." I shook my head. There was too much tension between us and I couldn't lie. "I'm sorry. I had to tell him the truth." She nodded, then sat in a folding chair by the table. Tears immediately started filling her eyes. "So now Kellen thinks I'm awful, huh? giving up my baby. She swallowed, choking back a sob as I squatted in front of her. Holding her hands, I shook my head. No, of course not. Kellen understands. I wasn't sure if that was the case, but I couldn't say anything else to Anna, since she was on the verge of losing it. She nodded a few times as tears started trickling from her eyes. Then, like a pendulum, her mood moved in the opposite direction. It happened so fast I nearly got whiplash. Standing up, her face was instantly fiery. You need to call Kellen and make him keep his mouth shut. Her wild movement made me lose balance and I toppled to the floor. What? Rummaging through my bag, Anna found my phone and flung it at me. Call him. Do whatever you have to do. She indicated my body with her finger. Do that heavy breathing and moaning thing that I hear through the walls all the time. Whatever you have to do. She pointed at me, adding, but make sure he keeps his big mouth shut. My mouth dropped wide open. Oh my God. She'd heard the phone sex? Jesus, I'd be so happy when I was out of here. I flicked open the phone and dialed Kellen's number. It rang a few times, then... Hey, this is Kellen. I'm probably on stage or making out with my girl. Leave a message and I'll get back to you, if I feel like it. I smiled at hearing the message that I begged him repeatedly to change. Hey, Kellen, it's me. Anna's flipping out about you telling Griffin. Anna glared at me and I sputtered out, just call me back, okay? Shutting the phone, I shook my head. He's traveling back to the band. He's probably in the air or just about to land somewhere. She sighed grumpily and I stood up, wondering if I should try to comfort her or run from her. Figuring her mood couldn't possibly swing much further today, I thought I'd take a chance and tell her the good news. Grabbing my bag, since I did need to head out to school, I started backing away from her. I'll try him later today, all right? Anna nodded, her arms recrossing over her chest. Knowing it was now or never, I quickly added, I should probably tell you so you have lots of time to make arrangements, but I'm moving back in with Kellen. I waited just long enough to see her jaw drop, then I yanked on the door and quickly made my escape. I thought I heard cursing as I fled down the hall. Kellen called me back just as I shut off his car in the school parking lot. Watching my schoolmates shuffle about on their way to their respective classes, I couldn't help but wonder if their lives were as melodramatic as mine. A light splattering of April rain hit my windshield, making circular shapes that coalesced into long streams. Flowers were in bloom along the berms that I could see from the solitude of my car, petals open in welcome to the moisture. When I'd first arrived in Seattle, I hated the drizzle, preferring warmth and dryness, but I had so many nice memories in the rain that I'd come to embrace it just as much as the locals. The cell phone propped against my ear filled with Kellen's warm laugh. His sound, combined with the light ting of drops hitting the roof, brought an image of Kellen to my mind. Wet hair slicked around his eyes, drops trailing across his lips. Hey, I just landed. Miss me already? My image of him insanely erotic, I laughed huskily. Always. You said your sister was freaking out? I sighed, running a hand through my hair. Yeah, she's just afraid of Griffin finding out, before she's ready to tell him. Kellen sighed as well. I wouldn't. That's not my secret to share. I smiled at his comment. It meant that he understood my reason for withholding the information from him. Well, I think she will tell him, and I think she's going to keep it. Or her, I should say, since Anna is convinced she's having a girl. Kellen chuckled. Let's hope so. I think a baby girl to dote on is just what Griffin needs. Would you want a baby girl one day? I asked, then cringed. I hadn't meant to ask him about kids yet. One step at a time, Kiera. He was quiet for a moment, then responded,
Yeah, a girl or a boy would be fine, but yeah, I do want kids.
I giggled softly. Me too, I whispered. A comfortable silence passed between us, and knowing I really had to go to class, I sighed. I should go. Are we good? Kellen gave me a soft laugh.
I didn't convince you of that before I left? Really? You sounded convinced.
I felt the heat burn my cheeks as echoes of my conviction reverberated in my head. Before I could answer, Kellen said,
Yeah, Kiera. I think we're better than we've ever been, actually.
Smiling, I asked, even with Denny being back in town? I hated to bring it up, but I needed to. Kellen and I couldn't hide from the hard conversations anymore, and Denny didn't need to be a hard conversation. Kellen sighed. The sound was full of contentment.
Yeah, even with Denny in town. I don't know, Kiera, but Denny just doesn't worry me anymore. Maybe I really do trust you.
I exhaled, feeling the weight sliding off of my shoulders. Oh, I'm so glad to hear you say that, Kellen, because there really is nothing there. No one compares to you, Kellen. No one even comes close. He groaned.
God, you're making me wish we were back in my bed when you say stuff like that.
I giggled and flushed with heat, the good kind this time. Chuckling, he added,
I feel the same way, Kiera. No one comes close to you in my eyes. No one.
I closed my eyes, warmed beyond all doubt by his words, by his heart.
I love you. I'll see you in a few weeks.
Okay. I love you too. Chapter 25. No Doubts. Maybe it was the removal of the doubt in our relationship, but the next few weeks flew by. Before I knew it, it was the end of May and Kellen's tour was over. The boys all returned to Seattle for a celebratory weekend before they embarked on their LA adventure to record their album. I was pretty surprised when Kellen called to say he was coming home. When he'd first told me about the album, he made it sound as if he would be going straight there. I was even more surprised and mortified when he told me Justin and his band were coming up with them. Apparently the two groups had really hit it off on the road. Not too surprising. Kellen was easy to get along with, for guys and for girls. It was a Thursday night, and I was talking with Jenny and Kate at the counter when they all strolled in. I flinched when I heard the front doors bang open. My eyes immediately snapped over to them, and excitement flooded every part of me. Griffin burst through the doors just like he used to when the D-bags were a fixture here. Seeing him standing like a king before his court wasn't what spiked my heart, though. No, it was knowing who would walk in a few steps after the egomaniac. As the noise in the bar abated, Griffin exclaimed, "Your master has returned. You may worship me now." Guffaws rang through the bar, and the buzz of chatter started up again as the crowd welcomed the returning rockers. Griffin was harshly shoved forward by Matt. Scowling at his cousin, Matt raised his hand in greeting to echoes of his name being shouted around the room. He then immediately proceeded toward their old table in a deliberate effort to escape the spotlight. Griffin frowned at Matt, at least until he found a table of co-eds to pester. Evan stepped through the swinging front doors with Kellen, the two of them smiling mid-laugh. The crowd boisterously cheered once all four band members were in their midst again. Kellen glanced around the room, acknowledging them with a hand wave and a nod. Evan shook his head like he still couldn't wrap his head around the whole thing. Then the gentleman spotted his girl. The heavily tatted rocker, with gauges in his ears and a new piercing through his eyebrow, melted when Jenny jumped into his arms. There were squeals, giggles, and lots of laughter as the two of them reunited. I was giggling too as I left Kate by the bar to flood my man with affection, before the other girls around me beat me to it. He was striding my way, his grin as wide as mine. When we met up, he grabbed my cheeks and pulled my mouth to his. His scent hit me just seconds before his warm lips touched mine. He held me to him as his mouth moved in sync with mine, his tongue just slipping in to brush against me. My fingers reached up to tangle into his tousled mess, twisting into the thick, light brown strands. As his hands threaded back through my hair, his body inching forward to press against the length of mine, I slowly recalled that we were in a very public place. I didn't stop kissing him, though. I even managed to ignore the catcalls and whistles as people watched us. It was only when Kellen's hands started drifting down my body to squeeze my bottom that I pulled away. Smiling breathlessly, I raised an eyebrow in warning. Equally breathless, he shrugged, like he just couldn't help himself. Giggling, I gave him a soft, public-friendly kiss. "You're here," I breathed. He matched my gentle kiss. There was nowhere else I wanted to be. Knowing that he had so much to do in the next few weeks, preparing the band's very first album, I shook my head and smiled. Maybe seeing that our intimate moment was over, bar regulars started approaching Kellen, congratulating him on the band's success. He shook hands, smiled, and made small talk as if he'd never left. Smiling to myself, I left him to it. Kellen was getting a bear hug from Sam when the front doors reopened. As I was standing directly in front of them as they started reopening, I hastily stepped back to avoid getting smacked. Seeing who had just entered the bar, I wanted to freeze in place or run and hide. Knowing that I was overreacting and that people were just people despite their celebrity status, I slapped on a smile and approached the second set of rock stars entering the bar. "Hello, Justin. It's good to see you again." Scanning the 5 20-something guys standing before me, smiling as they looked around the bar, I asked, "Can I get you guys something to drink?" Justin's pale eyes met mine and he nodded. "Yeah, we'll take a picture of whatever you've got on tap." "Thanks, Kiera." He tapped me on the shoulder as he walked by. Immensely proud of myself for sounding more like an adult and less like an adolescent schoolgirl, I watched the two bands meet up. Kellen and Justin shook hands and sat near each other at the band's favorite table. The rest of the guys spread out near the table, talking to fans or to each other. Even with Justin's band there, it was so natural to see the D-bags here, and yet unnatural at the same time since they'd been away for so long. I loved having them back. I repeated the order to Rita, who was staring at Kellen and Justin like they were both sitting at the table completely naked. Some things never change. As I waited for her to make the guys' drinks blind, since she wouldn't take her eyes off the group, I felt someone approach me. Grabbing my arm, Kate pulled me over to her. "Do you know who that is with Kellen, Kiera?" Smiling at her overwhelmed face, I nodded. "Yeah, I've met him a few times. He's nice." Her topaz eyes widened as far as they could go. Staring at the picture that Rita was slowly putting on my tray, she stammered, "You have to introduce me. Seriously." I nodded at the tray, indicating with my head for her to take it. "No problem. Follow me." I grabbed Kellen's bottle since he preferred his beer bottled, while Kate followed along with the pitcher and glasses. With a confidence that surprised even myself, I led Kate back to the rockers and introduced her to the visiting band. She was as much of a nervous, babbling wreck as I'd been when I first met them. It made me smile as I sat on Kellen's lap, completely comfortable. An hour or two later, everyone in the bar was content, and the laughter and conversations were flowing as freely as the drinks. Someone played some fast songs on the jukebox, and a group of girls grabbed Justin and his bandmates to dance with them. It didn't take Rita long to ditch her duties at the bar to join them for a song or two. The grinding that the over-tanned, over-bleached, middle-aged married woman did with that rock star was horribly embarrassing. Kellen was right. Some women really would do anything for attention. Kellen and I were taking a moment to twirl around at the edge of the crowd when I felt a tap on my shoulder. Seeing Griffin standing there, I instantly felt a ball of ice in my stomach. He wasn't trying to cut in, was he? Sniffing, a disgruntled Griffin looked around the bar.
Hey, where's your sister?
Holding Kellen's hand, I bit my lip. Once Anna had learned that the guys were coming up for a few days before heading to Los Angeles, she freaked out. She was showing now, and she couldn't easily conceal the pregnancy from Griffin. And since she still hadn't told him, she didn't want to see him. She'd hopped a flight back home. Yeah, she'd rather tell our parents than her boyfriend. Kellen glanced down at me and raised an eyebrow. I knew he wanted Griffin to know, but we had both agreed that Anna had to tell him. To Griffin, I shrugged and said, "Sorry, she had to go back east for a few days to see our parents." Griffin frowned, then tucked his chin-length hair behind his ears.
Really? Now?
He shook his head, his light eyes confused.
I told her we were coming up this weekend. She couldn't wait?
I sighed, hating that I couldn't tell him. Sorry, family thing. Griffin rolled his eyes, seemingly disappointed that his F-buddy, as he referred to Anna, wasn't available. Hating that he sort of used my sister, even if she was completely willing, I muttered, "Well, I'm sure you could find someone else to hang out with this weekend." Griffin shrugged, still looking forlorn.
Yeah, sure. But Anna's the best, though. She knows just what I like.
His sullen expression took in the clumps of girls around the bar.
These girls, they're all too giddy. It can be annoying. Sometimes.
Surprised that those words would ever cross Griffin's lips, I said words that I never, ever thought would cross mine. You could hang out with Kellen and me. I instantly wanted to take the words back. Kellen snapped his head to me, equally surprised by my invitation. His brow furrowing, he minutely shook his head. I clearly heard the question he wasn't asking. Why the hell would you invite Griffin into our weekend? Are you crazy? I bit my lip, thinking maybe I was. Griffin, though, scowled at Kellen.
Nah, no thanks.
Lightly smacking Kellen in the chest, he muttered,
I'd rather be alone than hang out with this jack-off.
Kellen blinked, his gorgeous face looking genuinely perplexed.
What did I do to you?
Griffin narrowed his eyes, his thin lips tightening.
Jersey? Those two hot girls?
I raised an eyebrow but didn't allow myself to overreact to the statement. Everything Griffin said had to be taken with a grain of salt. Besides, Kellen wouldn't do anything to hurt me. That I finally believed. Kellen bit his lip, looking like he was struggling not to laugh in Griffin's face.
Griff, I was doing you a favor. Save it, man.
Griffin poked him in the chest.
You were just jealous because you were doing the monogamous thing. Whatever. You didn't need to cock-block me, and right when things were getting interesting.
A small laugh escaped Kellen.
Griffin?
Shaking his head, Griffin turned and walked away. To his back, Kellen laughed out.
I tried to tell you. Those weren't girls, dude.
Griffin raised a middle finger in the air, and Kellen laughed harder. Shaking his head, he looked back at me.
Maybe I should have just let him figure it out for himself.
Laughing at the idiot who was about to have a child with my idiot sister, I shook my head. Kellen gave me a warm smile, wrapping his arms back around my waist. Monogamous thing? I asked, tilting my head. He smiled wider, resting his head against mine.
Yeah, see? I told you I was being good.
Giggling, I gave him a soft kiss. I know you were. Sighing, I shook my head. Who knew I'd ever find a conversation with Griffin comforting? Grinning crookedly in a way that made me wish my shift was over, Kellen murmured, "Life's little mysteries." Threading my hand back through the perfect mess of hair, a style that only Kellen could successfully pull off, I sighed. I searched his face as his eyes searched mine. The rare shade of his deep blue eyes, the perfect arch of his brow, the slant of his nose, the seductive curve of his lips, the strong angle of his jaw, his height, the lean cut of his body. Physically, he was the epitome of what the ideal man would look like. But his heart, his soul, his pain, his humor, his music, that's what ultimately made me ache for him. I wanted to give him everything. I wanted to give him the world. I couldn't, though. I didn't have that kind of power. But there was one thing I could do. One thing that I could help him with. And I knew it was something he wanted, even if he fought against it. I had done something this morning, something that I knew he wasn't going to like, but I had to do it. And I also had to tell him that I did it, even if it made him really angry. Clearing my throat, I glanced around the bar full of witnesses. Well, at least he couldn't kill me after I told him. Kellen? Since we're doing the honesty at all costs policy, I have something to confess. He grinned at me, his hands around my waist tightening. Rob a bank while I was gone? Smirking at him, I shook my head. No. He leaned in, raising an eyebrow. A sex shop? Flushing, I looked away. No, I didn't rob anyone. Laughing, I looked back at where he was still giving me a devilish smile, probably still envisioning me in a sex shop. My cheeks heating, I smacked his chest and spat out, "Stop picturing me where you're picturing me." Laughing, he kissed my cheek. Okay. What is it? Feeling seriousness fall around me, I bit my lip. Okay, it's going to make you mad, but hear me out before you start yelling. The smile immediately fell from his face, and he narrowed his eyes. What did you do? He asked cautiously. Swallowing, I started tracing the letters of my name on his shirt. Following the tattooed lines hidden beneath the fabric, I subtly reminded him that he loved me, just in case he forgot in about 3 seconds. I invited your dad and his family to my graduation party at Pete's. Kellen instantly pushed me away from him, frowning. You what? Kiera, I told you I didn't want any contact with him. Why would you do that? Sighing, I stepped back up to him. Because you need them, Kellen. He immediately started shaking his head, but I cut off his objection. No, you don't believe that you do, but you do, Kellen. Putting my hand back on his chest, I shook my head. I've heard you talk about your sister. You care about her. And your brother? You've never even met him. Don't you want to? I raised my eyebrows and waited for a second. Almost imperceptibly, Kellen nodded, and feeling victorious, I continued. And your dad, how do you know what you'll feel toward him if you never give him a chance? Putting my other hand on his cheek, I stroked my thumb over the smooth skin. You could be missing out on something really good, because you're scared. He looked down. Kiera. I lifted his head, making him look at me. I saw you on Christmas morning, Kellen. You wanted that bond, that family bond, and you can have it. You just have to be brave. I smiled that I, the one most pervious to nerves, was telling him, the one who rarely seemed to be self-conscious, to be brave. Smiling wider, I added, "You are a smart, handsome rock star with a girlfriend who adores you. You have nothing to fear. Ever." He grinned at hearing variants of his words being repeated back to him. Gazing at me with adoration, he shook his head. "When did you get so wise?" Smirking, I shrugged. "I am a college graduate, you know." Kellen smirked right back. "Not yet." Laughing, relieved that he wasn't too angry, I slung my arms around his neck. "Close enough." His face a picture of puzzlement, he asked, "How did you get my dad's number, anyway?" I gave him a blank look. "Are you kidding? That number's been burned into my brain since December." Sheepishly, he grimaced and looked down. "Yeah, sorry about that." Leaning up, I kissed him. "It's okay. I get it now." Noticing bar patrons starting to check their empty glasses, I figured I'd probably had a long enough break and should get back to work. Grabbing Kellen's hand, I pulled him with me back to the bar. Since Rita was still dirty dancing with Justin, maybe Kellen could be the bartender. Joking around, I asked Kellen if he wouldn't mind taking over for Rita. His eyes lit up as he immediately hopped up on the bar and scooted around to the other side. By the elated expression on his face, you'd think I'd just given him the keys to the kingdom as he stared at all of the bar supplies. I wondered if he knew how to make anything. Well, he had helped me study for this job back when I first arrived, so he must have picked up a thing or two. Grinning at the adorable image of Kellen tying a half apron around his waist, I shook my head. He was going to get so many tips. It was a good thing we pooled all of them at the end of the night. As I started helping my thirsty customers, Pete came out of his office to investigate. The weary senior looked over the bustling activity of the bar on a night that was usually quiet and smiled. Seeing his bartender on the floor with the rock stars, he frowned. Then his silver head looked back at the bar. I knew Pete liked Kellen since they had had a working relationship for years, but I wasn't sure if he'd be okay with Kellen serving his customers. But Kellen was already attracting attention in his newfound position. A line was forming at the bar as Kellen smiled and flirted his way through the orders. I smiled, impressed by him. There really wasn't much Kellen couldn't do well, and serving drinks was no exception. I could easily picture an alternate life for Kellen, one where he wasn't a near-famous rock star. I could easily picture him here, working alongside me, serving drinks every night. It was an intriguing idea, but I knew that Kellen's heart lay with music. The path he was on was the right one for him. I watched him flip a bottle into the air, cocktail style, then watched as he nearly missed catching it. He eventually juggled the bottle into submission, just preventing it from crashing to the floor. The girls screamed and clapped, and Kellen, always the showman, bowed dramatically. Pete shook his head, but I saw a small smile on his face as he watched the bills being tucked into the register. I figured he was fine with Kellen doing just about whatever he wanted to after that. Kellen met my eye, laughing a little at the attention he was receiving. I laughed at him, then blew him a kiss. I would place my order later. At his place. Our place, since I had moved my stuff in last weekend. Just as I was remembering Jenny, Kate, and Cheyenne helping me carry box after box into Kellen's house, my sister only supervising since she'd suddenly embraced her condition, claiming she was supporting a life so she couldn't manhandle cardboard, a familiar face walked into the bar. I smiled widely at seeing Denny stroll in. He was a regular now since he usually stopped in a couple of times a week for dinner. He'd been mysteriously absent this week, though. I hadn't even received a phone call from him. As I noticed him holding hands with someone entering the bar a step behind him, I suddenly understood why he'd dropped off the face of the earth. I waved at Denny and his girlfriend, Abby, who must have finally made it over from Australia. Denny slung his arm around her waist and beamed with pride. Happy beyond belief for him, I motioned to a free table in my section. Nodding at me, he led her that way. Turning back to a trio of college girls at one of my tables, I handed them a second round of margaritas. Straightening, I quickly told them, "There you go. Enjoy and let me know if you need anything else." One of the girls had her eyes glued on Kellen as she sipped on her straw. "Can we get him to go?" she slurred as her friends at the table giggled. I glanced over at Kellen, still behind the bar. He'd noticed Denny's entrance too, and was staring at Denny while he filled a mug with ale. I couldn't read Kellen's expression, so I didn't know whether he was okay with my friendship with Denny or not. But Kellen could see Denny's companion too, and if he still had any qualms about the matter, seeing the blonde on Denny's arm should have squelched them. Looking back to my customers, I shook my head. Sorry, no. He belongs to me. They all stared at me, shocked, and I felt a flutter in my stomach that I had just confessed such a personal detail to complete strangers. I tended to deflect attention from myself, and now I had the table's complete attention. I felt the warmth of embarrassment as they stared at me, but my immediate surge of love for Kellen flattened it. Smiling, I lifted my promise ring and flicked it with my thumb. He's off the market. They all stared at my ring, then over at Kellen. Finally, the drunken one slurred, "Well, damn." She looked up at me and smiled. "Nice catch." Rolling my eyes, I giggled. Yeah, Kellen was a nice catch. It wasn't always easy being with him, but it was always worth it. I was very lucky. Excusing myself, I headed over to see him. He pulled his eyes from Denny as I moved closer to him. Deliberately keeping my back toward Denny, just so Kellen would know what he should already know, that I was his and his alone, I leaned across the bar. With a crooked grin, Kellen leaned toward me. My eyes lingered on his deep red shirt, his glorious chest impossible to hide underneath the fabric. Lazily, I let my gaze wander up to his eyes, drinking him in just as eagerly as the college girls had slung back their margaritas. His gaze was fond and peaceful when our eyes locked. Nodding his head over my shoulder, he told me, "I should go say hi. The last time we saw each other, I wasn't exactly nice." We both grimaced. Yeah, that was not the best reunion after such a long separation, but it could have been so much worse. If Kellen was a little angrier, if Denny had done a little more to provoke him, Denny could have ended up with the broken arm this time. Looking back at Denny seated at a table with Abby, I nodded. Yeah, I should go talk to him too. I haven't had a chance to meet Abby yet. Denny glanced up at the bar and frowned. With a word to Abby, he started to stand like he wanted to come over and talk to us too. I supposed there were a few things that we all needed to discuss. Abby glanced up at me, smiled briefly, then put her hand on Denny's arm. He looked over at her and sat back down. I twisted back to Kellen just as someone pinched his butt. He had been so preoccupied with Denny and Abby that he hadn't noticed Rita sidling up behind him. He started at the unexpected contact and sidestepped away from her. Rita, still giddy from her illicit dancing with Justin, wrapped her arms around his waist. "I knew I'd get you back behind this bar again, sweetheart," she purred, her voice coarse from way too many cigarettes. I flushed at her reference to their one-night stand, then, surprisingly, laughed. Kellen was trying to disengage himself from her, but every time he moved one hand away, she moved the other one right back. The frustration on his face made me giggle, and he narrowed his eyes at my enjoyment over his predicament. When Rita laid her head on his chest and contently closed her eyes, Kellen sighed. I shook my head at him and gave him a, "Hey, buddy, you reap what you sow," expression. Noticing my look, he smiled. There was a time when another woman snuggling on him would have left me in a jealous tizzy. I guessed I finally trusted him too. Gathering himself, Kellen firmly grabbed Rita's shoulders and shoved her back. Her eyes flashed open at the unexpected movement, and she stared at him with her mouth agape. Hunching down to look her in the eye, Kellen quietly said, "I know we had a thing once, but that was years ago, and I've moved on. We've both moved on." His eyes flashed down to her wedding ring. "But I'm with Kiera now, and your constant flirting isn't appropriate. Neither is your gossiping about things we did together. I would appreciate it if, in the future, both of those things would stop. Please." Rita blinked at him as he released her shoulders. I blinked at him, astonished. Kellen had never told anyone to back off like that before. Not that I'd ever heard, anyway. She didn't say another word as he scooted around the bar to meet me on my side. Untying his apron, he handed it to a still stunned Rita. "Thank you, Rita. It was fun." I had no idea if Kellen meant filling in for her at the bar or the one time they'd shared together, but his tone clearly implied that both things were over. Rita took the fabric from him, her face glum. I felt a little bad watching her, but this had been a long time coming. Rita had always harbored a desire to sleep with him again, and that was never going to happen. Not while he was with me. And I planned on him being with me for a long, long time. Warned that he'd stood up for our relationship, I grabbed his hand and started to lead him toward Denny. That was when we nearly collided. Denny, with Abby in hand, had finally decided to come up and talk to us, too. We both laughed at each other as Denny and I stumbled, trying to avoid the impact. Recovering, Denny smiled and put his arm around Abby's waist. "Kiera, Kellen, this is my girlfriend Abby." As Abby extended her hand to me, I subtly checked her out. She was adorably cute, with full pouty lips and twin dimples when she smiled. With her long blonde hair and pale gray eyes, she was almost the opposite of me appearance-wise, but we were similar in build and stature, so I felt on equal footing as we shook hands. "Hello, Kiera. It's nice to finally meet you." Her accent was just as charming as Denny's. I instantly wondered if Denny and Abby found each other's accents endearing. Or maybe, since they sounded so alike, they didn't hear it at all. Seemed a shame if they didn't notice that marvelous inflection. I watched her absorbing my features as carefully as I was absorbing hers. Her eyes took in my plain jeans and red Pete's t-shirt as I took in her cute tailored gray skirt and suit jacket. I couldn't help thinking that if our roles were reversed, I would be so wary and suspicious of her. Regardless of how much she trusted Denny, he'd been alone with his ex for months, an ex that he once considered marrying, and that had to strain even the strongest relationship. It was one of the reasons why I never told Kellen that Denny was home. But Abby only gave me a warm, carefree smile. She completely trusted Denny. That made me trust her. If she had complete confidence in his being faithful, then she had to have complete faith in herself that she would never cheat on him either. "You too, Abby. Denny talks about you all the time." Denny flushed a little after my statement, and I grinned at him. He could be such a sap, and after recovering from the shock that Abby's arrival would be delayed for a few more weeks, he had started opening up to me about her when we got together, and he gushed about her whenever he did. Denny had a point when he said that our disastrous breakup was a blessing in disguise. He was madly in love with the woman standing next to him, and I was immensely happy for him. When Abby and I broke apart, Kellen extended his hand. "It's nice to meet you, Abby." Abby, surprisingly, didn't eye Kellen with the open appeal that most women blatantly did. Sure, her eyes flicked over his face, but that was about all the notice she took of his appearance. And with her, I had a feeling that she wasn't ignoring his looks out of respect for Denny or me. With her, I felt more that she just wasn't interested. As she tentatively took Kellen's hand, she looked back at Denny. This must have been a weird moment for her, shaking hands with the man who had come between her boyfriend and the ex-love of his life. I couldn't imagine what she was feeling, except perhaps grateful that she'd never hurt Denny like I did. I was grateful for that too. Denny nodded slightly, and Abby looked back at Kellen. "It's nice to meet you too, Kellen. Denny says good things about you." Kellen's mouth dropped open in surprise as their hands separated. Bunching his brows, he shook his head at Denny. "You do? Why? I was an asshole to you." Kellen seemed genuinely bemused at why Denny gave him the time of day, let alone spoke well of him. Denny stared at the floor for a second before looking back up at the person he was once very close to. "And I nearly killed you." Denny sighed, running a hand through his hair. "In the end, whose crime was greater?" Kellen shook his head and looked away. Feeling a tension building, I put my hand on Kellen's stomach. He looked down at me before shifting his attention back to Denny. "I still took something that wasn't mine. Even if you feel guilty for the fight, you really should never talk to me again." Kellen's eyes drifted to his boots, unable to keep Denny's gaze. Guilt flooded me, and I lowered my head as well. Happy ending or not, Kellen and I were jerks. Denny, surprisingly, started laughing. Kellen and I both looked up at him. Grinning, he squeezed Abby tight and looked between the two of us. "You should see the looks on your faces right now." His accent curled around the words as he gave us a goofy grin. Kellen and I glanced at each other, equally perplexed, and Denny laughed a little more. Clapping Kellen's shoulder, he shook his head. "Look, I know your life was hard, and I realize that Kiera must have been a salve for you." He raised his eyebrows. "I get it. I didn't like it, but I get it." Kellen gave him a small smile, and Denny shifted his attention back to me. "And you?" He bit his lip and sighed. "I know I put my job first." I shook my head and Denny cut me off. "No, I did, Kiera." He pointed to the ground. "I was coming to Seattle with or without you. I was going to Tucson with or without you, and I may have panicked and rushed back to Seattle when I thought I'd lost you, but my head was still on my job. Not you." Swallowing, he shook his head. "And I'm so sorry for that. And I don't blame you anymore for falling for someone who gave you the attention you wanted, the attention you deserved." I swallowed and nodded, slight tears in my eyes. A silence built up around our foursome. Finally, Abby was the one who broke it. "Oh my God, will the three of you just hug already?" We all looked over at her and grinned. Wiping my eyes, I stepped up to Denny, giving him a warm, friendly hug. He wrapped his arms around me, and we both muttered apologies. Kellen sighed, then circled his arms over the both of us. Nestled in the safety of the two men who'd nearly torn me asunder, I felt a piece of myself healing. I felt the guilt slowly leaving. We were all fine. We had all survived. And surprisingly, we were all still friends. As the three of us pulled apart, Kellen and I embraced. Smiling, he kissed my head. Abby cuddled with Denny, and I smiled over at her, pleased that Denny had found someone as warm, caring, and trusting as she appeared to be. Kellen pointed back at Denny and Abby's table being taken over by a group of boys that looked barely legal. "Someone nabbed your seats." Running a hand back through his hair, Kellen shrugged. "The band's table has a couple of spots open, if you guys want to join us." Denny and Abby glanced at each other for a second, then Denny nodded. "Yeah, sounds nice, mate." Kellen smiled, gave me another kiss on the head, then clapped Denny's back. As they started walking back to where Matt and Evan were talking with each other, all smiles over being back home, I heard Kellen lean down and mutter,
Hey, sorry for being an ass a few weeks ago. That was a misunderstanding.
Smiling up at him, Denny clapped his back. Don't worry about it. I'm used to you being an ass. Abby giggled as she clung to Denny's hand. Kellen shook his head, but eventually laughed. The sight of them bonding again brought tears to my eyes. I really hadn't thought they'd ever get their friendship back on track. It took a pretty big person to see past the pain and betrayal. But Denny was a pretty big person. Denny and Abby left an hour or so later. Arms entwined around each other, they were the picture of merriment. I smiled and waved as they disappeared out the doors to head back to the home that I had helped Denny prepare for her. I wondered if he had filled the house with flowers on the day of her arrival, as he'd said he would. Being the sap he was, I figured he had. Justin and Kellen's bands closed out the bar. In fact, Jenny and I practically forced most of the boys to leave. Justin, in particular, seemed happy to stay until morning. It was so typical of a guy his age that I instantly felt even more relaxed around him. He was just another drunk guy, like all the other drunk guys I'd ever known. And as Matt and Griffin had to physically help him into Griffin's van, I wondered why I had ever been nervous around him. My own D-bag was the last to leave. Sitting on the edge of the bar, Kellen chatted with the weary bar owner as I cleaned up the mess everyone had left behind. Clapping Kellen on the shoulder, Pete thanked him again for lining up the new band. And Rain's band was really starting to bring in the crowds, guys and girls alike. From what Cheyenne confessed to me one afternoon, her crush had now moved on to Poetic Bliss's drummer, Meadow. I was relieved that she was no longer crushing on me anymore, and also that she hadn't fallen for Tuesday. I'd never be able to keep a straight face during any conversations about her. When I finished wiping the spills and refilling the salt shakers, I smacked Kellen's thigh and wished Pete a good night. Pete waved us off and grumbled something about me not letting Kellen tend bar anymore, since technically he didn't work here. By the way he said it, though, it was clear that he'd hire him instantly if Kellen showed interest. Waving goodbye to Pete, Kellen ignored his comment and any implied offers of employment. He had a job, one that was about to explode on him. Holding my fingers tightly in his, Kellen hummed a song as he walked us to his car. Loving the peace in his voice, the merriment in his eyes, I leaned into his side. His eyes brightened when we approached his baby. As promised, I had taken good care of her. I only used the best gas when filling her up, and even waxed her the other day in preparation for Kellen's homecoming. The orange lot lights cast a glow over the car as it shined beneath them. Running his hand over the polished black metal, Kellen gave me a boyish grin. Thanks for not wrecking her. Kissing his jaw, I murmured, I know what she means to you. I was good to her. Releasing Kellen, I started walking around to the other side. I only got her over 100 that one time. Kellen's jaw dropped as his eyes flashed down to inspect the Chevelle more closely. Shaking my head at him, I got into the passenger side. Kellen was frowning at me when he got into his preferred spot, behind the steering wheel. Not funny, he muttered. I grinned and leaned over to kiss him, but he pulled back. As I frowned, he smiled. Happy birthday, Kiera. I was about to correct him, tell him that it wasn't my birthday yet, when I realized that it was. It was just a few hours into it, but technically, it was now my birthday. Thank you. You're the first one to say it. Smirking, he leaned into me. I know. I planned it that way. His lips were on mine then, soft and teasing as he moved against me. His tongue slid along my lip and I shuddered, delighting in the sensation. Cupping my cheek, he angled his mouth to fully enclose me. My breath heavier, I parted my lips to let him in. I groaned when his tongue brushed against mine. It had been weeks since our last physical encounter. My body was burning for him to touch me. Inhaling his wondrous aroma, I pulled back from his mouth. His lips parted, his eyes blazing. He stared at me intently, like he wanted to devour me. God, I wanted him to. Take me home, Kellen. Placing my hand on his thigh, I leaned over to breathe in his ear. Take me to our home. He groaned. Biting his lip, he closed his eyes for a second and stopped moving, stopped breathing. Pulling back, I tilted my head at him. Kellen? Are you okay? Peeking an eye open at me, he smiled around where he was still biting his lip. His grin was impossibly attractive. Nodding, he said, Yeah, I just needed a minute. Giggling, I leaned back in to kiss him. He drove us back to his place faster than he'd ever driven us before. Kissing as we walked through our front door, he stripped off his jacket and blindly threw it toward the hook. I heard it land on the floor. He kicked the door closed with his boot, then grabbed the backs of my thighs and lifted me up. As his lips traveled up my neck, he murmured, Which room should we christen first? I giggled, dropping my head to the side so he could fully explore the sensitive skin. We've never done much in the laundry room. He instantly started heading for the hallway that went past the kitchen and into the small space where his washer and dryer were. I squirmed and laughed, rubbing against him in the process. I was joking. Bed, Kellen. I cupped his cheeks and softly kissed him. I want to explore you in a bed. Giving me a look filled with love and wonder, he swung us around and started heading upstairs. I kissed his neck as we walked. He rubbed circles into my thighs with his thumbs. He set me down once we were before the 3 doors on the 2nd floor of his house. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. All 3 doors were wide open, a rarity since the room I had shared with Denny was usually kept firmly shut. I'd cleaned it out, though, while Kellen was away. Pulling on his arm, I decided to take a second to show him. He frowned at me, then followed. As we stepped into the doorway, I leaned back and let him look in. He smiled when he saw it. I'd finally removed Joey's furniture, the bed, dresser, nightstand, all of it. I figured that if Kellen's ex-roommate/ex-fling hadn't returned in nearly 2 years to collect it, she wasn't going to. It held too many awful memories anyway. I wanted it gone, to cleanse our home. What I filled it with wasn't what you'd expect in a 2nd bedroom. There wasn't a bed, a wardrobe holding winter clothes, or a TV. There was, however, a bookcase crammed full of Kellen's notebooks, my old futon folded into a couch, and Kellen's first guitar. It was now a nostalgic piece of art hanging from the wall. I had also added a small desk under the window, framed by warm curtains. In the corner, a CD player rested on an old coffee table with Kellen's favorite discs scattered around it. It was the perfect place for him to relax and dream up new masterpieces for his band. Shaking his head, Kellen murmured, "Is this for me?" Placing my hands on his chest, I nodded. "Yeah, since you don't need to have a roommate anymore, I thought I would give you a better use for the spare room." Placing a kiss on his strong jaw, I added, "It's all for you. For your art." He smiled peacefully at me, and I frowned and jerked my thumb over my shoulder. Except the closet. I needed somewhere to put my clothes. And I also hoped that I could one day tuck a playpen in there. If Anna decided to keep her baby, I wanted to be ready. Laughing, Kellen squeezed me tight. "It's perfect. Thank you." Pulling away, he frowned at me. "Wait, it's your birthday. Shouldn't I be doing something for you?" I smiled at his pout. "Well, we missed celebrating your birthday last month, so you can think of this as a belated birthday present." Biting my lip, I nodded over to the other bedroom door. "But there is one thing you can do for me." I started pulling him across the hall. Grinning, he eyed my body up and down, making me tingle all over.
Yeah? And that would be... Once he was inside our room, I closed the door behind him and pressed him up against it. His mouth dropped open as I melded my slight curves into his body. With our hips flushed together, I could feel his response. Mentally picturing the way he would tease me, I ran my nose along his jaw. He swallowed and his hands clenched my hips, pulling me into his rigid ache. Dropping his head back as I reached his chin, he gasped when I quickly leaned up and flicked my tongue along his upper lip. Breath heavier, he moaned my name. Kiera. Squirming against his body, I trailed my mouth up his jaw. I had to stand on my tippy toes to reach his ear. I quickly darted my tongue inside, and he hissed in a sharp breath. I felt invincible in his arms, like I could do anything wrapped in the warmth of his love. Kellen had always lifted me up, encouraged me to feel like the person he saw when he looked at me, and sheltered in his arms, I was starting to feel that way. Knowing it was something that would normally have me huddled in a corner, mortified, I whispered something to him that I finally felt confident enough to whisper. It implied how much I trusted him, how safe I felt with him, and even though it seemed dirty, it wasn't. It was beautiful and honest. I put some handcuffs under your pillow, if you want to use them on me. His eyes were huge when I pulled away from him. He'd joked, he'd teased, but I don't think he'd ever thought I would actually concede. Honestly, I was surprised myself, but I trusted him, and I loved him, and I knew he would never hurt or debase me. He would only make me feel loved and comforted, and satisfied. Besides, it was one more thing I could cross off my bucket list. My, how I'd grown since meeting Kellen. Kellen's eyes softened as he understood just what I was offering him. Gently kissing me, he murmured, "I love you, Kiera. Happy birthday." I nodded, eagerly finding his lips again. Chapter 26. New Beginnings. Kellen and the guys had to leave Monday morning for Los Angeles. We all met at Pete's for a proper send-off. Lana, the record label rep, showed up in a sleek stretch limo to transport them to the airport. Griffin was over the moon as he opened the door and peeked inside. Smiling back at Kellen, he exclaimed, "They've got champagne in here, Kel." Kellen shook his head at Griffin and twisted to look at me. "I still can't believe he's going to be a dad," he whispered, rolling his eyes. "You and me both," I sighed. Anna was still at my parents'. I called her and tried to convince her to come home early to see Griffin off, but she refused. Then Dad seized the phone and started chastising me for not informing them the minute I discovered Anna was pregnant. I tried to tell him that I was bound to secrecy, but he didn't much care about sibling pacts, not when the health and well-being of his child was at stake. Once he got the lecture out of his system, Mom came on the line, and they both spent more than an hour cautioning me on the ramifications of following in my sister's footsteps. I repeatedly told them that I was taking precautions, but that only made them push the virtues of abstinence until marriage. They even grudgingly accepted the idea of Kellen as my potential spouse. Since I was lounging in bed with Kellen when the conversation was taking place, it had all seemed kind of humorous and absurd to me, and I probably shouldn't have, but I chose that moment to break the news that I had moved back in with Kellen. I swear I could still hear the disappointed groans. As Griffin hopped out of the limo, Matt and Evan took a casual peek inside. On cloud 9, Griffin sauntered up to Kellen, tossing an arm over his shoulder. "This is gonna rock, man. Can you believe it? Chicks, money, mansions. There's nothing we won't be able to get." Frowning, Kellen raised an eyebrow at his bassist. "Making a record doesn't mean you're automatically going to hit it big, Griffin. We'll probably still be nobodies.
Just nobody's with a label hounding us to pay back the recording costs.
Griffin snorted and ran his hand back through his pale hair.
Nah, won't happen. We've got something none of those other guys got.
Morbidly curious, I asked, "And what's that?" Giving me a sly grin, Griffin thumped Kellen on the chest.
Him.
Kellen shook his head and looked down as Griffin strolled off to smack his cousin on the back of the head. Leaning into Kellen's side, the warm spring air clean and refreshing, I smiled up at him. He's right. Closing my eyes, I muttered, "And I can't believe I just agreed with Griffin." Kellen chuckled and I opened my eyes to find him gazing at me.
"You're both ridiculous,"
he whispered, leaning in to kiss my cheek. Holding Kellen tight, I watched Evan scoop Jenny into a huge hug. Matt wrapped his arms around Rachel in a reserved manner, but the love being exchanged in the smaller gesture was clear. Griffin looked around for someone to hug, but the only people here besides Lana, who was already slipping back into the car as she waited for her talents to wrap things up, were already coupled. Griffin glumly looked around for a moment, then got into the car by himself. Again, I wished Anna was here for him. Oddly enough, they kind of worked together. After the couples broke apart, I gave Matt a brief hug. He smiled and returned the hug, then someone grappled me from behind. I squealed in surprise as Evan lifted me up, nearly plopping me over his shoulder. Kellen laughed at his friend and turned to wrap his arms around Jenny as Evan set me down. The two longtime friends shared a few words that I couldn't hear, then hugged briefly. After that, Kellen gave Rachel a one-armed hug while Jenny patted Matt's back. Then the boys waved and climbed into their limousine to chase their rising star. And, like Griffin, I was certain they'd catch it. Kellen was too talented and attractive. His fame was faded, and all I could do was hold his hand and tell him that he was worthy of it. I had tears in my eyes as I watched the limousine pull away, but they weren't tears of worry or sadness this time. No, I was immensely proud of him. How many people got an opportunity like this and actually went for it? I had to believe it was a small number of people who chose to reach for their dreams, regardless of how impossible they seemed. And once Kellen was safely tucked away in a recording studio, laying down the tracks that would soon be searing the souls of fans across the globe, I turned my attentions back to my dreams, my goals. I was graduating in a few weeks from college, and I finally knew what I wanted to do with my life. I wanted to write. I wanted to be an author, with my name on the cover of a story that I had created. I wanted it more than anything. I discovered that all of the time I had spent writing my assignments had opened up something in me. I enjoyed the tranquil moments when I could let my thoughts pour out onto the page instead of keeping them bottled inside. After Kellen and I had had an honest discussion about how badly we'd messed up our relationship by starting it with a betrayal, I'd started writing about it. At first, I was just jotting down notes during coffee with Cheyenne and Jenny, but eventually, I became immersed in it. I started reliving the past as I wrote. It was like watching a movie in my head, one that I wished I could stop sometimes, as parts of it were exceedingly painful. But it was therapeutic, too. I didn't hold back any details, either. It was an emotional, soul-bearing roller coaster ride of everything that had transpired between Kellen and me. Our slow build-up, our passionate releases, our attempt to suppress what we felt for each other behind a wall of friendship, our heated fights. I wrote it all down. I figured I would come out of the story as the villain, hated, reviled for betraying a man as good as Denny. Maybe it could have been different if Denny had been the cold, abusive, or jealous type, but he wasn't. Denny was a great man, so I knew that I'd come out as the heartless one. But that was okay. I had done it, and I had to live with the consequences. Besides, that wasn't who I was anymore. Being with Kellen had matured me. I'd learned a great deal about myself and the person I wanted to become.
I was still struggling through my insecurities and knew I might have to push myself to overcome them, but I would get there. The confident woman who shook her booty for her boyfriend while dancing around in the kitchen eating pizza, she was in here somewhere, and she was ready to come out. Time flew by as I prepared myself for life after higher education. With work and finals and my sister's return to Seattle, I barely had time to sleep. But somehow I had managed to pull it off, and before I could comprehend it, the middle of June was upon me, and I was about to become a University of Washington graduate. As promised, Kellen flew back from Los Angeles to attend my commencement. Sitting on our bed, he distracted me with small talk about his album while I searched through my dresser for something suitable to wear. As I listened to Kellen going over the technical aspects of recording, I felt butterflies of excitement stir in my belly. I'd done it. It was hard work, and it had taken a toll on me, but I had made it through academia, and now I had to be put on display. That was definitely the downside to graduating, but oddly, I was looking forward to it. Maybe because I knew Kellen, Anna, and my parents were going to be there. Even Denny said he'd come. Everyone I considered family would be in the audience, cheering me on. I found a lot of strength in that. Holding up a pair of black slacks and a gray button-up shirt, I wondered if it screamed graduate. A voice in my doorway drew my attention. No, not that one. Anna stood leaning against the frame, shaking her head. She took a step into the room and extended her hand to me. Here, wear this. Sighing, she rolled her eyes. Lord knows I won't be wearing it for a while. Taking the small scrap of fabric from her, I smiled down at her protruding belly. Anna was 16 weeks along, almost halfway to her November due date. In another month, she'd be able to find out if her prediction was correct, if she was having a girl or not. Her bulge was unmistakable now, and utterly adorable on her. She'd grown to embrace her new curves, no longer hiding them behind baggy sweats and shirts. The pale pink fabric of her maternity shirt clung to her hormonally enlarged chest and belly before meeting back up with her hips. It was as seductive as a mom-to-be could dress. Her friends at work were surprisingly supportive when Anna finally spilled the news about her pregnancy. Her manager gave her a larger-size Hooters uniform and told her that her pregnancy wasn't a problem. Girls working for the restaurant chain got pregnant all the time. Even though I had told Anna that they wouldn't, that legally they couldn't, Anna seemed relieved that they weren't firing her. Anna felt even more relieved when the manager confessed that she'd had the same fears when she'd gotten pregnant as a waitress. Then the level-headed woman started showing my sister the ropes behind the scenes. Anna, surprisingly, loved it, and she was good at it, too. I think it gave her confidence, having something to fall back on that didn't rely on her looks. Not that my sister really needed that much help in the confidence department. Smiling at the image of my devil-may-care sister trying her hand at responsibility, I unfolded the outfit she'd just handed me. It was a short, tight, little black dress, the kind that was perfect for almost every occasion. I held it up to my body and pursed my lips. Anna dressed a lot more provocatively than I did, and I suspected a lot of skin would be showing. Kellen, still lying on our bed, murmured his approval. That is perfect. I glanced over at him. His midnight blue eyes were staring at my cleavage. The neckline was a low-cut square and would rest just above where it needed to. I highly doubted I would be able to wear a bra with it. Anna chuckled, and I turned to watch her rub her stomach. She gave me a warm smile. You'll be beautiful, sis. I inhaled and stood up just a little straighter. I felt beautiful already, just being near the people who loved me. And even though the dress made me cringe, I would wear it, and wear it proudly. Because today was a day for bravery, and I had role models of that bravery all around me. Anna was brave every day as she accepted her pregnancy, and just last week, she had bought a crib. I helped her put it up in my old room, and she'd cried when it was completed. I had faith that her bravery would extend to keeping the baby, and someday telling Griffin about it. And Kellen was brave. Not for recording an album in L.A. No, I don't think that even fazed him. Kellen was brave because he was coming to Pete's with me to celebrate my graduation, and his dad would be in attendance. I'd already received a text from him confirming that he'd landed in Seattle. Kellen's face didn't show his turmoil as he smiled charmingly at me, but he was freaking out. And Kellen was also brave because he was letting my parents stay with us. From across the hall, I heard my father's heavy footsteps as he walked over to stand beside Anna. Resting a hand on her shoulder, he looked into the room and frowned at the provocative dress I was holding to my body. Then he forced the frown into a small smile. "Very beautiful, sweetheart. Your mother and I are very proud of you, even if you're graduating here in Washington and not at our alma mater." Dad sighed at my school choice, and Anna rested her head on his shoulder. He rubbed her arm and held her tight. The surprise pregnancy had been quite a shock to my parents. According to Anna, Dad had cried. But after the shock had worn off, they immediately turned into the loving, supportive people that I knew they would be. They even offered Anna free room and board if she wanted to move back to Ohio. She'd refused, deciding to stay here. Maybe it was because of Griffin, maybe me, or maybe Anna finally felt home. "Thank you, Daddy." They were all staring at me now, and I felt heat start to creep into my cheeks. Then I laughed the embarrassment away. "Can I change now?" I asked my dad and sister. Anna giggled and backed away, pulling on Dad's arm. "Come on, Dad. Let's go get something to eat. I'm starving." Dad frowned and resisted Anna's pull. He looked over at Kellen, still comfortably lying on our bed. "Kellen, son, you want to give me a hand with something?" Dad asked awkwardly. I shook my head, seeing right through Dad's painful attempt to get Kellen out of the room so I could change in private. Poor guy. He was still struggling with his baby girl being all grown up. He must have known, since Kellen and I shared this bedroom, that Kellen had seen me naked before. Hell, Kellen had tied me to his headboard and stroked a feather over every bare inch of skin on me before. Not that my dad needed to know that. Grinning at my dad, Kellen stood up. "Sure, no problem." He paused to kiss my head before leaving, and I whispered a thank you for humoring my father. Maybe Dad realized the respect Kellen was showing for him. He clapped him on the shoulder as they left the room together. I couldn't contain my smile when I overheard Dad talking to him about baseball. Dad was making an effort to bond with Kellen, and that meant a lot to me. Kellen drove us to school when I was ready to go. I smoothed my tight dress over my thighs, played with the guitar-shaped pendant around my neck, and twisted the promise ring on my finger. I couldn't stop fidgeting. Nervous, excited energy was flowing through my body. When I started the cycle of movement over again, Kellen grabbed my hand, calming me with his silent support. It worked, too. Once there, my mother started bawling. It made me sniffle, watching the older version of my sister and me cry, but I managed to keep it all together as I hugged her. Dad shuffled her off, and Anna gave me a swift hug. The baby kicked just as our stomachs connected, and I stared down at it. "Did you feel that?" Anna laughed at my question and rubbed her side. "The little gymnast? Yeah, I feel that constantly." Contently smiling, she shook her perfect head of dark brown hair. "I'm just grateful that she's moved away from my bladder." Kellen chuckled at Anna, slinging an arm around my waist. Anna gave me a quick kiss on the cheek, then wobbled off after Mom and Dad. As always, Kellen stayed by my side and walked me to where I needed to go. My eyes on the expanse of thigh my dress was showing, I leaned into his side. "I love how you take care of me," I told him. Looking down at me, he cocked an eyebrow. You don't think I'm clingy? Always needing to be near you? I laughed and looked up at him. No, I think you got that part just right. He gave me a crooked grin, then glancing up, stopped me. Wondering why, I looked up too. A springy redhead who had given me no end of grief during my time here was standing a few feet in front of us. Candy, Kellen's ex-fling. Her back was to us as she talked with a small group of friends, her 2 spies among them. I considered going around the woman, but she started turning in our direction, and I blinked in surprise. Her belly was swollen with life, and she was much larger than my sister. She really was pregnant. Kellen raised an eyebrow at seeing her condition, but didn't comment on it. When Candy noticed us watching her, she did a double take. I sighed when she disengaged herself from her friends and started heading our way. So much for closing out the school year with never seeing her again. Oh well, maybe we could finally get that introduction that we'd never had. Kellen watched her impassively as she approached us. Candy lowered her eyes and looked a little glum. Before I could say anything to her, she started speaking to me. Hey, I just wanted to apologize for all the crap I used to give to you about Kellen. She peeked up at me, then over at him. Her freckled cheeks flushed with color as Kellen knitted his brows. Shaking her head, she shrugged. I guess I wanted attention. She looked down again. I was pretty ignored in my high school, and being with you gave me a certain amount of clout here. Her sad eyes looked back up at him. Sorry, that was pretty shallow of me. Kellen gave her a half smile and shook his head. It doesn't matter. His eyes drifted down her belly, then over to me. We're not those people anymore, Candy. He looked back at her. Don't worry about it. I smiled that he had finally remembered her name. Candy nodded, then, rubbing her stomach, walked away. I was curious about who the father was, but didn't ask. Rumor had it that it was our ethics professor. Our married ethics professor. But as I knew, rumors could be wrong. Then again, they could also be right. Shaking off the drama that, for once, didn't involve me, I clutched Kellen's hand and went to find the one girl I did want to introduce to him. Cheyenne was just coming out of the bathroom when she spotted me. She squealed and gave me a huge hug, forcefully yanking me from Kellen. Kiera, can you believe it? We did it! Her slight southern drawl thickened in her excitement. Then her pale eyes seemed to notice that I wasn't alone. She eyed Kellen, then gave him a cute smile that made her eyes sparkle. You must be the boyfriend. Kellen nodded and extended his hand. Kellen. Shaking his hand, she muttered to me, Now I can see why you're straight. I think he'd make anybody reconsider their orientation. Hearing her, Kellen raised an eyebrow. Then he got a devilish smile and locked gazes with me. I knew he'd just figured out that Cheyenne was the girl who had kissed me. Rolling my eyes at the hopelessly attractive smile on his face, I shoved his shoulder back. Why don't you go have a seat with my parents? Grinning, Kellen looked between Cheyenne and me. You sure? Are you good here? He chuckled a little, his lips curving seductively. Rolling my eyes again, I forcefully turned him around and made him walk away from us. He looked back at us before disappearing around a corner. The grin there was decidedly inappropriate. Men. Cheyenne laughed a little as she turned back to me. Kellen seems nice. I shook my head. Nice really isn't the best word to describe him. Amazing, hot, sexy, soulful, talented, deep, playful, moody, loving, and at times considerate, yes. But nice? Well, okay. Maybe it did suit him. The ceremony was a blur to me. I was so energized and emotional, I only recalled segments of it. Seeing my family in the stands, my mom crying, my dad secretly wiping his eyes, Anna whistling with her fingers, and Denny and Kellen beaming at me as they sat side by side, I vaguely remembered the speeches and music. I recalled my name being announced and the ear-splitting noise from my cheering section. And then it was over, and we were back in Kellen's car driving off to Pete's. Mom, Dad, and Anna piled out of the car once Kellen parked it, eager to start on the celebration. I watched my sister hug Jenny and Kate in the parking lot, Cheyenne meeting up with them a couple of seconds later. Once my parents and friends disappeared through the front doors, I unfastened my seatbelt, ready to join them. "Coming?" I asked, cracking the car door. Kellen hadn't moved since stopping the car. His hands were still glued to the steering wheel. His eyes riveted to the image of the bar in his rearview mirror, he muttered, "I'll be there in a sec." Pale, he looked like he might start the car and drive off once I left. Closing my door, I twisted back around to him. "Hey, you okay?" He reluctantly pulled his gaze from the mirror to look at me. Eyes wide, he whispered, "I don't think I can do this, Kiera." I put my hand on his cheek and held his gaze. "Yes, you can. You can do anything." He shook his head and I pressed my lips to his. He didn't kiss me back at first. Too scared or freaked out about facing his biological father, his lips were rigid against mine. Using everything he'd taught me through the years, I teased, licked, and sucked his mouth into submission. Within moments, he was kissing me back heartily, his earlier trepidation gone. When he clutched my cheek and looked about ready to lay me down on his front seat, I pushed his chest away from me. Eyes burning into mine, he breathed raggedly. I bit my lip at the sight of this insanely erotic, yet deeply sensitive man. "Come on. People are waiting for us. Let's go say hello." He shook his head a little as I opened my door. His eyes clearer, he frowned at me. "You turned me on. That's cheating." Laughing, I got out of the car. When he popped up on the other side of it, I shook my head. "When do I ever not turn you on?" Smiling at me, acknowledging my attractiveness, he closed his door. "Well, finally you understand the problem that has plagued me from day one." Holding my hand out to him, I waited for him to join me. "Yes, I do." When our hands met up, I leaned over to nibble on his ear. "And I'll fix your little problem later, I promise." He gave me a provocative grin as he pulled me toward the bar. "Let's get this over with, then." Kellen tensed and held his breath as he stepped through the double doors. Only seeing the usual suspects and not an older version of himself, he instantly relaxed. As the crowd assembled near the doors cheered for me, my cheeks blossomed with heat. I held my head high, though, proud of my accomplishment, and accepted the praise and accolades from my friends, family, and co-workers. As it was a Saturday afternoon, the day crew was on shift. Troy smiled at Kellen as we walked past the bar, and Kellen smiled back. As long as the person who fancied him was respectful to me, Kellen was always cordial with them, even the guys. Hun and Sweetie, the gray-haired waitresses who owned this place during daylight hours, shuffled around, bringing everyone sodas and water. And Sal, Pete's business partner and the daytime cook, stepped out with plates and plates of food. Everybody was celebrating. I looked around the sea of familiar faces in the warm, familiar bar. The cream-colored walls were just as cheery as when I had first stepped inside here. The oak floor was just as worn. A few more bar signs dotted the walls and windows, but overall, it looked exactly the same, although the instruments that now held a place of honor on the darkened stage were a bright pink, a deep purple, and an electric teal. One even had Hello Kitty stickers on it. But Jenny's portrait of our boys was behind the feminine instruments, keeping the band's place at the bar, even if it was a smaller place now. Friends and study mates came up to me, giving me warm, congratulatory hugs. I returned them and gave the graduates my well wishes. Cheyenne gave me a hug, followed by Meadow. The uniquely named woman was playing the bar later tonight with her band, but by the way she was holding Cheyenne's hand, it was clear that she was here for her. I grinned at the schoolmate who saved my butt on numerous occasions when it came to poetry and her lyrical girlfriend. Meadow's hair was the color of a deep sunset, her eyes as dark as Denny's, but the small smile on her lips exactly matched Cheyenne's, and it thrilled me that the sweet woman had found love after all. As Kellen hopped up to the bar to get our table some drinks, Denny and Abby stepped through the doors. Kellen greeted them first, clapping Denny on the shoulder as he pointed back at me. Making sure my parents were comfortably seated, I jumped up to toss my arms around Denny. He was all grins as I pulled away. "I did it, Denny!" Tilting his dark head, he gave me a lopsided grin. "Did you ever think you wouldn't?" My grin matching his, I nodded. Yeah, there were times when school was just about the last thing on my mind. Denny and I both turned to look over at Kellen talking to Troy at the bar. Smirking, Denny twisted back to me. "Yeah, I know." Just when I was feeling a bit of guilt seep into me, he laughed. "It's a miracle you graduated." His humor cooling my feelings, I thumped him on the chest. "Quiet, you." Laughing at me, he slung his arms around Abby and kissed her head. Then Abby gave me a brief hug and congratulated me. I shook my head at the warm, forgiving pair and made room for them at the table with my parents. My mom looked between Denny, Kellen, and me with a very confused face. She must have pieced together what had really happened between the three of us, and was probably wondering how we could all still be friends. I wondered that too sometimes. I was very blessed. As Kellen brought the table sodas, I tried to make sure my sister was as comfortable as could be. I even found a pillow in the back room for her to lean against, since bar chairs aren't notorious for being comfortable. Just as she was giggling and thanking me, the doors burst open with loud fanfare. Jaw-dropping, I spun to watch Griffin and the rest of the D-bags step inside. I hadn't realized that they'd come back with Kellen. I was touched, but then I remembered that they had just as much reason to return as Kellen did. Evan's eyes locked onto Jenny a split second before she jumped into his arms and showered him with kisses. Matt shook his head at Evan and looked back at Rachel, walking through the door behind him. The Latin Asian beauty tenderly grabbed the blonde guitarist's hand as they quietly screamed their affection in one simple glance. All of the D-bags' hearts resided in Seattle. Even Griffin's, if he ever stopped to think about it. As it was, he was looking around the packed bar for someone. For Anna. She stiffened in her chair, and her face went sheet white. She still hadn't told him that she was pregnant. She hadn't told Matt or Evan either, and she made every person who saw her condition promise to not tell Griffin. She wanted to be the one to tell him, even though it terrified her. And now, the time was upon her. He was here, she was here, and with her tight, clingy outfit, even Griffin wouldn't miss the fact that she was clearly expecting. She stood up quicker than I'd seen her move in ages, since she liked to play the helpless pregnant role. Breathing faster than normal, her eyes darted around the room, looking for an escape. Kellen walked up to greet his bandmates as I grabbed Anna's arms, holding her in place. "Let me go, Kiera," she snarled. I shook my head. "No, you have to tell him, Anna. He has a right to know." She grit her teeth and glared at me, but it was too late for her to escape. Kellen was bringing the boys to the table. With our parents watching the exchange between us curiously, I let her go. She started shaking as Griffin approached her. At first, Griffin didn't notice. A crooked grin on his face, he walked up to her and nonchalantly shoved his tongue down her throat. Anna made a slight noise, and her knees seemed to buckle a little. My stomach turned at the sight. Dad looked about ready to clock Griffin. Evan and Matt behind Griffin were staring at Anna wide-eyed. Clearly they'd noticed what Griffin didn't. They both looked up at me. I waved a greeting, then nodded at their unasked questions. Yes, she was really pregnant. Yes, the jackass kissing her was the father. Both of their mouths dropped open as they looked back at Griffin. Finished mauling Anna, he wrapped his arms around her. That's when he seemed to notice that there was more of her to hug. Looking down, his light brows furrowed in confusion. Anna? Stepping back from her, he poked a finger into her stomach. What happened to you? Anna batted his hand away, her lips tightening in a classic hormonal mood swing. You happened to me, asshat. Griffin twisted his lips like he didn't understand. Matt smacked him over the head. Dude, I told you to wrap it up. Don't you ever listen to me? Griffin sneered at his cousin behind him. What the fuck are you talking about? I cringed at Griffin being so crude in front of my father. Dad, his face pale as he realized just who his grandchild's other half was, stood up. His thinning hair seemingly graying by the second, he poked Griffin in the shoulder. Annoyed, Griffin twisted back around. Lifting his chin, our dad calmly told the bassist, You will watch your language around my daughter, especially when she's carrying your child. He raised his eyebrow to Griffin to drive that point home in case Griffin was still confused. Griffin shook his head, then finally the light turned on. His eyes widening, he stared at Anna's stomach in absolute horror. You're pregnant? Anna smirked and rolled her eyes. God, I hope our daughter somehow gets Kiera's smarts. Otherwise, she's doomed. Griffin's face softened as he looked up into Anna's eyes. Daughter? We're going to have a girl? A slight smile crept into his face, and Anna's eyes moistened. She shook her head. I don't know yet. I just feel like we made a girl. His face more serious than I'd ever seen it. Griffin slowly put his hand on Anna's stomach. Her eyes welled so much I doubted she could even see the father of her baby anymore. Surprisingly, Griffin's eyes were a little moist too as he ran his thumb over the bump. I hoped and prayed the baby took this opportunity to kick so he would feel it. Everyone around us was silent as Griffin stared at Anna's belly. Then, so soft I almost missed it, Griffin murmured, A girl. I'm going to have a little girl? Tears dripping down her cheeks now, Anna whispered, I don't know if I'm keeping her. My mother took a step forward at hearing Anna admit that. She hadn't admitted it to anyone but me. Dad grabbed Mom's arm, though, stopping her as he watched Griffin intently. Mom bit her lip, looking like she wanted to start in on a 4-hour speech. It was her first grandbaby, after all. Griffin snapped his head up. What? You can't give away my kid. He looked around the bar until he found Kellen, watching from behind Matt and Evan. She can't do that, right, Kel? Don't I have a say? I swallowed the lump in my throat at the look on Griffin's face. I'd never seen him look so panicked. It was like he was just offered something he really wanted and then had it snatched away. He looked terrified. Kellen started to answer, but Anna brought her fingers to Griffin's cheek, forcing his eyes back to hers. Griffin was shaking when she spoke. I won't. If you want to keep her,
If you want to do this with me, I won't give her up. I held my breath, waiting for his answer. I noticed my mom and dad clenching hands as they waited too. We all wanted this baby, but it wasn't our choice. Apparently, it was Griffin's. He swallowed, then looked down at her stomach again. After what seemed like an eternity, he looked back up at her.
Can we name her after my grandma?
Anna started to sob, then nodded and threw her arms around his neck. Griffin smiled, inhaling a deep breath as he held her back. The rest of the band members glanced at each other, smiling. Through my own tears and sobs, I heard Matt lean down to Rachel by his side.
One of us should probably tell her that Grandma's name was Myrtle.
I laughed through my sobs, grateful that at least Griffin would have his more sensible bandmates to help him raise this baby. Thank God for that. I turned away from the happy couple when I heard Griffin murmur,
"Can we still screw when you're like this?"
I noticed a group of people who had quietly entered the bar during that dramatic moment. My jaw dropped as I stared. A middle-aged man was standing awkwardly by the bar. Dressed in a nice black collared shirt and khaki slacks, he seemed like he could be heading out to one of the golf clubs around the area. Lean and muscular, with a head full of thick, sandy brown hair, he was one of those men you knew would age well. He'd still be attractive at 60. But that wasn't what stole my breath. It was that he was a spitting image of Kellen. Or rather, Kellen was a spitting image of him. The resemblance was unmistakable. The jaw, the nose, the brows, everything, right down to the midnight blue eyes. I was staring at Kellen's father, his natural father. The man noticed me staring and nodded, lifting his hand in a small wave. I waved back, then noticed the two kids by his side. Well, one was a kid. The other was probably just a few years younger than me. The girl, Haley, was Kellen's sister. She had the same light brown hair and dark blue eyes that Kellen and his father had. Seeing her father wave at me, she waved too. A grin broke out on her face when she noticed her half-brother. The grin was so similar to Kellen's, I blinked. Beside her was a young boy, possibly 10. Like the rest of Kellen's family, he had light hair and blue eyes, although his were a more traditional pale blue. He was staring at Kellen's back with a look of awe on his face. I had a feeling he'd heard a lot about his older brother lately. He clearly already idolized him. My eyes slowly swung to Kellen's. He was having a conversation with Evan, most likely about making sure to keep a close eye on Griffin around his future child. He hadn't noticed his family yet. Feeling my eyes on him, he lifted his gaze to mine. Not able to change my shocked expression, I watched Kellen frown. Then he seemed to realize what I'd be so shocked about, and his face paled. He closed his eyes, willing himself not to turn around. I quickly worked my way around the people congratulating Griffin and Anna. Making my way to him, I cupped his cheeks. "Kellen, it's time." He shook his head, his eyes still closed.
"I can't, Kiera."
Peeking his eyes open, he cringed.
"Ask them to come back later. I just can't right now."
I shook my head, brushing my thumbs over his cheeks. "You can do this, Kellen. I know you can." He exhaled a shaky breath, then slowly started to turn his head. His breath was faster when he finally spotted the man who'd created him. Taking a step back, he reached down and clenched my hand, hard. His whole body started to tremble as he stared over at the 3 people who had turned his life upside down. Kellen's father lifted his hand, then let it fall when Kellen didn't react.
Kellen snapped his head back to me.
I can't do this. Please, let's just go.
Turning to me, he grabbed my arms.
I'll go anywhere you want to go. Let's just sneak out the back and we can do anything you want to do.
Inhaling a deep breath, I stared Kellen down. He stopped rambling about all of the places we could go and all of the things we could do and stared back at me. When he was calmer, he whispered,
I'm scared.
I nodded, tears in my eyes. I know, but I'm here and I'll help you. Besides, what's the worst thing that could happen? He swallowed and murmured something that sounded like,
I could care.
Closing his eyes, he nodded. He took a minute before facing his father. When he did, he seemed stronger. In fact, his strength seemed to grow with each step he took toward the man. I wasn't sure if he was drawing the courage from me, but I hoped so, since he constantly gave me courage. When he was almost toe-to-toe with the man, he stopped. Kellen's father smiled. It was a sad one.
Hello, son,
he whispered. Kellen stiffened, clenching my hand as he nodded, but he didn't say anything. A tension built up as father and son stared at each other. Their appearance was so incredibly alike that I had to imagine every person in this bar now knew that the man who'd died in a car accident a few years ago wasn't genetically related to Kellen. This man before him now clearly was. Just as I wondered how to get one of the two silently brooding men to speak, Haley stepped forward. She sighed as she looked between her half-brother and her father, then put a hand on Kellen's arm. Kellen looked down on her, and his entire posture relaxed. I could feel the blood returning to my fingertips. Putting her hand on her other brother's shoulder, she introduced him to Kellen. Kellen, this is Riley. Ry, this is our older brother, Kellen. Riley, still dazed, extended his hand to Kellen. Wow, I watched some of your shows online. You're really good. I just started playing the guitar, but I hope I'm as good as you someday. He gave Kellen a charming, awkward smile, and Kellen laughed a little. Reaching out to scruff his hair, he murmured,
Maybe I can teach you a thing or two one day.
Watching Kellen start to bond with the family he'd never had, I felt the tears stinging my eyes and closing my throat. I choked them back as Kellen's dad cleared his throat. It was obviously affecting him, too. Kellen timidly looked back up at him, and Haley, seeing the beginning of a serious conversation, started leading Riley over to the pool tables. Come on, Ry. Let's give them a minute. I thought to do the same, but Kellen's death grip returned when I tried to pull my hand away. Resting my other hand on his arm, I gave him what support I could as his father began to speak.
Look, I know you're mad at me for walking out on you, and I don't blame you, but I was young and foolish, and I hope you can give me a chance to make... Kellen cut the older version of himself off with one sharp question. Do you know what they did to me? His father bunched his brows. Who? Your parents? Kellen nodded, his jaw tight. Did you know what they would do? How they would raise me when you left? Did you know what sort of people they were? Again, his father blinked. John and Susan? What are you talking about? His eyes narrowed as he eyed Kellen cautiously. Kellen cringed at hearing his parents' name spoken. Then he took a step toward his father.
When he answered his father's question, his voice, his jaw, his entire body was tight.
Did you know that you left me with people who would viciously abuse me, day in, day out?
His voice shaking, he quietly spat out,
Did you know?
His father's face paled as he finally understood what Kellen was telling him, what Kellen had experienced growing up in that hellhole. By the tears in his eyes and the horror on his face, I didn't think he knew. Sometimes people who you thought you knew really well turned out to be people who you didn't know at all. That seemed to be the case here.
Kellen, no. I had no idea. I thought...
He swallowed, his eyes misting.
I thought I was leaving you to a happy home, happier than I could have given you back then.
As Kellen trembled, his father put his hand on his arm.
I know you won't understand, but I was a mess back then. I didn't know what I was doing. I got caught up in something with your mother that...
He sighed.
Was a horrible mistake.
Quickly he amended that with,
Not that you were a mistake, just the situation.
Kellen sighed, softening as he looked down on me.
Yeah, I think I get that part.
He held his eyes to mine, and I could see the guilt in them for what he had done to Denny with me. If Kellen had gotten me pregnant back then, I wondered just what he would have done. Tried to raise the baby with me, or left the baby with the person who he believed was the more responsible parent, in our case, Denny. I honestly didn't know what Kellen would have done. He didn't seem to know either, and the idea that he might have made the same choice softened him toward his father some. Kellen nodded at his dad, and exhaling with relief that Kellen somewhat understood, his dad smiled. The smile was just as beautiful as Kellen's.
I tried to see you once, you know, when you were about Riley's age.
Kellen blinked and stared up at him.
No, Mom never mentioned that you...
His father lowered his eyes.
Yeah, she told me that you didn't know about me, that you believed John was your father.
He looked back up at Kellen.
Was that true?
Kellen shook his head.
No, I've always known that I was a bastard child.
His father flinched at his harsh description, then shook his head.
She convinced me that I'd hurt you by showing up in your life, that it was better if I stayed away. So I did.
Swallowing the emotion building, Kellen's father shook his head again.
She was manipulating me because I'd hurt her. I never should have listened to her. I should have tried harder to see you. I'm so sorry.
Kellen looked away, and I watched a tear fall from the corner of his eye as he closed them.
I never knew you even thought about me.
Kellen whispered, his voice still trembling. His dad put his hand on his arm.
Of course I did. What father could forget about his son, his firstborn?
When Kellen looked back at him, the weary man sighed.
I stayed away for the wrong reasons, thinking I was protecting you by letting you believe the lie, even after their deaths.
He choked up on the word deaths and cleared his throat.
But I'm here now, and I'd like to get to know you.
Slapping on a casual smile, the same smile Kellen could wear practically on cue, he extended his hand to Kellen.
Hello. My name is Gavin Carter, and I'm your father.
Kellen grinned, then shook his head as he dropped my hand to grab his father's.
I'm Kellen Kyle, and I guess I'm your son.
Laughing as they shook hands, Gavin said,
It's nice to finally meet you, Kellen.
Kellen nodded.
Yeah, you too.
I was already holding back the sniffles when Gavin laid his other hand over their clasped ones.
I don't want to push you, but you have a home with us in Pennsylvania, Kellen. Whenever you're ready, you're always welcome there.
I wiped the tears off my cheeks as Kellen sniffed and nodded. Clasping his shoulder, Gavin said,
Can I buy you a beer?
Kellen looked back at me, but I grinned and nodded. He needed this. He needed them. Even if he liked to think that he was fine on his own, a piece of Kellen had been missing from birth. He'd filled it with music, he'd filled it with sex, and he'd even filled it with me. But what he needed was what he was now being offered. A family. Kissing his cheek, I left him to begin the bonding process. I was still wiping my eyes as I walked back to the table where my parents were having a deep conversation with Griffin and Anna. From what I could tell, they were trying to sell the couple on the idea of getting married. Griffin was giving them a blank expression, and I figured that his mind was more on what he could do to Anna's body once he got her home. I was immediately grateful that I no longer lived with Anna. Denny came up to me as I approached the group. Inquisitive eyes on Kellen, he asked, "Everything all right? What was that about?" Looking over at father and son, I smiled. "Everything's great. Really great." When I looked back to Denny, he was frowning, staring at Gavin like he was trying to place him. I could tell the minute he did. His dark eyes wider, he snapped his head back to me. Is he related to Kellen?" I nodded, biting my lip. That's his dad. His real dad. Denny closed his eyes as years of understanding seemed to flood his features.
God, that explains a lot.
Opening his eyes, he bunched his brows, concerned. Is Kellen all right? I smiled that Denny still cared about Kellen too. Yeah, I think he'll be just fine. Looping my arm through Denny's, I looked around at all of the people in my life. Evan and Jenny cuddling together on a chair, Matt and Rachel talking quietly in a corner, Anna and Griffin giggling while my parents mentioned that it was never too late to give abstinence a try. Rita walked in and sheepishly waved her hand to me in a polite greeting. Kate was showing Abby a text message she'd received from Justin, who had apparently taken a fancy to her. Kellen's siblings were laughing, playing pool together as their long-lost brother caught up with his dad. And Kellen was actually laughing as he clinked his beer bottle against his father's. I think we'll all be fine, Denny, I said, smiling up at the first love of my life who had somehow morphed into the best friend of my life. Smiling down at me, Denny nodded and gave me my favorite goofy grin. I think you might be right. When the evening started winding down, people slowly filtering out of the bar for more private conclusions to their nights, Kellen and I slow danced together near the edge of the stage. Poetic Bliss had just wrapped up their set, and the vibrant girls were loitering around the stage, chatting with their growing fan base. Kellen and I ignored them all and continued dancing to a non-existent beat. His arms wrapped around my waist, Kellen smiled as he stared down at me. His dad had left some time ago, but they were meeting for breakfast in the morning. It warmed my heart that Kellen was giving him a chance. Everyone deserved at least one chance. Tilting his shaggy head, Kellen gave me a crooked smile.
So, graduate, what's next?
I inhaled deep and smiled. Anything. Everything. Leaning down, he pressed his lips to mine. I cherished the warmth and love that I felt in the connection. His hand reached up to curl around my neck as he deepened the moment between us. I felt the familiar fire start to burn in me, more intense than ever before, strengthened by the trust and commitment we were forging daily. Separating our lips, Kellen rested his head against mine.
I have to go back soon, to finish the album.
I sighed and stroked his cheek. I know, I whispered.
And after that will be another tour to promote the album.
He lifted the edge of his lip in a sad smile. I kissed the corner of his mouth, making his smile widen. It will be okay. We'll find a way to stay close, just like we have the past few weeks. Kellen nodded, his face subdued as he thought about how often we would be apart from each other. He hated being separated as much as I did, and for the same reasons I did. We missed each other. While Denny might be my best friend, Kellen was my soulmate, and being apart was painful. We silently danced together while people moved around our lightly swaying bodies. Over Kellen's shoulder, I watched Evan and Jenny walking out the doors arm in arm, Matt and Rachel close behind them. Anna and Griffin left not too long after their reunion. What they were doing now, I didn't want to think about. The only couple still here was Denny and Abby. They were laughing at the bar together, looking perfectly content in their own little world. Sighing, I rested my head against Kellen's chest, thankful that at least I had tonight with him. Kissing my head, he whispered in my hair, "Come with me." Pulling back, I scrunched my brows. What? Go with you where? I looked at the front doors, thinking maybe he was ready to go home. Hopefully, by the time we got there, my parents would be asleep. They'd left several hours ago, so the chances were good. The chances were also good that my dad, ever overprotective, was waiting up for me to come home. Kellen chuckled and shook his head. Tucking a strand of hair behind my ear, he murmured, "So cute." Peeking up at his amused eyes, I frowned. He smiled even wider. "Come on tour with me. Hell, come to LA with me." Blinking, I shook my head. But I paused, realizing that the tether that had kept me in Seattle was gone. I didn't have to stay here. Sure, I didn't want to abandon my sister here, but if I wanted to take extended visits somewhere, I could. Seeing me start to realize that, Kellen wrapped his arms around my waist. "You're done with school now. You can do whatever you want." I frowned. Shouldn't I have higher aspirations than being a groupie? Kellen laughed and shook his head. "You're not a groupie if I invite you to come with us." Ducking down, he met my eye. "When are you ever going to have another chance like this, Kiera? You have the rest of your life to find a job. Or never find one. That would be fine with me." I twisted my lips. "My parents will be so proud." Kellen shrugged. "Blame it on me. They hate me anyway." Smiling, I shook my head. "They don't hate you. That much." Kellen gave me a soft kiss, then sighed. "I don't care what you do, Kiera. I just want you to be with me." He pulled back. "And besides, don't you want to be a writer? Aren't you writing a book about us? About our life together?" I raised an eyebrow at him, not realizing that he'd known that. I hadn't been hiding it, I just wasn't ready to show him yet. He grinned and smiled, then shrugged. "Jenny mentioned it, and I'd love to read it when you're done." Biting my lip, I wrinkled my nose. Parts of it were painful for me. They'd be especially painful to Kellen. But, open and honest, that was our policy. I nodded. "When it's ready." Smiling, he dipped me. I laughed as he pulled me back up. "Well, writing is something that can be done anywhere,
And to be the best writer you can be, you'll need to do a lot of research.
He shrugged.
What better research could you have than traveling across the nation with me and Griffin?
I cringed at that, then chuckled. Squeezing me tight, Kellen rested his head against mine.
You could come back as often as you wanted, Kiera, to visit Anna, your friends, but I'd like us to do this together this time.
Tightening my arms around his neck, I gave him a soft kiss. Okay, let's do it. His lips spread into a grin underneath mine, but then he frowned.
There's only one problem, though.
I frowned. What's that? Sighing, he hung his head.
They don't let girlfriends tour on the bus with the band anymore.
Oh. My body sagged as the exciting and scary prospect of life on a tour bus with a bunch of rowdy boys popped. It seemed like a strange rule to me, but maybe that was another record label thing, to protect their assets or something. Was I going to have to follow them around in Griffin's van again? Just as I was wondering why Kellen had suggested a plan that couldn't happen, he started chuckling. Watching his lips twist into an impish grin, I frowned. What was he up to now? Shrugging, he added,
They only let wives come with.
My jaw dropped to my chest. Kellen lifted my chin with his finger, smirking as he closed my mouth. Wife? I whispered. Was he serious? Was he really proposing to me? Grinning, he ran his finger along my jaw.
We've gone about as slow as I can go, Kiera. I love you. I'm sure that I want my life to always have you in it.
Shrugging, he shook his head.
Are you sure about me?
Staring into the deep azure eyes that could carry me away for hours, I nodded. Yes, I'm sure. I whispered, no doubt in my body about my statement. He grinned, then kissed me. I tried to deepen the kiss, but he pulled back. Removing my hands from around his neck, he grabbed my right one. I furrowed my brow as I watched him remove the promise ring encircling one of my fingers. Smiling wider than I'd ever seen him, he slipped the ring onto my left finger. Then he mimicked the action with his ring. Lifting my left hand with his left hand, he beamed at me.
There. Now we're married.
Tears in my eyes, I shook my head at him. I'm pretty sure it doesn't work like that, Kellen. He shrugged.
Semantics.
Smiling softly, he placed my left hand over his heart and his left hand over my heart.
We're married. You're my wife.
He nodded, staring at me intently. The tears streaming down my cheeks now, I nodded back. And you're my husband. Exhaling with relief, he grabbed my face, sealing the deal with a heart-stopping kiss. I knew that our marriage wasn't legitimate, but that was all a legal technicality that we could change whenever we wanted. In our hearts, we were married. And in the end, that's the part of a marriage that matters the most. After we finally pulled apart, both of us crying at this point, I waved Denny and Abby over. I had to tell somebody that I had just gotten married. Abby teared up when I showed her our wedding rings and hugged us both. Denny shook his head, containing an amused smile since he knew our marriage was symbolic at best. But then he gave Kellen a hug.
Congratulations, mate.
Clapping him on the back, he laughed a little.
I'm glad I could be here for it.
Kellen laughed and looked around.
Yeah, me too. It seems...
He looked back up at Denny.
Appropriate.
Smiling, Denny nodded. Then he gave me a hug. I had to wipe my face on a napkin Abby handed me. I was crying so hard. In my ear, he whispered, I'll admit,
I'm surprised you guys made it. He pulled back to look at me, but I'm happy that you did. Thank you. So much. I started sobbing again, and Kellen wrapped his arms around me. Grinning, he rocked me back and forth. Should we go home and celebrate? He wiggled his eyebrows suggestively, and I laughed. Abby laughed too. Shaking my head, I told him, No, we're going to go rent the best hotel room in the city. Kellen lifted one eyebrow, and I giggled. I am not spending my wedding night in the room right next door to my parents. Kellen laughed and nodded, and I hoped my dad didn't kill my new husband when we came back home tomorrow. My mom, she was going to be pissed that she'd missed this, although I was sure I could talk Kellen into a formal ceremony just to please her. Personally, I didn't need it. Our quiet moment together on the dance floor of the bar where we'd first laid eyes on each other was perfect. Kellen started pulling us away, then looked back at Denny and Abby starting to slow dance on the empty floor. I watched them for a second, happy for them, happy for me. Kellen chuckled, then called out, I could probably scrounge up a couple of rings if you guys want to get married too. I thumped Kellen in the chest, and Denny laughed. Abby raised an eyebrow. Oh no, I'm not getting married in a bar. I'm getting the whole shebang. Denny looked back over to her, and she lifted her other eyebrow, almost daring him to tell her otherwise. Wisely, Denny didn't say anything, only smiled and hugged her tight. Kellen laughed, then shook his head. Grabbing my hand, he pulled us from the bar into a future that seemed chock full of possibilities. We were young, we were in love, and we were about to go off into the unknown and make a treasure trove of stories that we could tell our children about someday. But I embraced the sea of change before me because there was one thing that wouldn't be changing, and it was the most important thing of all. Kellen was mine, and I was his. Forever.
Effortless was written by S.C. Stevens and read by Rebecca Ross. Editing and post-production by Common Mode. The associate producer was Ben Rimmelauer. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Effortless is available in paperback from Gallery Books.